有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hello and welcome to another day of glorious DPC Dota, and we are in an excellent region right now. We're in the China region and we are about to get into a wonderful day of Dota 2, and to help me to kick things off, we've got Dragon Drop and we've got Lizard to talk through today's matches. Guys, how are we doing and what are we looking forward to today? Starting with you, Dragon Drop. You're looking keen, my friend.
I am keen. I'm doing absolutely fantastic because we've got a banger of a game. Like you know, when there's one thing I like to get up for at say 5:30 a.m. in the morning or so, it is some good Dota, and that's what we expect here today, especially with some wonderful co-commentators.
Oh,
Sadly, we don't have that today. So, but
God damn it! All right, Dragon. That's too early for that. Right. I never asked you a question. It's a two-man panel now. Listen, how's it going, my friend?
I showed up, so it's going
Cool.
well. Better than before.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Beacon, by the way.
Shout out to Beacon for covering me yesterday. I literally checked the schedule 15 million times last night. Okay, let's check one more time. Is it 5 a.m.? It's 5 a.m. Let's go to sleep
You are
now.
supposed to be, right? You're not like sitting on top of someone's slot. They're just there in the darkness, like, guys.
Yeah.
I can tell you since the schedule is off because it was 2 days ago because there were no games yesterday.
There you go. Like I don't know what's happening.
You're a mess. Get it together, buddy. But you're here, and that's what counts. Yes, indeed. We do have a very exciting series to start things off. We've got one of the best teams in the Division 2 region. Unsurprisingly, it's IG playing up in our first series of the day, and they're going to be playing off against the side of Magma. IG are on the precipice of locking in that upper division. Can they do it? Well, they're going to have to beat Magma to get there, and Magma are actually one of the teams which can still threaten them, so a really, really important one for both of these teams. Magma, if they want to stand a chance of making it into Division 1, they have to take the victory here. Following from that, we then have our Div 1 matches, which is going to be eHome versus Dandelion, start us off, and then we're going to move into PSG.LGD versus RNG, both very important matches in their own right. eHome versus Dandelion, of course, that is the battle of the bottom, and both of those teams can still easily clear themselves from that bottom relegation position, so one of the teams is going to have to, but who's it going to be? I really don't know, and then moving into PSG.LGD versus RNG again. I just don't know what's going to happen with that one. RNG are looking dominant. They have secured themselves a major slot, the first team in China to do so. PSG.LGD, of course, looking to fight back and finally get themselves a win here, as you can see, incredibly far down the standings. Not what we expect from them at all, right, guys?
Yeah, not where you expect them at all. At the same time, I feel that PSG.LGD, by being sixth in their division, they must be the most loved team in China ever, right? Like there is not a single fan that would take this against them. Like them taking a chill pill and just having a good time cruising through the last division as they've already secured their slot, right? But for me, like not going to the major is like it's so hard to like accept that if you're a caliber of PSG.LGD. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think so too. Because like, especially if you're a pro player, you must be craving lands after not going to them for so long, especially. Just as valuable experience as well, just to get back into the mindset before TI. You know, because that's an entirely different environment to playing from home or playing from a team house or hotel room. You know,
maybe they will have Dota Pit again, and they can face off Team Spirit in it. Grand finals.
But again, you know, like I agree with Clement's point though. Like it's really, really hard for them to like how do you go from playing TI to like having a break to then your next land being another TI? Like
TI.
that sounds that sounds a little bit scuffed to me.
Us Thompson, I guess, but yeah, that's not.
Yeah, I guess
That sounds OG, man.
That sounds very OG.
it does sound very OG.
But OG is a bit of an exception in that regard, right? It's not really the rule.
Yeah, I
So-
guess. I mean, had Team Spirit played? I guess they had. Yeah, they played quite a few lands that year coming into TI. They played Animajor. They played. Yeah. So, yeah, who knows?
Animajor was the first, I think.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah, I think
you're right.
so. Yeah, because we didn't have a lot of lands. It was still COVID and everything.
Yeah.
Did they go to the Singapore major? I'm
Singapore,
not
that's
sure.
what I'm trying to remember. I feel like they didn't, but that's just a hunch. I don't have the information in front of me. But anyway, let's talk about the series we've got coming up because it is pretty important. As I mentioned before, it is IG versus the side of Magma. Now, IG are very, very close to locking in that promotional spot and getting themselves into Division 1 for the next round of DPC action. However, in order to do so, they have to take down Team Magma. Now, Magma are one of the few teams which can still threaten that slot. It is them at the top, but Magma, this is their shot. This is their moment. Can they make it happen? Clements, you've been watching Div 2, you've been casting Div 2, you've been the early bird every single time. So, from what Magma has shown us, do they have the potential to take down IG? Could it happen?
Absolutely, yeah. There's no doubt about that. The only question is whether they can bring that potential in today, and also what kind of IG we have today, because they've also been looking a bit shaky, perhaps less shakier than a lot of these other tier 2 teams, because the record speaks for itself, right? They're still sitting at 5-1, but they did lose against CDC, so that's I don't know how much of an indictment that is on IG, or how much of that is CDC just owning, because they've also been owning most other people after their first match that they ended up losing against Magma, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the thing about this Division 2. Like, you can't really predict anything, but you can expect the unexpected, I suppose. Like Magma, I can definitely see them walking away with a 2-1 victory here or something like that.
You can. I don't know in what simulation, Elon Musk's simulation we live in, but I still can't handle IG being in Division 2. I just want them to get out. Can they do 2-0 so that nature can finally heal? You just can't have all these players in Division 2, man. It's like, I don't know. It's like having Secret in Division 2 for 2 seasons in a row, right? Like,
yeah.
No, it's worse. I feel that it's worse.
I mean, there's so much experience and so much potential, and these guys won a major last year. Like it's 2 years ago. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous position to be in, but alas, it's the position we are in.
Yeah, does Emo look way more mature in this picture than last year? He does, doesn't he?
Does he?
Yeah, he does.
All right.
For me, at least, he does. Meanwhile, Magma looks as energized as ever. Literally have Magma on top of them and behind them.
Yeah,
they're hot.
Just
red,
drawing the power straight from that.
Who is that in the middle? They are born to. This is like the most natural esports photo I've ever seen, and we've been through like thousands of these, and no one has ever managed to look even remotely like comfortable. And this guy's just—he's given it one of the worst ones as well. The come at me kind of finger lure, which usually looks awful. He's just pulling it out, dude. He's absolutely owning it.
I didn't even see the finger. I thought that he's just chilling there with his hands in his pockets.
Yeah, he's just natural, dude.
It's so natural, yeah.
I want to come over. That's how I feel.
I was literally going through my Instagram pictures, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I scrolled down. I took a trip down memory lane, scrolled deep down, saw myself in a jersey. Archived that big boy real fast.
I just noticed that the picture on the DPC website, they have a different lineup. Because that's one in the middle right here, and he's on the center left on the website. But yeah,
conspiracy.
What do you
they
think?
also look great on the website though. Like
okay,
so I think they have that in common.
Look at that average time to first rush kill. Well, that's actually crazy for Magma. Like 16 minutes 40 seconds.
They've been playing quick, right? Dragon Drop.
Yeah. So when they're in the role, then they're pretty good about just taking that early game advantage. Like especially like they're going back to the Myanmar Earth Spirits or the Mercy Earth Spirit, I suppose. And they really like to play this kind of pace, just pickups here and there and roll that into objectives, be it the T1 Towers or be it Roshan, if they have the lineup for it.
Do you get the same problem, Dragon Drop? Like you said Earth Spirit, and then you're talking about rolling into the wind condition and everything. Like you mentioned hero, and then subconsciously the spells go into your brain and you start making puns that you don't intend to. Does it happen?
Yes, but as I'm German, I do intend every single one of them, so it's different.
Yeah, he's German. He's got this whole thing planned out. This is none of this is improvised. This is a full.
I'm reading off the script.
He's already done the prep.
I don't know, man. I've seen German trains. He's telling me about their accuracy. Punctuality. I haven't really experienced. Is there anything standing out besides this Warlock that's 7-1, or perhaps Golem?
Yeah, the Golem.
7 on one side, 1 on the other. Just the Golem.
I mean, that is accurate to what like Warlock players think of when they want to play Warlock. Not thinking like, oh boy, I can't wait to use Shadow Word on people. They want to drop that rock, baby. Let's go.
Yeah. I'm looking at Dawnbreaker just being picked by Magma 4 times, and Treant Protector only picked by IG, and the other times those are some interesting ones. And then of course Death Prophet is another highly contested hero, 6 and 4.
Guys, I'm sorry. I just remembered my dream last night. It has nothing to do with any of these heroes. Maybe. Yeah, it doesn't. I literally dreamed. You know how in Dota 1 we had hero names?
Mm-hmm.
So I just remembered the dream that I had before falling to deep sleep. It was about Dragon Knight. So I dreamt that I'm playing Dragon Knight, and every time I play it, it has a different name, right? It had the name that it usually had. I can't remember. And then I play it again, and it has the name The Rock, because he's strong as a stout, and I literally called Black to tell him, Black, it's your favorite actor, has a name in Dota. That's it. That's my story. I don't know.
What an exciting dream! Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Yeah,
no problem. I'm always there for sharing. Sharing is caring. I think it's important.
Yeah. Panel was getting a bit too exciting. Let's just don't worry. I'll explain my my very mundane dream just to ground us again. I appreciate that.
The name of Dragon Knight was The Rock. It's inspired by Dwayne Johnson. How is that not exciting?
I mean, The Rock is always exciting.
Don't try and bail him out here.
Thank you, Dragon Drop.
You're being too nice, man.
At the same time, any dream that you have always seems more exciting to you than it actually is when you ended up telling anyone about it.
I also saw a couple of pebbles in my dream after.
Yeah, pebbles.
The Rock.
Exactly, it's completely
okay, I can see your point. I can see that.
Thank you. All right, let us get into this draft because things are moving along very, very quickly, and I don't want to waste any time. I don't want you guys to miss anything, so let's jump over into the draft for game number 1 in this series, and we're starting things off with a couple of really important picks here. So we've got the Mars and the Marcy double M's coming out for Team Magma, keeping on the M theme this morning. Meanwhile, IG, they're going to go for the Death Prophet and the Treant Protector as their opening duo. So very, very different here.
Would you say we have Marcy on Team Magma? Nomad?
I would say that, yes.
Nice.
It's a nice little combo there. It's a reach, but I picked up on it.
What do you mean it's a reach? It's not a reach.
Well, her name's already Marcy. You can't combine like
Mars and E.
Yeah,
of course you can. Marcy.
It's also
look at this flexing
Mercy
going
who's
on.
going to be
Whoa.
playing Marsley, so
yeah. Apologies.
it just fits, all the lines.
Mercy on Magma. There we go. That's a good tongue
IG's
twister to start our morning off.
Mercy, Marcy. Yeah, we're gonna have a mouthful.
At least
I
we
like
don't
the
have
opening.
the Phoenix nonsense where you have Team Phoenix, Player Phoenix, and then Hero Phoenix on different teams.
Yeah.
Played by Storm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Phoenix actually.
Whose opening do you like more, guys?
It's a good question. You gotta love some Marcy, but DP Tree and Protector. DP highly
Stable.
contested, very strong. Gives you that push, that mid game push, stable lane. Tree and Protector also able to extend the game, kind of give you more control about it. Like this is a very strong opening, just strategically. Whereas Team Magma, they have very strong lane right off the bat as well. This classic, very strong offlane. With a lot of kill potential, so IG is going to have to be careful about what kind of carry they want to put there. But
IG, they are going in for the heals, the kind of, look at their heroes, they're green, they're going to be healing. And it looks
Marcy
good.
can
like,
heal.
You've got push and you've got defense. They're ticking my boxes right now on IG. I really like what they're putting down. I think their opening is way stronger. I do like Marcy, but I do think she's overpicked a little bit. And I'm not sure about this Mars hero being in the first phase. I don't really see the reason for it, if I'm being perfectly honest. So I really think IG have the stronger opening.
Yeah. The Mars first phase is kind of sus, but you do like all your boxes ticked, Nomad. Usually, does Marcy, when she uses that third spell, which I can't remember the name of?
Oh no, sorry, the third spell.
No, Unleashed is ulti, right?
Yeah.
Sidekick.
Yeah, Sidekick. Sidekick gives you percentage-based heal to the Sidekick, right? So what I want to ask is, will Mars heal himself when he uses the shield, like when he crashes into you and he's Sidekicked? I think that's the combo, right?
Yeah,
he's going to heal for quite a bit of HP.
It just gives lifesteal, right? Lifesteal damage,
exactly. And it's physical on him, like he crashed.
Attack, with the crit.
Okay, they get Clockwork, one of the best heroes to pick up instantly against the Shadow Shaman. It does make your game a little bit easier against him. So you have Treant to heal the towers, you have Clockwork to go on top of him. Sturdy 2 supports combined with the Death Prophet as well, which does make Death Prophet a core. This will most likely be JT anyway. He's been crushing with the Death Prophet, so it does. Like, when IG picks it, I feel like it should be offlane, right? That's and just give a spirit to Emo and be done with it. You don't have to think about it way too much.
Yeah, for sure. Like this is a very on the rails draft. We got Mercy here as well with his incredible headphones, looking absolutely baller. You see this guy?
Spirit.
There it is. There's his spirit hero.
Yeah. I think there's Ember left in the pool. Storm is kind of dead.
He's very dead.
Yeah, without any extra help, Storm is very hard to justify.
Puck being banned out, but Shadow Shaman makes it easier for Team Magma to catch the Void Spirit, so they already kind of secure themselves when it comes to that. Okay, we'll give you a spirit, but we'll have a support that can actually catch him and, just eliminate his presence from team fights.
Yeah, Shaman was a call I actually wanted to make earlier, but I forgot. Trust me, guys.
Okay.
Because it's very contested between these two teams, and also when you're playing against IG, they're going to pick up the spirit hero. Like you can just see this Shaman pick coming from a mile off, so it makes a lot of sense.
And this lady draft from Team Magma actually looks scary. Like Mars the Protector, and then you have Lina unleashing full damage from distance.
There's a lot of guns.
Is that a snake behind him on the side of IG? Look at that. That's
oh no! Someone tell them. He doesn't know.
Oh no!
We're gonna have a pause, and he's just gonna cut to his cam, and he's gonna be like,
"What is that?" Yeah, could just be like a piece of clothes.
I think it's for a cat to jump on, right? But it looks like a snake.
It's like a neck pillow or something. I have no idea.
a snake neck pillow. Yeah.
Well, if they
We
win,
definitely-
we can ask them in the interview.
Yeah.
Note that one down.
Okay, so what do you guys think? When last two picks need to be carries for both teams, that's kind of obvious.
Yep.
So they're banning each other's weaknesses out. I think for Team Magma, the biggest issue is heroes that can get on top of Lina easily, right? So they ban out the
Yeah.
Spectre. And for IG, I'm actually surprised by the Ursa pick. I didn't. Okay. They need some frontline, perhaps an additional frontliner with the Lina. Default heroes are still left in the pool. Your Juggernaut, your Wraith King, even though he's kind of dead, I feel that it would be that bad for Mag. Maybe versus that Prophet would be hard.
Didn't they run it the other day? They did actually against LBZS. The one with it. This is still the Void. No, that's been banned out.
Yeah.
But yeah, Juggernaut's still in the pool. It would be not the worst choice for IG, I would say.
Yeah,
I think for both teams, right? Like on Team Magma, you can't greed out too heavily. I feel on IG, you can be a bit greedier when it comes to your core. But do you really want to? You're playing versus Juggernaut. Good job, good job, everybody.
Good job.
We're playing versus Mars, which is good against.
We found the most default carry pick in the game.
Yeah, we said it,
just like the spirit.
All right, let's go through. Let's do the easy things here. Yeah, exactly. So we got most picked heroes. TA banned, Ursa banned, Morphling still there. They play Ember on carry sometimes. Could be an opportunity there. Wraith King.
I don't feel that. They could play Ember as well, I guess. Wouldn't be that bad because Lina is about to carry you anyway, right?
Yeah,
but it will fit into the color theme.
Yeah.
Very important.
Very important. Thank you, Dragon Drop. I can also see him going for a tiny. Actually, I feel like a tiny carry looks kind of good here.
You could go for a Slark, something that's been popping off recently.
Yuck.
But isn't like, in the Chinese region we've seen the Radiant Slark, right? Like it's very good versus Jug. But
if there's ever a game where Slark could work, this might be one of them, you know.
Yeah, you can get rid of the treant, silence everything. But the problem is, then your Lina really has to work hard.
Yeah,
like
it's not like Lina is invulnerable in this
Naga
game.
Siren here, right?
Naga?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you wake up, Nomad? The hell is this call now?
What's wrong with Naga? What is that? Tell me.
No, I'm kidding. I just didn't see Naga ever in the last year. Maybe once she lost.
It was played a couple of times. Not by Magma, I believe.
Definitely not by Magma. No, they haven't touched it. But
nice call anyway.
Hey, I'm just fishing out here. If it comes up now, it's a
yeah, exactly. Just throw out all the hero names that you know, and then one of them will get picked, and then you look like an amazing analyst. That's how it works.
Yeah, I've said enough of the hero names at this point where we've probably got it covered. See? Oh my god damn it! No one called this.
It's unusual to see that hero being picked up this late, but hey, yeah,
we're all fired.
Is it? Okay, TZY playing some good old. So who's the carry here? Is it the Marcy? What's happening? No,
Kazi Marcy.
No, it's not. Marcy is 5, right?
The Lina carry?
Lina's carry, mid lane Mars.
Mid lane Mars, and then off lane Dawnbreaker.
Off lane Dawnbreaker with Shadow Shaman 4. And, okay.
5.
That's very interesting.
Right. Lina carry.
Two hard-hitting ladies on that safe lane.
Wow. Not what we expected at all. Okay, that's absolutely thrown us here. Don't know what to say about that. That seems like a really wild call. Lina safe lane. Can it work, Lizard?
I mean, you pick her mid because she crushes the mid lane. No matter who she's playing against, she should do fine, right? And then she can take the small camps, farm up. I think that's the strength of the hero. She kind of loses that in the safe lane because there's a chance to wrap around her. Like if the lane equilibrium is pulled towards the tier 1 on the Radiant side, you can wrap around her if she tries to contest. But I think it can work. I think they have a solid draft. I like the Dawnbreaker switch up because it makes Mars's lane easier. Plus, the Dawnbreaker doesn't die to a spin.
Enough to make you...
I don't think it's gonna work. Like I'm still saying IG Division 1, please get on with it. But I do like what Magma did.
All right. Dragon Drop, very quickly, you going the same way?
I still want to trust in Magma. Like I've been loving this team for a lot longer than I've been loving IG.
Really?
It's a bit, yeah, because I've been casting a lot of Division 2 Dota, and they've been bouncing back in and out of that. They certainly have some vulnerabilities here that could be exploited. But if they aren't in the laning stage, if they come out swinging, then I think they have a good chance of carrying that through.
Alrighty, well, I can see it working, but again, it's IG. This just looks so like, it looks like a very IG draft. It looks very, very safe. It looks very easy to perform on. And when we're talking about Div 2, I'm always going to go for the team which has the easier to execute draft. And it just looks so straightforward for them. So I will be leaning to IG for this one. We got game now available, so let's jump into it. Lizard and Dragon Drop, take it away for game number 1 of IG versus Magma.
We're seeing a clash right here. Kazi with the jump away will be absolutely fine, as they say hello and goodbye in the same go. Looks like JT will be able to secure that extra bounty rune if he's... Oh, is he going for the other one? He's not going to reach it. It's all good.
It should be a good lane for Lina, right? This is something we didn't discuss as well. I said that it's kind of harder for Lina because they can wrap around her, but then again, you're playing into a DP, probably one of the best matchups for Lina. We'll see how it goes on the long lane, but I don't see why it shouldn't.
You also have Marcy to kind of help out, right? Unless Lina's already caught inside the cogs or something, Kazi will always be able to just rebound and give that extra boost.
I think you shouldn't be able to approach the Lina because of LSA. Early on, if you get cogged, I think it's your mistake. It's
exactly.
You just got outplayed.
We'll see what they can do with the equilibrium, like FY on the clock already being obnoxious, doing the pull thing as they do. See how that one goes. This mid lane matchup should be fine for Dust, right? Mars, not too worried about any melee matchups.
Oh, of course. Very rarely does he worry about melee matchups, and he's been right now, as you were saying, that he's been pulled to the tower, he's been body blocked, he's been pretty much destroyed by Emo in literally 15 seconds. He also missed the range creep, he missed the melee creep. It's not unfortunate.
Yeah, we should not have talked about this lane. Sorry, Dust. Yeah, but
he started well, though. He started off really well.
This is terrible. Well.
Oh boy,
it's hard out here.
He's got the bottle now. I'm sure he's fine. He's got fairy fires.
Is he gonna die?
Look at the top though.
Oh, you were talking about Ollie. Good call, Lizard. Good call.
Yeah, exactly.
Good one. Good one.
You guys watching mid? I'm 2 steps ahead. Their lanes are pretty strong, or should be pretty strong on Magma, right? So we might expect them to really crush lanes.
Up top, I'd imagine also shackles into like the Dawnbreaker follow-up. Catch a tree, only 2 armor, like it's not a whole lot of defense.
And it's so difficult for Fly to last it here. Like you're playing into a Shadow Shaman and a Dawnbreaker, they kind of hit hard.
Yeah. No doubt about that. Yeah, Dust with the bottle up on 9, he's able to recharge. Might need one of the supports to die from though, like depending on how much Emo can pick up. He has a slight advantage here, still having the rune bottled. But it's being forced to use that now as well. So yeah, Lina's owning right now on bottom, 50-50 and 4.
Yep. I think this is the most likely outcome, unless he gets outplayed heavily. I think that this should be a wash for the Lina. This should be a very simple lane.
Yeah. Just the insane attack range, right? Sometimes you see Lina in the 4 position just being incredibly hard to play against.
You can't approach her as a DP. Like, DP wants to siphon, go in. But versus Alina, you just can't do that. She LSAs and starts hitting you back.
Doesn't even have LSA right now. Just hits you so much before
Or just hits you.
she even
Yeah,
gets you, you know?
Exactly. Like, it doesn't have to have it.
Yeah.
In any case, 20 last hits on the Dawnbreaker, 20 on the Lina. There we go.
Yeah.
Pretty good. The only one that's behind is Dust. Step it up, man.
Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah. He is playing with Emo quite heavily here. And okay, Mercy TPing in, securing the rune.
A bit of a tussle back and forth there.
I think, yeah, because they had Clockwork on the bottom rune, so Mercy couldn't go. I was confused why he doesn't control the opposite one instead. But that's why.
Yep. Well, Dust though doing a good job last hitting in the tower, so he's been able to catch up a little bit here, especially with that TP back home from Emo.
What's the earliest time you woke up to play in Dota?
Play Dota.
Yes.
Middle tower is under attack.
Does it count when I haven't gone to bed?
No, that doesn't
Okay.
count. Don't cheat.
That's probably sometimes in the afternoon.
In the afternoon.
Yeah, because like when I wasn't. Oh, nice to be back in the tower actually, but because when I wasn't working, when I didn't have that normal schedule, my sleep schedule would naturally drift to the East Coast time. So I would like go to bed like 4 or 5 a.m. and wake up at like 1 or 2.
For me,
So
I wanted to get my game in before school when I was a kid. So I was at maybe like 7 a.m.
Same. 6 a.m., 7 a.m. go to school, 6 a.m. play a game.
Yeah.
At 6 a.m. Dota in Europe though, it seems.
Upwork,
seems very
FY,
awkward,
he
yeah.
might die here. Probably not. Should be
A little bit
fine.
of trouble, not a jump forward. Kazi, the right click's up there, he's dead. I just did
what
not
I
believe.
expected.
Just did not believe Lina though. Oof.
Jesus.
Almost in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think that they were gonna go for him because it looked kind of dangerous for Lina to commit, which apparently it was. Oli, lane.
Shackled up. Dust also super low though. Misses the spear, but wanna chase up the high ground.
A lot of heroes going mid.
Now bottom, they're gonna go again. LSA connects on DP. Kazi does have another dispose. Look at the damage.
Yep, exactly where I was going. A lot of heroes going mid means that side lanes have been weakened.
Dust though might finally pay with his life. Just sitting around there at super low health, but kind of catching himself inside
And
the car.
Mercy.
Kazi rotating in. Does a few stick charges to work with, but Mercy already dead, sitting inside H's grasp.
Yeah, meanwhile
Can't fight
Dawnbreaker
it,
bullying poor old Fly on top lane.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for him.
Double
Be-
healing though. Huge.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Money to burn.
You can sustain yourself at least. I love when the carry buys armor, chainmail first item. It's like a telltale sign that he's struggling.
Seems very valuable, but Kazi finds a dispose and tree and protect him. Mercy is there to follow up, but FY. Enough of an interruption, perhaps, unless I want to commit the arena. Dust, and he does want to. Finds a spear. They do punish the old trained protector.
Trained?
The trained
Where,
protector.
where did he train?
Tower is under
Trained in
With the rock, with the pebbles.
in tree school, you know.
I see.
There's actually a thing in Germany that we call Baumschule, which translates to tree school.
Baumschuler.
Yeah.
Really?
middle
Yeah,
tower
it's
is under
basically where they grow Christmas trees and whatnot. I don't know why it's called Baumschule.
Wait, so you go to the school to
No,
grow
no.
Christmas trees?
No, it's like a patch in the woods where they grow Christmas trees, and it's called.
And there are kids there that
School.
grow them?
No,
Just child
is it
labor with
the
extra
school
steps, right?
you just don't get it. We
Something-
ran them.
Good idea, though.
Oh,
Put the kids
we
to
don't
work,
condone
Jesus.
child labor.
Yeah, economy's struggling, right? Let's just get them kids working.
Yeah. How do they help a tree grow? Do they blow into the ground or do they sink to it? What do they do exactly?
Yes, they dance around it in circles
Uh-huh.
and
Okay, that
chant
sounds like a
incantations.
nightmare. Screw this.
Yeah. I think I saw that horror movie actually. I'm not sure.
It's only the naughty kids who have to do that, though.
So were you doing it?
No, of course not. I was still supervising the other children.
Oh, okay.
That was great honor. Yeah.
Great honor.
Let's talk about something
like
less
that.
depressing down bottom. JT pushing in this tower with the first exorcism.
Is he going to
FY
get it though,
around.
Drop?
How with all these people rotating in, I'm definitely sure that that
He's gonna get it. He's gonna get it.
Reveals himself. Marcy tries to jump away, so yeah, absolutely. The one's gonna go down up top though. Okay, Mercy not quite dying. Lifeline though.
Wi-Fi is
almost
gone.
in.
He's
He
so
is
dead.
dead.
Yeah.
Not get the memo that his team was not ready to help him out, so Magma, instead of trying desperately to hold on to bottom, they get a kill up top. They're not really in position.
He
to
omni
get the
slashed that as
upgrade.
well. Like my guy was like, "Mum's not home. You know, no one's home. Home alone in the top lane. I'm going for it." Cheeky omni
The
slash.
moment the eyes went. Oli can be caught here by Dust. He has the arena, so
Oh, they see him now.
yeah, he's caught. Oh,
What?
they
Didn't see him?
him.
You didn't see him?
No, they didn't.
Oh no. Well.
If he pops his head out, they will though.
No, he's there.
He's
still.
really playing on the edge. Very nicely done by him, because Arena obviously breaks trees, and he can get caught here very easily. I think that's something that Mars does well. He catches all these tree miscreants, like Hoodwink and Tree and Prophet and everyone that likes to hide. in
Yeah,
them
all these
trees.
annoying creatures of the
Monkey.
forest. Just get a bit of deforestation in, you know, cut them down,
Yeah.
destroy their natural
Yeah,
habitat.
Exactly. Nothing that satisfies me more like some global warming.
That's more American than I expected from you, honestly. The full Euro panel, you know. Hey, what can you do?
I
There's
always
smoke
felt that
rotation
way,
here
yeah.
now is Dust still holding onto that arena. They also have level 6 now Shadow Shaman, so might be looking to set up for this mid tower here straight afterwards.
I've been thinking about that Dragon Drop, and I believe that Slavs, we're the Southerners of Europe.
Oh god, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
Here's Batman.
Yep.
But the smoke's still not revealed until just now, and that's the 7 watts committed. They also have a catapult wave. Emo, FY. Don't really want to let go of this tower immediately, so starting to flick away. The spear off to the side. No Rita committed just yet. Not feeling great about actually fighting for this tower. On the side of
This
Magma.
is every single ulti on the side of IG is ready and available, right? So it's going for this tower. I think it's still doable for Magma, but you risk that choice of being outplayed because you're pressuring the tower. There's also full vision.
Yeah.
I have to say though, at this point, Magma's team looks way scarier, right? Like in team fights.
Yep. Well, if Lina gets to operate freely, right? Maybe that was the concern there with Dawnbreaker coming in, looking for the fight. Your voice put controlled up. Now the Ogre holds him on the place inside the arena. Does his bed, but he starts to get the spells out. They're all sitting inside of it. FY so low, and now Lina gets the right click away, trying to burst down JT. A couple more right clicks needed, but they don't have it. Emo also still ready to go. Jumps up, gets 2. Oh no, full 5-minute wipe here. So do get the remnants and another spell. Ultra kill from the Void Spirit.
Just a decent haste rune coming there, a clutch for the Void Spirits, completely turning the fight upside down. Magma, like the whole duration of that fight, I'm like, oh yeah, this is it. This is the fight for them. They're just wiping the floor with IG, and it looked that way at the beginning.
Yeah.
But then you don't finish off the DP because she's naturally very fast. She runs away from you. You're committing on her. Meanwhile, Emo is just running in and out, casting like a bazillion spells with that haste rune. This is a fight that should never happen for Magma. You have a team that's quite early game oriented, and then you get crushed in the river like this 13 minutes in.
Yeah.
It can break you.
Let's hope they hold it together.
It's not going well. Yeah, exorcism just going on throughout this entire fight. As I said, Emo surviving. Not exactly what you wanted. Then they also lose the tower, so well, 30 seconds till there's another another arena. And no exorcism, so maybe they find an opening now, and that's exactly what they're looking for.
Interesting item choice as well for the Lina. Well, understandable completely. She's going for the 4-staff because of the clockwork, right? It's quite solid. I'd still rather have a BKB. I don't know.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I mean, you
Sit there and
have
fight
that
them,
Marcy to perhaps get you out of the.
Find a why. Alright, arena committed. It's strictly necessary,
find
perhaps.
him?
Yeah.
Or did he find them, Dragon Drop?
Well, they found him.
Okay.
But did
okay. But did they? It's FY. You never know. Even when he died, he has something up his sleeve.
Tower is under attack.
It was all a plan. It's long term. You need to think long term.
Yeah.
It's a saying we use a lot. Like, what did he have up his sleeve? But the amount of people that actually have
Why?
things up their sleeve. Oh.
He's in trouble, silenced up, but oh, still enough follow from JT. Trying to run him down. Yes, he's...
Yeah,
Oh,
some
man.
of these kills are definitely coming a little bit too easily for IG. And Magma can't really find that foothold back again in the game. What are they waiting for? They have a 4-staff now on Lina. It's not like this massive item that changes everything, right? A BKB, I consider that to be a massive item that changes the way the game's played. 4-staff,
That's not real. They figured that out now, I think.
Tower is under attack.
no, they
The
didn't
foray,
really get anything.
yeah. The foray into the woods, just trying to get something done. But there's a Blink Dagger Mask now that might have been scouted out here if I clicked it properly.
So is that the massive item? D-drop?
It's pretty good timing, right? But it's not really necessarily going to help the Lina if they do get on top of her, right? That's to be right on that. There was also BKB now on Death Prophet, so killing off JT in these fights just got a lot harder too.
Smoke up? Will you? No? Okay. Every time I see a team huddle the way they did, I'm like, okay. They just wanted a quick chat, you know.
So who
whisper
does
to each
have
other.
things up their sleeves other than wizards and old people?
Tower is under attack.
You mean like heroes in the game, or
No, like in real life. We use the term so much. What does he have up his sleeve? But like, people don't carry things in their sleeves except
it's a
magicians
poker.
and
It's
no
like,
no upstanding and law-abiding people, no.
It's about card games, right? Like you have an ace up your sleeve, right? But
oh yeah, you're cheating, right?
Is he cheating?
yeah, you're cheating. Wait, what was that a serious question, or I can't believe you? I shouldn't have explained that, right? Like,
I mean, I was trying to start a light-hearted conversation about it.
okay, yeah, sure. What do you think? What hero has it then? Shadow Shaman, I think he has a card up
Warlock
his
as
sleeve.
well. No, I think Shaman's
Rubik?
pretty scantily clad, right?
Doesn't Rubik have like a card game skin and whatnot? It's okay, TZY being gone on again. And it's no way out.
He also used ulti. That's 2 minutes cooldown.
That's problematic.
If we were to make a hero tier list of look at Shaman. He's got his arms out. He's got nothing up his sleeve. He doesn't even have sleeves.
Doesn't he have a set in which he has like a card? No? Maybe it's Rubik.
That's
like,
Rubik.
Rubik for sure, yeah, that's what I meant.
Warlock is definitely top on my list of heroes with things up their sleeve. He's old and he's a wizard.
I don't trust Shadow Shaman, that's all I'm saying. He'd be the first one that I look at and I'm like, yeah, I'm not playing any poker with you. I know you're cheating.
Looking to fly, but he's just TPing out, so the rotation down bottom will not get anything done.
Like, who would you rather play against, Dragon Drop and Nomad? Would you rather play against Jug or against Shadow Shaman?
That's tricky because Jug has the
Yeah,
mask.
poker.
Can't read him.
Yeah, but I don't know. He just strikes me as okay. I can't read him, but he won't cheat. You know, like I can feel that he's honest. Meanwhile, Shadow Shaman, he's gonna hex me, shackle me. His serpents will arise.
Oh.
Is it still a card game at that point? You know?
Sounded kind of kinky here.
Oh, it's just gonna hex me and shackle me and just zap me with this electricity. It's like, yeah, no, that's not poke anymore. It's just a straight up team fight.
This is Bosnian poker, and, drag and drop. It's very different.
Yeah, it's just...
I don't know. I'm just saying.
There's no poker rules that I
Card batteries involved.
I'm just saying that was a very simple rush. Guys, back on topic.
Sorry,
They get it.
Yeah, I kept trying to bring it back to Dota and you guys just ignored me, so I...
Who, you?
It is what it is. BKB comes out on Dawnbreaker.
Dire's bottom
Drag and drop, you've only been talking about poker this whole game.
I'm not gonna let you gaslight me, come on.
When did you go back to sleeves, drag and drop? Come on, bro.
The BKB popped. That's another victory for IG, as it's a pretty long cooldown. They get that Aegis. They
Wrap around
catch.
Mercy, been gone on. Let's see. Outbreak hold coming in, but that's just...
Jesus.
that was questionable. At the best, here's another fight up top. They get the Treant.
They need to get out. TP out, TP out, TP out.
The hook shot blocked by JT. Mistakes were made.
Dire's
Secret agent.
Team,
is under attack.
some teammates will be reported.
Yeah, if you've got an Overwatch case later, and it is this.
Alright. So, Slash up top. All that effective against us, so he'll be absolutely fine. The spin TP, though, is still available.
Fly just wants to show that he's a big boy as well, and that he can deal damage. This game has been rough for him. Like, out of the core, he's the lowest net worth, so...
Yep. And in China, they're very insistent on using the damage to net worth ratio thing as like a metric for how well you're performing. So you just got to make sure you just omni-slash everything off cooldown to make sure that your damage is nice and high.
Ah, I see.
Emo might...
So no matter what, just spam your spells and you're not gonna get kicked.
Yes, that's it.
I remember, like, actually, when it comes to Fly, looking at this IG coming into season 1, like season 1 of the DPC leagues, even, right, when we started doing the leagues, he felt like the weakest link in IG, but steadily has improved, I would say, like, looking much better. And look at that dust just healing up so heavily with side.
Yeah, gotta be very careful. Here's Emo coming in right on top of him. There's so much control.
But why did he go for that?
He thought he was fine with his team right beside him, but he wasn't.
But what can they do?
Not a whole lot, as it turns out. Void
Watch
Spirit
him
very
die.
strong at the moment. Here, the Agnum Scepter, Kaya, level 15.
Radiant's top tower is
I guess he, because of the Force Staff, he might have felt secure enough, but he saw the Void Spirit. He was following dust, so...
What's Marcy got? Has Marcy got? Oh no, she's got nothing to save nobody with.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'll drum to you. You'll be fine. You're just dying, and Marcy's just there playing on bongos.
The
Getting
soundtrack of his death, yeah.
Thanks, bro.
Got boots of daring eventually, I guess, with the Blink Dagger. Fly, yeah.
Right now, I once again to be kind of isolated, pop in the BKB just to run away. JT
Bongos.
hit the zone, he'll
Bongos.
goes, that is not enough.
She played them. Hooray!
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Macro just keep getting picked off one by one, right? They never really find a proper team fight.
If I told you the name Sefri Duo, would it mean anything to you guys?
Oh, it is. Maybe that's it. Emo being gone on still has the Aegis to work with now. Shackles over on the side on Clockwork. Emo is still alive. They don't even trigger the Aegis. Now the Oak Grove from all place. Lena is down for the counter. Omni-Slash bouncing. Getting up TCY. Mercy being intercepted.
Oh, FY God. If you come for the king, you bet.
Split their focus. The Clockwork took some damage. He didn't die either.
I have to say, I'm enjoying your one-liners, Nomad. You've been practicing away from the culinary one-liners into poker ones
Yeah.
and
Diversifying.
table game ones, yeah. Or look at the dominoes, how they fall. Kazi on the top lane,
Yeah.
Is that a bit
one after another.
kamikaze for him to be there?
God damn it.
Perfect. JT. Yeah, like this game is over. Let's not kid ourselves. It's not over, but it's
It's good.
unless we get some paparazzi level of Lina on the high ground where she is just rampaging and they can't push high ground. Wasn't it
No, Somnus.
Are you sure?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Okay, Nomad. Somnus.
Not out of the question, right? It could be a bit rough. Like IG at this point, they've got complete map control. They can just bomb up to the Hearts Content. They've got the BKBs. They've got a Juggernaut who's super farmed now.
They've got blinks as well. That's really what's important.
There it is. And they've got Emo. It's so easy. DD rune as well.
Yeah. That's really what it is. It's Emo being ultra fed, plus JT having a blink dagger. So you have these 1 and 2 and 3s that can jump the backlines and also can be followed up. So Lina doesn't feel that safe even with the arena. Yeah, they did get out of the base at least. Do you like the fact that he doesn't even have the BKB? He just went Silver Edge.
Get it queued up after the Chrysalis, and then
I guess they just need damage, right? Like the BKB won't win the game for you. Mercy.
Good break here. JT just going in with his BKB. Dusk gets the arena out. Overgrowth, ultimate in place, but no, they still want to fight this. They need to fight this here. Dawnbreak coming in. No more Treant, but Lina being caught. 4 staff now in miss. Do they have detection up already? It doesn't look like it. So Lina will be fine, but the team in the back is being gone on. TZY is so much physical damage. Burst him down. Dieback on Shadow Shout in the midst of all of this.
Yeah, you see, guys, even on this level of Dota, Shadowblade wins games, or at least it's your life. Can he get the kill here? Maybe.
Need to get rid of the healing ward as well. They're also healthy. Dust, there's no spells to really help out with. I mean, the arena is the big one that's just gone. So this one will be a set of racks perhaps going. So again, another very disconnected team fight. Rex will go down and they will leave. And I guess IG at this point, they can just wait for the next Roche and finish it.
I don't. They can wait, but this game is one team fight away from being over. I think they can just huddle around the triangle here. Magma. There's a possibility that Magma smokes up with that one last smoke. You know, one of those plays.
And right now, too, Juggernaut just build a blink tag instead of anything else.
Yeah. So if they get caught on the side of Magma. There you go. The smoke, they're gonna wrap around. They have Dawnbreaker showing bottom. She can always connect with the ulti. But look at that. Look at FY. He's just a god.
Yep.
And that's what it is, really. He knows
Vocal
exactly
break, section initiating here. Creating some space, JT going in. Dawnbreak holds in the back here. Said, do get the control up on Nemo. If they can find the skill, maybe they have a chance. They can smell out his pride. He's out of here. Kazi, maybe not so much. He'll take out. They lose a Treant. Hey, what the hell?
Oh, the first step into the...
Oh, no.
It didn't matter,
At
really.
least got a 3-man LSA, but it's not going to prevent them from having to call it GG. Well played, Magma. They just stopped getting to play Dota.
I felt bad having, like, calling this play, in which it's always like that, though, right? Like, there is this one play that you know is gonna happen. You also know that the possibility of it working out is really slim, but there is a chance, so you do it. They attempted. They went through the river. They try to wrap around. Basically, what you're trying to do is you're trying to approach the triangle from the Roche entrance, right? Or to take the enemy jungle. One or two things. But FY, just on point.
Yeah.
Knowing exactly what's going to happen. standing there, breaking the smoke, breaking them in half, and securing this W for IG.
Absolutely. The hand, the fingers, the fist, they all come out for IG in this game number 1 as they absolutely take down Magma. And yeah, very, very punishing, very brutal. I think Magma getting a bit too fruity with their draft in this one. It seems very ambitious for them to go for this kind of leaner, safe lane sort of thing. I still feel like there were good options available for them. We went through a bunch of them, but in the end, they decided to shake things up a bit, and it did not work out in their favor. But yeah, a few things I liked that IG did, a few things I didn't like, which Magma did. Firstly, I feel like with Marcy, I didn't really understand the drums on Marcy. I don't feel like you can outpace this team. It's Juggernaut, it's Death Prophet, it's like Void, even like the Clockwork as well, right? Like, what if you go for a full, or even rushing the shard? I honestly wouldn't have minded if Marcy had rushed the shard this game just to get people out of cogs, but of course then you're in the cogs yourself, so that's kind of not ideal. I don't know, maybe just a 4-staff would have made like the most sense to me. That would have just it just felt weird, these drums didn't really achieve anything. I don't know.
Stop beating on the drums.
That's what you're meant to do. So that's what you do to drums.
Yeah. If those drums are 4-star, maybe Lina doesn't have to buy them, gets an earlier BKB, and these fights look different, right? That's the main problem with the draft, that they didn't actually play it properly, right? They always got caught out in 2s or 1s instead of just looking for these big team fights and winning them. Like the one time that they did this one big fight in mid, they lost that, and that was a crucial turning point, especially with Emo surviving on a hero that can do so much with this sort of momentum. Get a quick axe, and then you just start to own. Like, there's no stopping this Void Spirit at that point. So it's just things getting out of control. Magma never really figuring out a way back into it.
Yep. I completely agree. This is the fight that Dragon Drop is talking about, the mid lane fight where JT survives for a bit too long, dishes out way too much damage. Emo with a hasty little spirit, and then it doesn't matter. Plus, okay, you were beating on the drums. I'm gonna say the TZY really didn't have a good game as well. Like, none of them did, but Dawnbreaker really struggled to find anything done in this match. Like, it wasn't great.
Yeah,
like the ultis as well. Yeah, some of them were solid, but in general, it all comes down to very good laning stage from Magma, a one laning stage, I would say, that turned into that disaster in the river. After which, it's kind of difficult to play Dawnbreaker if you're not up front. I think this hero really loves being in the leading position, controlling the ball. If you aren't, it's like they go on you. You kind of don't want to use your ulti to save yourself because it's such a long cooldown.
Yeah,
they go on someone else. You don't really want to use that ulti because you won't be able to save them. You really have to play a good, compact team game for the hero to work.
No, you're absolutely right. And one thing I love about like so many of these clips, and we see this a lot when Marcy teams are losing, I just love watching someone die and then Marcy just running in and then just like doing that little kickflip off them and just like achieving, like, I know it's good. I know it gives them a huge speed boost, like 60%.
I'm helping.
It just looks so funny, She's like, don't worry, I'll help you. She does like a sick little kickflip and just runs away. Like, oh, great. Thanks, Marcy. Appreciate it, bro.
Yeah. It's an old classic, same as Dawnbreaker saying, "Oh, I've got my ultimate, I got your back," and then hero dies anyway, and Dawnbreaker obviously can't cancel and stay behind, so you just jump in and die
into the blender. I know. Wish me luck. Strap on the speedos. I'm diving in. Yeah, it's a bad one. It's a bad one, and JT will be our MVP for this game number 1. No surprise there. He had a hell of a game on this Death Prophet, just surviving on a modicum of HP every single time, and generally just getting up in their faces. Like, there was no hesitation from JT this game. When he saw a hero or two, he was just getting in their faces, popping that ultimate. I think he had a Blink Dagger as well, didn't he? Like Blink BKB on the DP. Looked pretty sick.
Yeah, between JT and Emo, that's all that they really needed. A bit of initiation from FY. Ollie didn't really need to do much. Like, he was just soaking up the aggro. He was the one always being killed.
Yeah.
And Fly was kind of there. He had the highest net worth in the end, but the lowest hero damage from the cores, even less than FY actually. FY had 1,000 more hero damage, but that's also a sign of a game that went exceptionally well, right? When your carry doesn't even need to do anything really.
What does Invictus
So-
actually mean? Because obviously we know what Magma means. What does the word Invictus mean?
Don't you know that?
No, do you?
You're
obvious.
from
Invictus.
like you're from UK. Like, shouldn't you know that Invictus
Yeah.
is actually Latin?
Yeah.
And Victus means to conquer, and Invictus means unconquerable or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Should
Well,
know that.
what do you mean?
Nomad.
I should know? If it's Latin, why should I know it?
Because you stole that word, just like you stole half of the cuisine.
God,
Across
if I
the
knew
world.
everything we stole, then I'd know way too much. I'd be a genius. I would be here with you guys.
It comes from Veni Vidi Vici, right? Like that saying. Yeah, I think.
Good
Or
knowledge. Thank you.
not Veni Vidi Vici. It's if Neff was here, it would be Veni Vidi Vici.
VC.
VC gaming.
Oh no!
It doesn't stop.
It really
But,
doesn't stop.
Invictus, unconquered, yet invincible.
All right,
Something
checklist for
along
game number 2 for the side of Magma. I want to see a normal carry hero. You know, let's not keep it fruity. You're playing against IG here, okay? Let's keep it on the rails. I don't want to see any swerving off to the to either side. Keep your arms and legs inside the vehicle at all times, please. Let's just get something good. Pick it a little bit earlier on. What's a good carry hero to pick in the first phase, Lizard?
Do you really want to pick first phase carry? Come on. Let's not go that crazy. I think there were options for them. Maybe they should have snatched the jug in the second phase or something like that. Look,
Yeah.
I actually don't think that their draft was bad.
Yeah.
I think that their draft was good. I think that it would, if they didn't lose that river fight,
Yeah.
which they took way too eagerly, right? We were talking about it. It's a risk that's unnecessary. You already won the lanes. You shouldn't give them this opportunity to bounce back in. They did. If they won that fight, however, this game could have went in a whole different direction. So I don't want to see them switching up the playstyle completely. Just some slight adjustments, perhaps.
No, I agree with that. I can see it's gold now with you, Dragon Drop. You're looking absolutely beautiful in that glorious golden sunlight. You know, this is what photographers aim for when they take
Thank you.
portraits. You know, making sure you get that that either
Isn't
the
that
dawn.
his light?
No, it's
My ceiling light,
is it
yes.
your ceiling light. Oh, damn it. Well, I guess you're just pulling it off normally anyway. You know, just it's a good light. Just send me the brand,
It's
please.
a naturally glowing personality. Yes, thank you very much, Nomad. I appreciate the compliment.
You're welcome.
Am I supposed to now compliment Nomad? Like Nomad, very very beautiful curly hair as always, golden frames on your glasses. They just keep me locked in.
That's the
Yeah,
idea.
you need to send me the name of your camera as well later on in DMs.
Right.
I want to buy it. It just makes you look so good.
Okay, as an Englishman, I'm now extremely uncomfortable. That is the most I've been. But yeah, you'll of
But
course.
yeah.
So wait, who's complimenting?
Let's move on.
That's you, Dragon Drop. Come on, give him something.
Yeah, I mean, how can you not compliment Lizard every time you see him? You know, he's just this loving face, the eyes, just staring right into your soul and telling you it's all gonna be all right. You know, it's amazing.
No, it's not.
That's not a lizard. That's not a lizard.
And then he punches you in the face. Yeah,
He's very
Yeah.
Duma.
yeah.
I found a picture of the three of us, just so you know, from some place
Okay.
in Germany. What was it called? A place next to Berlin.
Oh, yeah.
Spandau. Yeah, I found a
Spandau.
place of us being there.
good old time.
Yeah.
Oh, gotta send that. Send that. Send it to production. I'm sure they can bring it up on screen for us. And...
No, it's not PG-13.
Uh-oh. All right.
There were some crazy times there.
Thought we'd agreed to get rid of that one, Lizard.
Is it just me, or did your cameras become worse and now I actually have the good camera?
Oh, God damn it.
Nice.
You're stealing the bandwidth. You're stealing the bit rate. Come on,
Yeah.
give it back, bro. Not fair.
Do you think that they should steal something from IG in the second draft?
Yeah, pick Rubik.
Pick DP.
DP maybe, yeah. I wouldn't mind that.
Well, guess what? We can get into it because the draft is now available for game number 2. Let's find out how it's going to go with IG versus Team Magma.
Oh my
Round
God.
numero dos.
It's the Rock.
Look at that leg.
Lizard, it's the Rock.
No, that's just tiny. Dragonite is the true Rock.
He's the actual Rock.
JT
No.
is the true Rock. Look at that guy. The Rock of his team.
You know who I miss? I miss Lesale Deathbringer. I miss him a bit. I want to see him more often.
Where's that?
Oh, you young ones.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't
either.
just say that.
Just trying to be Dota hipster here.
Yeah.
A really nice combo, by the way. Razor and Marcy. I love this.
Okay, it's in the frame, old man. Yeah, Marcy Razor, very good. Speed him up, throw him around, link him up. Good stuff.
Good stuff in the same lane, right? As well.
Yeah.
If they are laning together. If they are, and still good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing, right? Like, they're both such strong laners that you either just absolutely dominate one lane or you stand yourself a very good chance of winning 2 lanes in the side lanes, which is obviously a fast track to victory.
You know what's crazy for me? How much sniper is valued in some other regions, but here I don't think I've seen it once. And when I see a hero such as anything that Medusas, Razors, always tickles my imagination. I wouldn't mind seeing that. I love the DP ban from IG though. Like DP banned out and then Razor picked.
Yeah.
It's a good way to open up your draft.
I mean, what is the sniper a good answer for? You've been watching a lot of the other regions, Lizard. You've been cheating on us with EEU. We see you.
He's answer for fun. You can't have fun if there's a sniper in the game. But no, he just looks strong, man. Like the shard is decent. The builds are good on him. The lane he doesn't lose. Like he's strong versus. I mean, he's strong versus everything that he was always strong against, right? Any one of these heroes that he can outrange, any super hard carries that he outranges, that can't get on top of him. So
yeah. So across all the regions, he's been contested 68 times. He's been picked 25 times and banned 43 times. Take it over to China, and we have 1 ban.
1 ban, and that's it. Yeah,
that's it. Literally, do not give a shit about Sniper.
Major is going to be fun. Like Major is not going to have like stale meta. I feel like there is going to be some exploration.
Yeah,
in the first days. So.
Yeah.
Patch has a lot of depth. I would say.
Just unexplored, really. Well, explored, but in different directions.
Yeah.
No one has found the one true path.
So it's going to be interesting to see those paths kind of clash, right?
Yeah. Like this Treant from Team Magma banned out first stage. It's uncontested in some regions completely. Here it's first phase pick.
Yeah. It's a spicy man.
Nomad, what do you think about the drafts? What do they need on both sides?
What do they need? That is a good question. So I think Team Magma, they could definitely use. I don't know. Tiny Puck kind of gives me a lot. Give me a bit more sustain, maybe. I could use some healing. Maybe throw me in a Warlock. But that's first phase banned, of course, as is the Treant. So yeah, not much healing left in the pool.
Wyvern still in the pool.
Dazzle.
Yeah.
But I feel that IG could use some catch, right, versus the Puck.
Marcy Razor, obviously very, very strong, but you are lacking some kind of soft committing stuns. Marcy stun is very good, Dispose is amazing. However, you have to be deep in as a POS 5, and that's not really good. So they'll go with the Shadow Shaman, the most contested hero. And there he is.
Hacks and shackles and you're pushing as well, taken care of.
Yeah. Or we just get the catch versus Puck. I feel that's the most important thing for IG. They always do the same thing, more or less. A way to deal with Puck in Eastern Europe is a bit different. They don't go for the Lion or Shaman. They go with the Sky Rat, like for that super long silence and instant burst. And then you combo that with something that has a stun. I like the Shaman more. I think it's way more simple.
You know what? I was wrong. He does have sleeves somehow. He's got like hand wraps going on.
Yeah. Both for his sleeves, though.
Doesn't he have? I'm sure he has. He has a set. Like, you guys are gaslighting me. This Shadow Shaman has a set with a deck of cards. I'm gonna Google it. Shadow Shaman cards set.
All right, well, you figure that out. We can talk about important things. Magma, taking some time to think about the next couple of periods. Like, I'm expecting this Tiny to be the 4 position.
What is the conversation right now, Dragon Drop, at the Magma Boot Camp? Give it to me word for word. What are they saying?
Saying, we gotta pick good heroes. Terrorblade's good. Okay, pick Terrorblade.
Yep, this is what I said. They're going to pick their carry a little bit earlier, and they get it third this time around. They get their Terrorblade out.
It's pretty good against the Razor, right? Based on physical damage, that hero mostly. So Terrorblade, with the high armor, doesn't really worry about that at all. Gives you the late game insurance, you know?
Late game insurance.
Scary carry.
You trying to sell me something here, Dragon Drop?
Yeah, I'm selling you a lineup with excellent late game insurance. Powerful tower pushing potential. You know? Some frontline.
Well, damn, I'm sold. Hook me up.
Good initiation, team fights, very warm team fights with the big AoE with the Phoenix.
Oh, yes, and they pick Phoenix. Team Magma pick Phoenix.
You've got the dragon combo, you know, you've got the Phoenix and the Puck.
Okay, so I have found scrolls.
Either of those are dragon.
I have found scrolls on him. I have not
Oh,
found...
you're still on that, okay.
Yeah, I have not found any cards, but I have found scrolls on the Shadow Shaman.
All right, buddy, you keep looking for us, okay?
Yeah.
Try. I'm giving my all, my best.
That's a list of brain,
So-
you know. If he finds something that he needs an answer to, he's just stuck on that.
It's like when your kid's being annoying, you just go, oh, why don't you go and find a frog in the garden? They're just like, oh, there's a frog in the garden? Okay, I'll go find it. You're like,
There's a frog in the garden. Where?
Little does he know, we don't have a garden.
You ever heard the term fight fire with fire? Well, that is what IG are doing right here. The answer to the Phoenix is, of course, the Ember Spirit, but not really. Those heroes don't really interact with each other much.
Yeah, no.
But Ember Spirit's still very good. I love it against TB. I really do. I think this is a great answer.
Always has been, right? Like one of these heroes that can dish out a ton of damage against the TB, all his illusions.
Yep.
Can get on
Stay
top very
away from the
easily.
fights.
Yep.
Can also do that from a distance if you need to, you know, just chip away at him.
Yep.
I do like Team Magma's draft though. Like you have this toss combo to break the coil, you have Avalanche to protect the egg, you have Dream Coil to set up for the egg. When it comes to egg hitters on the side of IG, you don't have anyone. That's maybe one of the reasons Ursa has been banned out. I wouldn't mind Jug again for IG. No,
Doesn't Marcy ult work against the egg?
that's true, actually. I don't know. It should.
Yeah, it does. It does. Of course, it does. But
Yeah.
it's very difficult for Marcy Pos 5 to run into a team fight and start hitting the egg.
So you
You're not
jump
going to
it.
survive through that.
You know?
It's tricky.
I mean, if you kill the egg, then you don't need to survive, right?
Yeah, but like you're not going to get it's only 3 hits in a burst, so you're not going to be able to take it down that quickly. It's not that good. I've played it quite a lot. It's not that good.
Yeah, but that's because
you
you played
feel-
it as well.
Well, yeah, I know garbage. There's also that factor as well. But me seeing that egg and just going, oh yeah, I'm going to take that bad boy down, just sprinting into the fight and then getting my face burnt off. It's not a good look.
No.
Timbersaw going to be the final pickup for Team Magma here.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure about this one actually.
Well, they don't necessarily need anything on their side, right? When you look at these
Yeah.
heroes, the first 4 kind of have it all handled. The pushing, the team fighting, you just get this big beast. That's a problem. The last pick of Magma is literally a problem. They're throwing it at IG. Here, deal with this. Like.
Yeah, there's not a lot of magic bursts on IG. Like there's some damage over time, but Timbersaw doesn't really care too much about that. Like if he gets a hood, he'll be Gucci. quite a long time.
Yeah, and this tiny Timbersaw lane, I mean, it's a little scary. There's kill threat there, for sure.
Yeah.
It does feel a bit greedy, perhaps. And they will answer with that Juggernaut once again.
Yeah, the Jug was the most obvious again. Not only because he's the default carry, but because you're playing into the Phoenix, you actually can lane versus TZY. Yeah, okay, I don't mind the Jug. I still feel that Team Magma has a pretty solid chance once again and a pretty solid draft. What I like about the Tiny is not that he is good in the lane with the Timber, but that he can leave the Timber and go mid. Perhaps make Emo's game a little bit harder because he crushed last time. If Tiny can make a difference here on the mid lane and the puck goes out of control, we might just go to game 3.
Yeah, I think that's going to have to be the name of the game. Like Magma, they suddenly have a much superior team fight. They have a lot of beefy, sustainable heroes, like of course Dust on the puck. He's going to be running around, being very hard to catch. Timbersaw, very tanky. Terrorblade also. Once he gets a couple of items to buff up that health pool, he should be okay. And then all backed up by the Phoenix. It's going to be down to Invictus Gaming and their individual skill really to try and find a way in these team fights to counter out the egg, counter out the coil, this kind of combo.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't the Jug do all of that though? Like you can't coil him really. Like you're just gonna spin himself out of it.
Yeah, but
and go and kill the egg. Like this, I'm not super worried about.
It all kind of comes down to positioning, right? It's Jug can do that, but he doesn't automatically do that, right?
Yeah, and. Is he going to have a good lane versus the Terrorblade? Against the Timbersaw, I think he should. Right, I think he should. So I'm happy to go IG for the 2-0 here, but I can definitely see how Magma can win this game. I think you guys are absolutely right. Like it's a solid draft. Again, I think this team's one of their strengths has been their drafting. Did get a little wacky last time, but it still ended up. We didn't dislike the draft going into it, but. Yeah, let's find out what happens. We got game number 2, kick it off right now. So let's jump into the game to find out how this one's going to go. Can IG secure themselves Division 1 at long last after spending 2 brutal shifts down in Division 2? Or is Magma going to make a comeback and threaten them once again? Let's find out.
Well, IG was certainly looking much more put together in that game number 1. So that's the one thing that makes me a bit worried about Magma, but I still believe that the draft is slightly better here. Lizard, are you still looking at Shadow Shaman sets, or what are your thoughts on this one?
Hello? He's grabbing water.
He's gone. He's grabbing water.
He's grab some water.
Oh, man.
Use outed him to everybody.
Well, should have just gone into the river here. There's even a juicy bounty rune in there.
Would you drink this river water? Would you drink the water from the Dota River?
I was super thirsty, yeah.
Yeah, it looks pretty clean. I'll be honest. It doesn't look dirty at all. You can see right through it, crystal clear. I'd be drinking that crap up all day. Hell yeah. I mean,
up and off, a few critters kind of flying about, but that's par for the course.
It's a little bit of bug eggs never hurt anyone, except people who have died from parasite infections.
Healthcare is for.
Exactly. And it's all free for us. I mean, there is a lot of walking in the river, though, so I guess there's that. And dying, I suppose, so... A couple of decomposing hero corpses in there might be a little bit...
That's a bit more concerning, yeah. The walking maybe not so much because... Come on.
Well, he just had a... Oh! There is stuff happening.
He's so fine right now. I don't know what your problem is.
No, stop.
Welcome back, Lizard.
No, I was never gone. I was just listening to you two beautiful voices.
Oh, of course. You already revealed your secrets.
Dragon drop through to you, ask you a question.
Really?
You got out of it, yeah. I tried to cover for you, bro. I tried to cover for you.
Yeah, I needed to get some water, you know.
Yeah.
No, if you were prepared, you would already have had water from the beginning,
God.
you know.
Dragon drop, chill.
It's just
Poor
a trick,
guy.
you know?
Sorry for standing up.
Yeah.
Drag and drop.
Can't do that. You have work to do.
Yeah. Top lane Oli. TP's out. Bye.
Yeah, only to the tower though, so won't be gone for too long. Can salve right back up.
I like how his reflection just like sprinted over to him to go and hit him again.
What about this lane change though, right? Fly up against the Terror Blade up top.
It's a solid lane change for IG. Like, they obviously wanted to make Timber's life a bit harder, and Razor does that. Like, you can get a bit of that juicy damage from the Timber before he gets that Timber chain, which he usually doesn't want to get too early. So the first couple of minutes of the game go your way.
Oh, I literally lost 0 attack damage there though. Hashtag worth.
Yeah, you see that lovely debuff with 0 right again.
Yeah.
So it feels bad.
Those two different builds on Timber Saws, right? Of course, you get the extra points in reactive armor, like 2 or 3, eventually at least. And then you either go into the Whirling Death or the Timber Chain, one or the other. Kind of depends on what heroes you're up against, right? If you're up against strength heroes, you'd rather have the Whirling Death.
Yep, pretty much it. Timber Chain's still a really valuable ability, so I don't think anyone feels too bad about getting some points in it. Yeah. But yeah, the ideal build is to get Whirling Death and just run at strength heroes.
But your dear poor Whirlington Spinblade wants to have Whirling Death. I feel like, at least, but yeah, like you guys said, versus the Razor, Timber Chain makes
What's his
10
full
times.
name?
Whirlington Spinblade.
Whirlington Spinblade.
Yeah.
Alright, Mercy came in mid, but they saw him. FY making a play, but not much happening either way.
Yeah, just
interesting movements here.
Just minute 4 coming up. That's what's happening here, Dragon Drop. Let me explain. Minute 4, when minute 4 is up, you need to rotate around the runes with supports. You know, perhaps help out your mid laner. Not what you usually do. Top lane, terribly.
Well, thank you for this insightful analysis. The job that you were hired to do here. Thank you very much.
Ooh, Mr. Timber Chain at bottom, so he's going to tank the full duration static link. That's a bit of an oofy doofy.
9 minus 70. That's a yikes. Yeah, TB also has to be a bit
Literally
careful.
0 damage.
Yeah.
If you go into minus damage figures, should your right clicks heal?
Yeah.
Yep.
I've always thought
good.
so.
Glad we're all agreed.
The age-old question.
It is.
Truly the age-old question.
Philosophers have been talking about that.
Oh,
There's
Phoenix.
Firefly with the bait. That was okay.
What
that
should
wasn't a bait.
Nomad? I have a better.
He
one
lost a
for you.
salve, that was not a bait. He only also being right click down, first one being drawn.
Okay,
Kazi gets it.
TZY actually. Okay, TP out. He's fine. Tell me this: should an Abaddon with his ulti on and negative? What should he do with negative damage count and ulti up? Should he heal himself? Should he damage himself?
What?
You should. Oh, it's a tricky one. It's a tricky one.
Right.
Yeah. 'Cause it's like negative, negative, negative. So that results in a negative still. So
negative.
negative.
Okay.
That answers your question. Negative.
I'm not sure the premise of that would be correct in the first place, but
Why not?
It's very high IQ. I don't expect you to. Chad understands.
because like
That's what it
Abaddon's
is.
ultimate, does not affect his right click. Ollie be gone on the mid, turned down. So goodbye.
I don't think Dragon Drop understands Nomad.
No, I don't understand what you are on
He
about.
doesn't understand. He's trying to
I mean,
use his feeble German logic.
Excuse me. Just say feeble.
Yeah, no one thinks the Germans are going for this. It's definitely their logic. So.
Well, getting a bit of his own back here. Like, he's kind of owning mid. 35 and 14 denies.
Yeah, they're doing quite well, right, on all lanes. Again, it's Jug that gets sacked. As per usual, Fly thrown to the wolves. But it's a hero that can do that, right? Like, you're a Jug, always spin out, so shouldn't be killed at least.
Just relying heavily on that healing mode.
Dust.
They're diving. Dust.
BD.
Is he fine? Another remnant
not
forward. He's not fine at all.
Emo is just playing out of his mind, making plays. Second game in a row. This is a huge deal. You really want to have Ember with a good farm. You also want to pressure the puck as much as possible. Like, two things at once. Yes, please, for IG.
Let's have JT though. Oh, TCY doesn't have W to work with here, but just gets us both out of it. Oh no. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, you say Emo's playing out of his mind, but this is kind of business as usual for Emo in this season at least. He is the highest KDA player in the region, Div 1 and Div 2, sitting at a very tasty 11.6.
He finds the avalanche. Shackle's still there though to.
Puck is coming with haste, but he can't really do anything here, right? Can he?
Maybe turn things around. Gets a card on one. Gets us both forward. Hex as well. Nice silence. They really want some sort of counter kill, and TZY returning in will finally secure together with Mercy. They're also looking for Ollie, another chakra in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, the haste rune really coming in clutch 2 games in a row now. The last game it was the river fight. This time around didn't really punish IG that hard, but it did net them 2 kills. And it's the step in the right direction.
Getting a little bit of extra gold. Going in towards Mercy as well as Timbersaw. Yeah, TZY looking for that hood that we were talking about. So once he gets that, he should feel a lot more comfortable doing his Timbersaw things.
Yeah. TB doesn't have Sunder.
Do see rotation.
Fly literally just forced the Sunder away from him, and there's Ember plus Marcy smoke coming up. And there is
hanging around. Yeah. Just got enough warning. Get that distance. So this will mean the tier 1 tower is probably going to go down eventually. It's not the
full HP though.
Quickest tower push. Yeah.
It's full HP. I believe that's what Phoenix was doing in the first place. He was just running top to start defending it. But they can dive him. He should be fine.
He can also dive though.
Yeah, the problem is you're not defending, you're not pulling the creeps away, you're not doing what you came here to do. So you're kind of just stuck in the trees. But at least he's gonna get some exp. That's what you want, experience, right? Like you have... Tiny doesn't truly care about exp, so you can buy that tome. But still, it would be nicer to get one level 6 without the tome early on.
It's even an XP range.
Nope.
Do you guys want to hear my idea for second Roche?
Slightly.
Second Roche?
Yeah.
Would it be pink?
Sure, yeah, it can be.
Nice.
It's another Roshan, but this one upgrades towers when you fortify them instead, right? So you know how the tier 2 towers get multi-shot whenever you fortify them, same with tier 3 and everything. All of them have single shot, but when you kill this second Roche, the pink Roche, then when you fortify, they all gain split shot, and then when you kill him a second time, they gain something else, you know, like...
Wait, Roshan gets split shot.
No, Roshan doesn't get anything. Screw Roshan.
But he's pink.
Oh,
He's pink, yeah.
I don't mean the second Roche, but another...
No, another
Roche-like
thing. Another Roche-like being, yes. On the other side of the river.
And when you kill it...
Sounds very League of Legends from you, so I'm very disappointed.
No. I don't know what that game is.
And when the tower... when he dies, the towers become pink as well?
Yeah, it can do.
And what else do they get?
Split shot, when you fortify them.
But they already get that.
No, but they don't anymore in this update. It gets taken away, and then... It's a cool idea, right?
I see. So you would take it away and give it back.
Yeah, the Ice Frog special.
Okay.
looks like we got
Are
rid
you
of
Ice
open wounds.
Frog?
Just kidding. Here you go. We got it back with a shard again.
Imagine if Nomad was actually Ice Frog, the drag and drop.
Oh, this game would be dead
This
and
game would
buried.
be
Oh, the dodge in the
forever,
middle
yeah.
lane. Oh no.
They were setting,
Unfortunate.
yeah, they were setting this up. Tiny was behind the tower. I don't think that Emo. I think he just went in for the sleight of fist, and it was an unfortunate attempt to catch him as he was slighting.
Yeah.
But nonetheless,
That's not like a cooldown, but Dust
Dire's top tower is under attack.
chase out of his jungle right now. It's a bit awkward here. Mercy. No combo back out on Emo, but they're looking for something more here. JT coming in from the other side, Sims Ollie. But, alright. Next up on the Phoenix. Supernova is available, though, whenever they want it. For now, it's a Sunray. JT inside the river. Fly barely gets a lift. TZY. He has other plans, trying to burst them down, going in very deep, perhaps too deep. Stunned up, takes a lot of damage. He's down for the count. While the Healing Wall just keeps IG ready to fight on.
yeah, both teams going a bit too deep. Shadow Shaman first, then the Timber Saw afterwards, getting disposed, killed off. It was a nice attempt from IG to pressure, and they can do it again. Now the Shadow Shaman is up. You have the wards, you can drop them if you wish, which you will.
Here's Coil and Supernova.
They didn't use Egg.
Best Coil. They did not use it, they use it now. As
Really?
they'll just run away from it. Yeah, it's just.
It's a very passive Egg. It does secure the wards, like you can kill them, but
Yeah.
that was very passive. Like usually you want to coil Egg instantly in the same spot or
Yeah.
a little bit further away, but yeah, it just allowed IG to disengage.
Now they can re-engage smoke rotation. They're looking for the back, and they'll run into Terrorblade if they keep going here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Really have much of a blink dagger, but they do have Marcy ready to jump in. But dispose. Goodbye, TB. Too much control to get a Thunder out. As there's a bit of a toss back though, so they do get that revenge.
Dire's middle
Still
tower
feels
is
a
under
bittersweet as they did lose their one position. Nice Vampiro on the map. They'll probably have to deny their mid tower. Holding on to it for now.
For now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just feel like IG is just moving a lot more efficiently across the. No, Naka still holding on to the slight network lead because of the star away.
Yeah, TB is doing what he must, and that's carry this game. So he's trying to get that far. TZY.
Oh, again, TZY, yeah.
Man, like this is the second game that he's really struggling to make a huge impact. Like mid lane tower lost, TZY lost. Lifelike he can spin.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, it was just enough.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's always concerning when there's a Timber Saw that gets bullied as much, right? In 50 minutes into the game. There's a time where he's supposed to be unkillable. Especially when he has Zerg, when he has full stacks, you know.
I completely agree. Couldn't agree more. It's not all. It's that kind of a hero, right? Like there are some heroes that just you don't want to see them in this position. It's the Timber Saw. It's the Death Prophet. It's I don't know. Perhaps a Viper as well. You know these heroes that just need to be bullies. 15 minutes in, when they're getting bullied, like you feel the general feeling that I get is that they will never get to have impact.
Yeah.
Necrophos, right? Like these kind of heroes, they just need to be obnoxious in the mid game because that's what they're built for. But yeah, you can still make a comeback with them. We'll see. Perhaps TZY surprises us all. He's a really good Timber player.
It sometimes just takes one of those, you know. Maybe it's just preparing them mentally. It's like, oh, Timber Saw, easy kill. Then Macman end up baiting him.
Yeah, that's what I do.
You see the big combo attack. Oh god, speaking of combos. It's going straight into the Roach Pit with the old Serpent Wards. You need someone to tank for them, but they still do as much damage as they did before the quote-unquote nerf, so...
They're smoking up, they're coming in, they're really close. Timber in,
Yeah, very
TZY.
close. But, well, still alive. This Healing Ward's still going. They need to get rid of that. The Supernova in the back. There's too many heroes in front of it. Oh, this was too hasty.
Yep, a little bit. I agree. Perhaps they didn't expect the rush to fall so quickly. The call was good. You go and fight the pit, but the like you said, just way too hasty. Perhaps it's the best word.
Fine, tiny.
Yeah, they were too disconnected. Like the way you fight around the pit with Puck and Phoenix is very simple. Like you have ways of scouting out. The egg should be always on the opposite side of the pit, away from the jug, so he can't just spin and kill it. You don't. But the problem was Rush already died. They had Aegis, also BKB on Razor, so they just pop that, break the coil, go straight into the egg, kill it off, and your team fight. The moment that egg is gone is lost. So
yeah. So once again, another one of these team fights that on paper should have looked a bit differently, but Magma just the timings being slightly off, the positioning being slightly off. This adds up to an absolute disaster. Yeah, now you have a Razor top of the net worth chart here, eclipsing the Terrorblade. Already with the BKB, like you said, and halfway towards that Refresher Orb. Maybe a quarter, I guess, because the recipe is also very expensive, but once he has that, IG, they'll be happy as a clam. Be happy now, here just going in. Well, this time there's some help. BKB committed from JT. Terrorblade might need to stun his friend, and he does. And now, just TP out. Oh, that's so frustrating.
TP lol.
Yeah, just the ability to play like that, you know, just make the call to play like that, even if you can't do it. Just bullying them, you know, that just goes to show how confident IG is in this game.
Yeah, and they're only 4k ahead, but it's very early on, and that Aegis is on emo too, so the confidence is definitely not lacking, and it's not some fake confidence. They're in full control of the game at the moment. Magma, I feel that after the problem with the draft such as theirs is after you lose a couple of team fights, basically you're already turtling, right? Like you're resorting to turtle. TZY caught. Oh, look at them swarming. Look at them all swarming up, like all 5 heroes. Let's go.
You want him? Taking them a little while, but
this is a good this is a good death from TZY. This isn't a bad one. It's a bit unfortunate that they can swarm on the tier 2 right now, that he didn't take them for a longer ride. But this is one of those deaths where, yeah, okay, you have to take it as it is. You created a ton of space, so you gave all the information to TB that he needs. It's not a bad death per se.
Yep. Some space and time, not much more than that. Here's you get the tier 2 top, and there's no other tower going down. Like they have to get rid of bottom. They even find the tiny here. The Avatar's combo enough to keep them honest, keep Emo honest for the time being. Still a minute left on the Aegis. They actually lose the tower with the help of the Terrorblade illusion, kind of keeping the pressure going. So there's something for Magma.
Oh, definitely.
Trickles coming in.
He's got the Manta, he's got the BKB and 1,000 gold on TB. He's still on top of the network charts. It is a TB. He obviously farms a bit faster than a Jug without Battle Fury, right? But it's
They're on Tiny as well, though. It's Dust showing himself in mid.
You see the way they're circling the jungle, the Radiant jungle. They know exactly where Magma is. The only question is, can they go into their jungle and go on TB first, or will someone break the smoke? Someone like this Phoenix. Phoenix actually.
I think they might be able to TB.
Yeah.
And Slug comes out, but it's too much control, too much damage between the four of them. No help coming. Kazi is next to Bounty Rune, but he'll pay for it with his life, presumably.
Yeah, the place such as this one, I wouldn't blame on the TB. The way I see it, like him dying there is not his fault. I feel that Phoenix should have been. It's hard to say. There's like 3 angles, three set of stairs, right, that they can approach you from. and the tower. And
The two of them covered, you know.
yeah. So maybe he should have been a bit more to the right when TB was falling backwards, but to break the smoke, right? But
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
it's something that you'll see experienced fives, I mean tier 1 fives, do it very often. But even for them, it's not that easy. Like, how do you predict every single move that's happening?
Yep.
Razor almost has that refresher. Not as
Very scary timing. They do run into...
Is under
I mean, who's running into whom is the question here. Magma just trying to leave Dust. Finish the TP just in time.
almost got him. FY that is because of the Aether Lance, but yeah, he does get out in the end. This is all that Magma needs to do, just split the map, buy as much time for the TB as possible, perhaps protect him from any future ganks, and try and get that fight once he gets the BKB. But do you think that BKB is the timing?
If it was coming earlier, maybe. I mean, it's not like it's super late, but I mean, as you said, Razor closer to refresh up. That's a lot of physical damage coming in. That's a lot of minus armor. That's might even make a dent in Terrorblade if we can isolate it on him. But it's certainly gonna melt the rest of his team. And I'm not sure if he's there yet himself to be able to do that to IG. Like, you need another couple of extra items to really feel super powerful, even with Metamorphosis. I still think Magma can... If the teamfight goes the way that they drafted it, you know, with proper Coil Supernova combo, and Terrorblade kind of hitting throughout all of it, they can still win a fight. It's a question of whether IG allows them to get that sort of angle.
Yeah.
And
That's the scary thing about this Magma draft, I think, and why it is a really good draft, because I don't think there's going to be a point in the game, oh dear, yeah.
Oh,
Kill in the middle lane.
committed here. Mercy just burst down immediately. In exchange for Ollie this time. So 1 for 1 in favor of a Magma. If it stays like that, Dust. And it's a John out.
Man, JT is so farmed on this Razor though. He's just finished up his refresher orb. He's now got BKB refresher at 24 minutes into the game. That is insane.
is that one of the fastest ones on Razor?
I was hoping you wouldn't ask me that because I need to check.
I mean, I'm asking you, and now you can check, and you can come back to us with this valuable
I'll get back to you on that one,
information.
Lizard.
Thank you. Meanwhile, I'll go and I'll search for the set that has cards on Shadow Shaman and Dragon Drop can cast.
Yeah, I can cast this Black being absolutely murdered.
So the mean timing for refresher orb on Razor is 28 minutes and 30 seconds. The minimum, the quickest one we've seen so far is 20 minutes. So it is it's pretty damn quick, but not quite as quick as the fastest. But this isn't filtered by offlane, so make of that what you will.
Very respectable. Yeah. It's like late game coming early for this Razor, right?
Like Christmas coming early for a child. Or for someone who just realised Christmas.
He's crazy, he's just going in, but he has some help. FY helping to secure the kill on Phoenix. Just, I don't know. Feels like Magma have no plan, no idea of how to respond to this sort of thing. Can't really blame them. Like, the only plan is to, alright, let's get farm into Terrorblade and then hope for the best in the high ground defense, I suppose. Not a lot of other plays to be made, like even... I don't often have to dunk on Mercy, but didn't really feel like he's done anything this game on his Tiny before or after the blink.
It's hard, right? Because who do you play with on Tiny in this game? You have only Puck, that's it.
Yeah.
Maybe a Timber, but Timber is too busy defending all the time. So you can't really... It's difficult to make plays for them. It's one of... like always, it's much easier to play the Tiny and all these heroes that get that dagger if you're up front, if you're winning. Because you have this beast of a mid laner to follow you up and make stuff happen, right?
Timber, can we go gank? Sorry, I gotta defend, son. No, I'm busy. Oh, but I got this new ball. I want to go play catch outside, Dad. No, son, I've got to work. Go ask him. Go ask your brother.
There's a BKB coming in from JT. Refresher, second storm. Mercy's just already dead, and Supernova instantly killed off. So draw down to Terrorblade. Can't find the Sunder, but it's just too much.
God.
Way too much. Buying back, dying back here on one.
Right.
TCY, not long for the world either. He's desperately trying to make his way out of there. And they actually find Dust instead, but even the others. Pretty rough here. Can they catch him? They can to find the root. He's dead.
Oh no.
Oh, come on. Don't
It's
do it
going
like
from
that.
bad to worse.
Right, I'm clicking that fight recap and I'm looking at JT's damage from that fight because that was ridiculous. They did not
Melting them.
Yeah.
5,000.
5,100. Second place damage dealer was actually the Ember Spirit doing less than half on 2,500. So yeah, JT, king of the fight, absolutely owning on this Razor.
That's my kids. That's why Refresher Razor is so strong. Especially if you get it early.
Even with that A on disc, puck falls in the end.
Yeah.
Hard when you itemize so passively, you know, and defensively that is, and then you still die. Just makes that item feel so bad. It's like one of those reasonings, like if you go for a BKB very early on and then you don't win a fight with it,
Yeah.
it slows down your farm and everything. It's pretty similar with that disc, but it's what's needed for him.
It's a bit rough when the fight's already lost, you know, and then it gets triggered. Trying to leave here, they just have enough control once again. And this game's the IUG show again. Like, it's we all ones who can play, and they are playing. And just keep finding people.
Why?
4 against 1. It takes forever. But he's still got him. You still believe in a Terrorblade, though.
There's still some fate, yeah?
Yeah.
Always.
It's once again a fight where Phoenix got instantly killed. It was only level 1 Supernova 2, and it was once again kind of forced to use it in the middle of the entire team.
I'm also scared because this Puck is horrifically underleveled, and I feel like Puck at the moment, he needs to have good levels, otherwise it feels really difficult to play. Like,
Yep.
talents feel important.
I'm not sure if they're gonna have much chance to get more levels here. As IG, they're kind of itching for a fight in mid. They have ages.
He's trying to split at least. You see, like,
Yeah,
creep
this is
skipped.
Radiant's
Yeah.
courier has been
Ah, that's pretty smart.
Kill the courier as well. Good stuff. TB has his Skadi. That's a difference maker. It is a difference maker.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she is. I mean, it's a bit more. A few more ways to just kind of counteract that healing mode before I can get to it.
Definitely some more damage as well versus the Jug. The only problem is, like, look at this beast of a Jug. With Mjolnir, with Blink Dagger, Mage Slayer. He's gonna jump you, and you might use Thunder, but he has Aegis, right? How do you fight twice against him, as they're already coming up high ground? It's not a game in which IG needs to wait and catch you. They can just storm the hill.
As he coming in, bit of a toss forward. The Shadow Shaman kind of low, but what Phoenix? What happened to him? He's dead already. He sits down to bash up on Terrorblade. He just has to run. There's the Sunder. Where is it? It has to be coming up now. He doesn't have a target. Go BKB. The game's just over.
Oh my god. All right. That's it.
I'm so sad. But damn, IG. Yeah.
They were not playing this
Not
match.
playing. Yeah, they were just like, nope. We're taking this win.
They were like, we were in Division 2 for 2 seasons too long.
It's time to leave. It's time to leave. Yeah, they were just poor Magma. You know, some games, you know, it feels like they're gonna test things out on you. IG, look at that background. Look at that trophy case on IG as well here. Like they are flexing now. They've got that in the shot. Jesus, those are some big ass trophies.
Yeah,
wow.
They have big ass trophies on such a small desk. You know, they're like, okay, we might be kicked out of the Division 1, the premium hotel room, but we're taking our trophies with us.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, you always gotta make sure it's the juxtaposition, right? You know, big trophy, small table makes it look even bigger. But anyway, the main headline here: IG, they finally made it back to Division 1. This win secures them, and incidentally, also secures CDEC, the top 2 teams of the region. They will be the ones making it through to Division 1 for the next season. So congratulations to them. That's pretty big news and a huge win here. And yeah, some games feels like a close game, feels like a battle, feels like IG are going to try some new things against you. But this game, unfortunately, Magma, they were literally just the doormat to the temple of Division 1, and they got trod over accordingly by IG. It was absolutely brutal. But man, what a flawless game from them. Super, super smooth. All 3 cores just firing all cylinders. Usually, IG, it's the emo show, but not this time. Flyfly was doing well. JT absolutely hammering it in. I mean, what a performance from them.
Yeah, it was certainly not much of a fault that you can find on anyone, even if you looked very hard. So it's just not much more to add. A flawless performance from them. Even though the drafts, like, we didn't really like them all that much. Like, I don't think we thought they were super bad, but Magma had a bit of an edge if they just got to play the game that they wanted to play. But IG just realized, hey, if we just keep them pulled apart, if we never let them consolidate and have like all the heroes alive and running into them and giving them the opportunity to find that team fight that they drafted, then it doesn't matter how good their draft is on paper. You know, it's
Just
if we play our game, just outplay them.
Outplay them no matter what, and they outplayed them. They did. TZY really struggled. I think they identified that.
In both games,
if they shut him down, Magma struggles, and they definitely did shut him down. They made his life hell in both of the games. Plus, rotated quite enough to secure Emo's lane, and they just played their hand perfectly. In the end, you could even see the decisiveness. They knew they can push that high ground. They pushed it, jump on top of the TB. He can't sunder anything. He dies. Game is over. Yeah, very easy.
Exactly. The BKBs, the Omni Slash, just making sure there's no target there. And TZY is often the backbone of this Team Magma lineups. You know, he's usually the one playing on the front. You know, usually they draft him a good lane, and he usually kicks off from there to control the game. Dust is, you know, he likes his playmakers, but he's not usually this kind of hard-hitting core hero in the mid lane like we see from other teams. Part of me wants to say that IG, you know, that they planned for that and they deliberately tried to shut down TZY, but honestly, I'm not sure IG even came into this series with that much of a plan. It really did just look like they were just here to play some neat, tasty Dota, and that's exactly what they delivered on every single account. So
it
really
was
nice
the effect, though, right? Especially in this game too. Like you draft the Timbersaw, you expect him to be just sitting in the front line, kind of drawing the focus, and then kind of drawing IG in. So you can then counter-initiate, you know, with the coil, with the supernova. And him just having to play catch-up because he's gotten picked off a couple of times, he was never able to be that for them. You know, it's just a kind of dead weight.
Also, the way IG set up the lanes, that's also it's not only him being caught, but the fact that he didn't really do well in the lane. They put a Razor against him. He even was forced to TP out a couple of times in that lane. So I think IG just adapted to the draft of Magma and the Timbersaw pick very nicely. You don't really see Jug on the offlane, but that's also something that they're really comfortable with, right? Like putting Flyfly in these harder spots just to secure the win.
Yeah. Absolutely. Flyfly is making things look very, very easy in this second game, that's for sure. Game 1, as you say, struggling a little bit, but game 2 looking good, and a really nice jug pick as well. I mean, it was the obvious one, but it worked really well. There was one fight where the Phoenix tries to get off the egg, and Fly just beelines it straight for him, gets the spin off, takes them down super quickly, and nothing that could really be done. Team Magma, this team, it's always bittersweet for me because I want to see them do well, and I feel like in other regions, they would definitely be the strongest team in Division 2, but unfortunately, we're in China, and this has a very, very strong scene all the way down, and this has just been a really tough journey for them. I love watching them perform. I like watching them improve, but it is a tough ask.
Do you think that they would be the strongest team in Eastern Europe, Division 2? Because there are some pretty strong teams there as well.
Oh, are there? I haven't watched much of the other Division 2 regions. Yeah. A little bit of EU, a little bit of NA, weirdly. Yeah. But yeah,
that's why you would think that they would own anyone. You've been watching any Division 2.
It's fun. It's a Wild West. It's an absolute mess, but it's enjoyable. That's for sure. But yeah, it's. I feel like Magma, there's some key things they need to improve on before they can really take it up to the next level. I think they just need to play to their timings a bit better. You see them make these plays where they go for rotations or they try and take fights when they're just 500 gold off a big game-changing item.
Mm-hmm. And or running into the pit, right? With that timber chaining in. Even though they're a bit too late, but they still go in before they get vision by the orb, right? The puck doesn't use the orb to give them vision. Instead, Timber is the first one going in because they know they're a bit late. They have all the right tools and all the right skill sets. They're just not fast enough for a team such as IG, right?
Yeah.
Who operates just a bit faster, and that's it.
Yeah, the timings, the micro timings in these team fights were off, and even when they had the right plan, so that kind of broke their back. But sometimes it also felt like they didn't have a good enough read on the map. Especially playing from behind, they just constantly got picked off one by one on opposite sides of the map, and that's really something that you can't afford when you're in that situation. So I think they could improve on that. Just reading the map, trying maybe being a bit more decisive in general about making plays of your own rather than just trying to react.
Yeah, that's a good point as well.
Yeah. Making plays proactively when you also expect the enemy team to make a play. Just trying to play the mind games. Be ahead mentally a little bit.
Yeah. And the final thing kind of carrying on from that point as well, which I think is something we see in Division 1 a lot, is with certain drafts, you don't need to go for 5-man smokes. You can go for 2-man smokes, 3-man smokes, get the kill, get out. If you have the burst power to do that, you find the right place on the map to make that play, you have the vision to support it because you've already planned in advance, you can do that. And you're playing with Tiny on support, right? That's always possible. And that isn't something we ever saw from them. We were lamenting that a little bit in the cast when we were like, you want this Tiny with the Blink Dagger to go do some stuff, but it feels like the puck and the timber are always busy, like a dad when you're a kid, when you want to play outside. But anyway, it's just hard. It's just hard. And making those plays, it takes time, and you need to do it a lot to get a good feel of how it's going to work, because that's something which is hard to commit to, right? Small man smokes, not non-5-man smokes, very, very scary. It can be very costly. If you mess that up, you've wasted a smoke, and you're probably going to die on a couple of heroes, and it's going to set you back really fast. So it's easy to get into the habit of not doing that, but it's something you need to work on if you're going to draft these kinds of lineups. And I think every team needs to have that arrow in their quiver as well.
Exactly, especially if you're looking to play on a tier 1 level, right? All of what we're talking about is the difference between a good team and a tier 1 team, right?
Absolutely.
And that's what they've been looking for. That's why they haven't been able to stay in Division 1 even when they got there. And with the way IG has been playing today, they also look definitely like they deserve that slot again, finally, after 2 seasons in Division 2. So it's high level criticism, but it's the kind of things that they need to work on if they want to get there and stay there next time around.
Yeah, and I think we always have to look the way of FY as well. You know, the newcomer on the team, that fresh blood coming back, and all the experience he brings with it as well. And in fact, we have the man himself here to talk to us about this series and about Dota and life in general. So, FY on the interview. Firstly, thank you for joining us. Congratulations on your win. And I want to know, did you guys have any specific plan for this series, or were you just going to come in and play the best Dota you can?
首先，恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利。想问一下，赛前 IG 做了什么准备，还是你们就是打好自己的拿下这场比赛？
听得见吗？
听得见，听得见。您说。
就是队员我们就想让他们打好自己的吧，然后教练做的准备会多一点。
I think as players focused on what we can do. Bring out the best of our performance, and coach does all the preparation for us.
Cool, definitely worked. So you finally locked in Division 1 at last. Does this feel like a big win for the team, or is this just something you expected for yourselves?
拿下这场比赛之后，也是锁定了这个晋级的名额嘛。对你们来说的话，这是一场这个期待已久的获胜，还是对你们来说，觉得这是理所应当的？
我觉得我们应该胜算会高一点吧。
I knew we always have the highest possibility to promote to the Division 1 all along.
Business as usual then. So I noticed you were having a lot of fun with Marcy in this game. They didn't have quite the same success with it on Magma the game before. Do you feel like you had a better understanding of the hero than them?
你这场比赛的马戏发挥的也非常好，然后对手的马戏的话，就是没有你的这发挥的这么漂亮。你觉得是你的这个理解比他们要稍微好一些吗？
那倒也不是吧，觉得英雄的发挥跟整体都有关系吧，可能他们状态不太好，所以导致马西没有发挥出太大作用嘛，而且5号位跟4号位的马西打法也不一样。
Not really. I think it also depends on the draft, depends on the condition you have that day. I think and also there's a big difference between position 4 Marcy and position 5 Marcy.
Indeed. All righty, I'm going to open it up to Dragon Drop and Lizard. You guys got any questions to ask FY God here?
Yeah, FY once again from me as well. Congratulations. I have a question just in more general terms. Like, you haven't been dropping too many games in this season, but you have lost a couple. I was wondering what you think your biggest weaknesses, but also your biggest strengths are, and how you plan to address those in Division 1.
想问一下，就是这赛季你们队也没有输太多比赛，但是还是丢了一些分的。就是你觉得包括那些丢分的场次，你觉得现在队伍的弱点是什么？然后队伍的强处又是什么？到了这个更强的 S 级别之后，你会怎么样去加强和改进这些问题和这个已经有的这个优势？
很难说自己队伍的弱点吧，就输了局可能发挥就不太好吧，包括自己可能也会存在那种没睡醒的状态吧。到了 S 级那就明年的事了，就先不说了。
Well, it's hard to tell your own weakness. I think maybe we just have some day off. Some days I didn't really woke up. So that's what I think about weakness. As for our strengths, like going to Division 1 is next season, right? So let's save it for the next season.
All right, fair enough. And second question, like we've seen you have your trophy case right there with you in the room, like with all your trophies. Do you look towards that sometimes and look at it as motivation?
我们能在摄像头的左边看到，就是那个 IG 的奖金，不是那个奖杯嘛，一些奖杯。你有的时候会看到那些奖杯，然后想一想自己可能以后就是也会有拿到一些奖杯的这个时间吗？
我看了 TI 盾吧，其他的没怎么关注啊。其他的奖杯我也得到过不少吧，就还好吧，就差一个最大的那个。
Yeah, I noticed that there is the Ages of Immortal. That's the only thing I pay attention to because I have many trophies as well. So besides the Ages, none of those really got my attention. So that's the only one I'm looking forward right now.
Damn, savage. Lizard, you got any questions?
And
Yeah, as every player of your caliber should. I wonder, when it comes to Division 2, you guys owned pretty much everyone. The games are looking quite simple for you. Do you scrim with Division 1 teams, and how do you match against them? Do you think that you would have it just as easy in Division 1 if you were there right now?
看你们这个在 A 级的表现，就感觉还是非常轻松的。想知道一下你们有没有跟 S 级的队伍去接过训练？然后在这个如果有的话，就是你觉得你们跟 S 级的队伍现在放你们到 S 级队伍的话，你们会大概跟他们打一个什么样的情况？
就互有胜负吧。然后最近状态可能会好一点，最近胜率还挺高的。然后之前可能磨合还不到位吧，然后加上中单生病，可能输的会多一点。
There's win and losses, and I think we are on the better condition right now. We have better win rate right now. Previously, we're still a new team. We're still trying to play together, figure each other out, and also Emo had some injury. That's why we weren't in a good shape. So right now, we're definitely getting better.
Okay, that's the only question I had. I'm looking forward to doing this interview once you're in Division 1 again.
All right. I've got one last question actually regarding Emo. He's been owning it this season. You know, he's been destroying people left, right, and center. What does he have to say about the other mid laners in Division 2? And is he hungry for tougher competition down the line?
最近也是看到 emo 状态非常好嘛，就是 emo 对自己现在这个同一级别的中单对手有什么看法吗？还是他已经等不及想要去这个 S 级联赛大展身手了？
这个他倒没有怎么提过吧。我们目标还是先打好 TI 预选吧，可能跟那些就是想着怎么打 Major 拿分的队伍目标不一样吧，就是现在没有太多交集。
We haven't. I don't think emo think about that too much, and our current goal is to go to the TI qualifiers. So like teams has different goals, and some of those teams you mentioned they are focusing on how to get DPC points from major. We only focus on the TI qualifiers, so there's a big difference.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much for coming to talk to us, FY, and best of luck in the future. And hopefully, we'll see you at TI down the line. Thank you and goodbye.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你们也能顺利的能够达到 TI。
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Shishi?
Great stuff indeed there from FY, giving us all the tasty insights there as we could have hoped for. Anything which caught your eyes there? Anything which grabbed your attention out of that interview? Any takeaways?
Well, it's interesting to hear that Emo wasn't doing so well, but now he is, and I think you identified that as well. That's just in general, you know, having a good mid that's just owning makes games a lot easier. I feel like
for everyone, right? Yeah,
for everyone, yeah. Because then he starts running around. He's just helping out the other lanes, just kind of propping the whole team up that way. So, yeah. Looking forward to seeing them in the qualifiers. I guess like they do have a good shot if they keep playing like this.
Absolutely, and I mean, it is such an honor to be able to talk to these players and get this insight from them as well. You know, FY just a legend in the Dota scene for such a long time now, and glad to see him back in competitive after this break. And hopefully, I mean, he has to be at TI, right? This IG team has to be at TI. But then, I mean, you look at China Div 1, you're just like, man, I want to see all these teams, play. I think because we haven't seen them on the international stage yet. I'm just so hungry to see them match up against the rest of the world, and I hope it happens so badly, but yeah.
That's why I asked him as well about how they fare against other tier 1 teams in the region, because Division 2 is something completely different than Division 1, no matter what the region is. But he said they have a nice win rate, so perhaps they can translate that win rate into the qualifiers and actually get to TI.
Yeah, I do hope so.
That's the only thing that they're thinking about as well. Like the only thing they're thinking about is that Aegis. That's gonna have to be necessary.
Oogling that Aegis, as he says, just staring at it in his dreams. Absolutely. Alrighty, well, that is going to do it for this series. It is IG taking the victory, thus securing themselves and C-Deck the promotional slots here in Division 2, and that almost puts an end to everything. But of course, there is still the bottom to figure out as well. Those all-important relegation slots who will be eliminated from Division 2. We will have to find that out, and that will be happening starting off tomorrow. We've got LBZS versus Shenzhen, and that also a couple more games in Division 2 to figure that one out as well. So make sure you tune in for all of those. But right now, we're moving on to our next series of the day. We're moving up to Division 1, and we have some incredibly important matches to start things off. It's eHome versus Dandelion, the battle of the bottom. Who is going to be able to bring themselves out of that relegation spot? We're going to be finding out very shortly. Then we move into PSG.LGD versus RNG. Some banger games coming up, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly, but for now, we'll be back in a bit. See ya.
不曾拥有姓名，通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人潜心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。 之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
eHome versus Dandelion is the match on the cards right now, and we are very excited to be able to bring you this series because it is an absolute banger. You could call it the toilet bowl, but quite honestly, that would be offensive. There are no toilet bowls in China. Well, there are, otherwise where would they go to the toilet? But there is no bottom team in China, in my humble opinion. But of course, it has to be one. So we're going to find out who it will be in this series. We have got eHome versus Dandelion, two teams which have been struggling, but have also shown a lot of promise throughout the season, and they're going to be battling it out. Now, the winning team will be able to briefly break free of relegation and move into tiebreakers, but there's still a few more cards which need to be laid out on the table before you find out exactly what's going to be happening here. And joining me to get into the action, we have Neff and Ricky. Guys, what are your expectations for this series? Starting with you, Mr. Neff.
Well, hold on. Before we get started, I have words from a very special Dandelion fan. All right. He says, I hecking love Dandelion. I can't wait to see them at TI. But with that said, the loser of this match will be knocked down into Division 2, and it's very unlikely that this team will end up making the International, as they will have no DPC points on their side. So yeah, bold claim by this person. I wish Dandelion the best of luck in the matches to come, but it is very surprising that Dandelion ended up in this position, because you know who they ended up beating to start off the season, their first game here in Division 1? Ricky, why don't you tell the people who the first team they beat was?
Are you talking about Dandelions? Was RNG, who is currently seated number one.
Currently in first place, Ricky! First place, everybody! All right, that's all I got.
The only team to have beaten them, nonetheless. Nonetheless,
that's the surprising part about RNG, right? Is the fact that they are 5-1, but their only loss is to Dandelion. You would expect it to be something like LGD or Aster, maybe Extreme, and they're just like, nah, we just 2-0 to all those teams. We don't even care. You know, it doesn't matter. But eHome's kind of in a similar predicament, right? Like the one series that they did win is up against PSG.LGD, and then they lose everything else. So it is.
PSG.LGD, isn't it like a 6th place team, Ricky? I'm very sure
I do want to point out they're going to be tied for 7th after this series.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's going to be quite funny. And then their series after this is up against RNG, the number 1 seeded team. So there is a very good chance that PSG.LGD will be solidly tied in 7th place, fighting for a tiebreaker relegation after today.
Yeah, LGD fans getting a little hot under the collar at the moment, you know. Yeah, the copium is.
Have you seen the grade of copium that B Cup's been huffing lately? Yeah. You seen him on Twitter and like during the panels.
I think we need to get him into rehab. I think we need to get him into copium rehab. Honestly, like he's going to need it. If LGD go down to Div 2, then we're going to have to get him committed. I'm afraid, and that's not going to be pretty, and it's going to be expensive. I hope we're ready to foot the costs. Let's hope.
The scary thing about that too is I saw him pull the Vici gaming jacket out the other day, and then even those hope got crushed when like FY canceled the interview. So he's been struggling, man. His favorite team is out, you know, like in last place basically. He's one of his favorite players avoiding him. Yeah, we need to look out for our boy.
Put it bluntly there,
he's watching. His heart's gonna be broken. My God,
no, I love BCom. I love BCom. It's just funny.
Yeah, FY doesn't. All right, eHome versus Dandelion. How's this one gonna go down? I mean, we've got the Div 2 Slayers versus eHome, who have been kind of limping through in Division 1 for a while now. I want to talk about eHome first very quickly, because this is a team very close to your heart, Ricky, and you've been preaching them for a while, but have they failed to maybe make your expectations for this season, or has it just been a harder playing field?
Yeah, I mean, they've been struggling a lot. This time around, obviously, they had a little bit of a roster change going to this season. 7E no longer filling out the mid lane for them. But I thought like the roster would still be solid enough to still play pretty consistently. But man, they're struggling when it comes to like closing out games. I'm not sure if it's the patch. I'm not sure if it's like team fight, like communication. But for the most part, their drafts are solid. But it's the execution side of things that eHome's been struggling with, and that's surprising to me because I think individually, skill-wise, these players are all very good.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the other side of the coin, we've got Dandelion, and as you can see here, got some stats on the screen, but that 33% win rate is the one which should be standing out to you. Not looking too hot for them at the moment. I mean, what has been different about this team from last season to this season, Neff?
I'd say it's the competition. Everybody feels incredibly strong here in Division 1. Like the reason that they call it something different here in China, it's the A tier, the S tier, and the S tier is absolutely terrifying because you're playing against a bunch of world-class teams. And I was a little bit surprised when Magma ended up dropping and Dandelion ended up moving up, given that Dandelion is seen largely as like Magma rejects. But it's clear that Magma and Dandelion are kind of in similar calibers of play, where I think they struggle here in Division 1, but they can jump between Division 1 and 2 a lot like Magma is, which is kind of an unfortunate way to look at things, but as they say, it is what it is.
It is what it is. Indeed.
Beautiful words.
Indeed. I mean, I guess, this is the question. Which team has been showing more promise for you then so far in this season?
I want to say eHome, but then
Same.
they broke my heart after the Asta Aerie series.
eHome.
At that point, it's like you see, you see someone who's like more attractive than your current spouse, and you're like, wow, that person looks great. When I look at Asta Aries, like before that, I was 100% on the side of eHome, but Asta Aries with the mental fortitude to do the double Roshan and just play the game out, and then play that 60-minute game against the Alchemists that they just felt like they couldn't beat. It was, oh boy,
yeah.
I am a sucker for that. They made me into a total floozy.
Honestly, disloyalty here from Neff. Absolutely.
Boy,
I know what you're saying,
that's
though.
like.
I know what you're saying.
Right, Neff? You just constantly betraying me every day. That's the joke, Neff. You are always like this. You just refuse to admit it.
Yeah, there's some stuff coming to the surface here, which we will tackle another time, maybe in group therapy. But for now, I want to keep focusing.
Can you do that for us, Nomad? Can you be the one asking the questions?
We need to deal with B-Cop's copium addiction first.
Yeah. One thing at a time here, guys. We got a lot of issues in this region, but no, I absolutely know what you mean. Like, Dandelion were like set to be the golden children, and I think eHome were also kind of set to be the dark horse of the region. I think coming into it, we were all like, maybe they can do it. And everyone was just like, asked Aaron, nah, these guys suck. They were second in Div 2. Who cares about them? They suck. And then they come through. They're the surprise team. They're the ones turning up upsets and making some really magical plays happen. So, yeah, absolutely. Eyes onto them. And eHome and Dandelion, they got to prove themselves. And to start off with, this is going to be the series to do it with. There is still a hope for them, as we mentioned, for them to break out of this this relegation area. But now the draft is well underway, so let's jump into it. It's Dandelion versus eHome. We got a Warlock and a Razor coming out for Dandelion to start this off. Meanwhile, eHome are going to pick up the Morphling and the Dawnbreaker. And I got to say, already straight off the bat, I'm a little worried. Talking about addictions, B-Cop's copium addiction. eHome really have an addiction to this Morphling. Is it good enough to first phase?
No.
I knew Neff was going to beat me to the punch on this one. I agree. Like Morphling has not felt like a real standout hero. There's some teams in EU that are finding success with it. Here in China, it's been very hit or miss. But this is like one of Shiro's absolute best heroes, and for some reason, they just keep going back to it. It's sitting at a 50% win rate for the region, which is not great. But it just feels like the games that Morphling does win, it's not because of the Warfling, right? Like that's the thing that makes me not like this hero all that much.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Like stats generally are good at telling a story, but with Morphling, I think you need to look beyond that. And I think when you look down to his KDA and stuff, I remember I'd have it up right now, but it's not impressive. It's really low compared to a lot of the other carries. His average damage output is even worse. Like, he does struggle to get it done. We have seen eHome make some magic happen. I think when we look at the strengths of eHome, we have to look at Shiro and we have to look at this man here as well, Planet. If you can get him a good pick, you have yourself some options. You have yourself some gameplay to be made. But sometimes you need more than that. And I think that's been eHome's biggest downfall. I feel like the other three players have not really shone enough for me. Echo's been very hit or miss, especially in the mid lane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they've all been a little bit like that, in my opinion. I'm just looking at some of these other players. It's super surprising to see them open with like the Warlock, the Razor on one side, and then the Morphling on the other. The Dawnbreaker is like incredibly standard. But neither of these teams banned out the Nyx Assassin or the Winter Wyvern against this Dawnbreaker. Can we talk about that one real quick?
Yeah, that was a little bit surprising to me, actually, because normally when you see the Dawnbreaker pick, like it is the go-to bands, like go-to picks rather in the counter is going to be the Nyx or the Wyvern. But Dandelion, I guess, are kind of just going to rely on the Warlock to do so, right? When you do come in on the Dawnbreaker, you can just drop the Chaotic Offering, make things a little bit easier to turn the fight. But yeah, it is a little bit unusual, I would say, for sure, that you don't see one of those two in response.
Yeah, so I'm thinking they just go for a Zeus here.
That's a good one.
You've got great global potential now, and then they grab the Nyx Assassin themselves. I really think they should have grabbed that on the side of Dandelion.
They go Monkey here on Dandelion every time, right? There's no way. It's got an excellent win rate versus the Dawnbreaker. Like, yeah, it's not amazing.
What is the win rate against it? Because I know that the players talked about the Monkey King being an excellent counter in lane, but I feel like it's not even that cut and dry against the Dawnbreaker. So I'm curious to hearing what the win rate is.
Yeah, give me a minute. It has been pretty good.
Yeah.
One thing I will say, though, is if you pick the Monkey King, assuming this is a Dawnbreaker, they can just shift it to 5 and then pick a better 3 that just crushes you in lane because you already have a Zeus, which makes Monkey King's game actually really difficult. Like this hero does so much damage, and until you have like a decently timed BKB, like you're pretty much just going to die to the Zeus +1 on cooldown. You get rid of the Bristleback. It's a good tempo hero for sure.
The Monkey is.
I think that's what eHome's looking for.
In the China region, Monkey is 7-2 versus Dawnbreaker.
Wow,
so
that is really high.
Very high.
Wow, I'm sorry for. I mean, the players did say that Monkey King was pretty good against Dawnbreaker, but I'm sorry for doubting your stats here, Nomad. It's never going to happen again.
That's right.
You just drop the Kong's command, right? Like as soon as you see the ult, you just Wukong's
No, it's
command,
the laning phase.
Yeah, it's lane.
Is that what it is? Okay, I was like, I knew the lane was bad, but I guess like what I was thinking is like as the game goes on, like Dawnbreaker can't really join the fight because if it's into a Wukong's command, you're just gonna die. But yeah,
I am going to absolutely lose. As a stats person, I'm going to absolutely lose my mind if they don't ban the Monkey King and they don't pick it on Dandelion. I'm just leaving, so yeah.
You're like a young Nahaz.
You're going to abandon? What do we do without you, Nomad?
You're like a young Nahaz. I hope you go down the same character arc as Nahaz, where you start watching and posting about weird anime stuff. Oh. Good. Anyways, let's talk about the Earth Spirit pickup here on the side of Dandelion. I mean, this is a very aggressive hero, which makes sense with the puck, and you can set up a lot with the Razor. Unfortunately, your support duo doesn't do a lot together. You don't have like the Warlock and the Earth Spirit moving around the map together finding kills. You definitely have to you have to set up things with your cores, assuming, of course, that this is going to be a position for Earth Spirit, but based on the other heroes in the draft, it's looking like it. Sometimes we're in the mid lane at the moment, but I don't think that'll be the case this game, given that you already have a puck on your side. This is one of the strongest mid heroes of the current patch.
Rap God,
this is definitely a mid Zeus now, based on the bans. Like you see the Spectre ban here. This is definitely just protect the Zeus. They don't really have like an alternative, I guess. If they wanted to pick a mid hero here, you'd have to run like Dawnbreaker offlane, Morphling in the safe lane, and a 5 Nyx, which doesn't sound fantastic. So they're
looking at
Zeus mid.
All the regions for Monkey King versus Dawnbreaker. It's actually even higher, which surprised me because I thought that this was something which China had figured out, but no, the whole world's figured it out. It's 82% win rate over 23 games for Monkey King versus Dawnbreaker. So if they don't pick it, I'm gonna DM Dandelion.
You will become the monkey, and you'll start throwing poop at people.
I will. That's a promise.
Okay, I'm gonna hold you to that. The one thing though is, it does depend on what eHome pick here last, because even though the Monkey King is very good into the Dawnbreaker lane, you do have to have a good Dawnbreaker game. And with that one...
an eHome classic.
Yeah, this changes thing. The Faceless Void. Okay, this is actually a really good Void game.
Is it?
It's a very good Void game.
Why? Show your work.
Show your work.
God damn it! I hate when the teacher asks me to show work. So Faceless Void in general, it is going to be Zeal on the offlane Visage, right? We know it's going to be ZZQ Dawnbreaker, but into Morphling Zeus, like this hero actually has a pretty free time. If you can actually land the Chrono, they do have a decent amount of damage they can follow it up with. Magnetize, obviously, you have the Puck Coil, you have Razor, you have the Chaotic Offering, Fatal Bonds. Like there is a lot of stuff that you can drop to follow the Chrono with, but.
All right, but consider this. The Faceless Void comes in. He lands a 4-man Chrono. The crowd goes wild. You can hear them in the stands losing their mind. But then ZZQ, he presses the R button. It negates all damage. Wow.
That is true. Yeah,
He's
that
a
is one of
the
the real counters. If he gets an Aghanim Scepter this game, he's actually feeling really safe. I think that's probably going to be what Dawnbreaker is going to focus first. Like the 60% evasion will go a long way here.
Just sit in Fountain so you don't get chronoed.
Mm-hmm. Echo has to have really good positioning this game. Like it's so important because he's going to get dove by Faceless Void and ZC on the puck constantly. So this is like it's going to pretty much come down to him, I think, honestly, on eHome.
I am leaning very, very heavily the way of eHome. I think they've gotten away with this Morphling Dawnbreaker opening so hard. Like it has not been answered whatsoever. I think this is a huge blunder from Dandelion here. Like this. I don't know. I love being wrong, but I feel like this is a total outdraft for me home. And I like what they've got. I like it across the board. I think it looks really clean from them. The one thing I will say about Dandelion though is I'm always looking at them support duos. You know me, I love a good support duo, and just that in a nutshell. You know, Warlock Earth Spirit is one of my favorite because Warlock is like a do nothing backline hero who just like has one big spell. Earth Spirit just has like loads of spells, very brawly. So yeah, very nice in that regard. But yeah, I'm going eHome. Left very quickly. What's your prediction?
I'm going eHome. Dandelion draft, too bad. eHome draft, too good.
Thank you. Glad you agree. Let's see how wrong we are as we get into game number one, as these things usually go down. Let's find out what's going to happen. Game number one, this very important decider matchup for the bottom of the group. It is eHome versus Dandelion here in the best of three in the chat of DPC. Phone over to you, Ricky and Neff, and I'll be dropping in the stats here and again.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that one. Neff, ready to go? How you feeling?
Excellent. I was just banning someone from chat real quick.
Oh, God. Do I even want to know why?
Oh, they did very little. It's just a power thing with me. You know me. All right. So this should be a good match. Of course, I always love watching Earth Spirit. The things that he accomplishes in the early game is always a treat to watch. He does fall off as the game goes on, but hopefully he should set up a number of plays so things are pretty exciting. The only issue is at the beginning of the laning phase on Spirit Heroes not Spirit Heroes, like melee strength heroes, pause forwards specifically, is super annoying. Like most people just like trade harass with people or like plant wards and whatnot. For like Earth Spirit and Earthshaker, it's like you need to write your PhD thesis on the beginning of your game. Like you go behind the tower, you pull the second wave. With the ranged creep on the second wave, you block the small camp as you're going. You bring it between the tier 1 and 2 tower. You get like several clicks off of the enemies that try to trade with you. It is always super annoying to do. We'll see if he does that this game though. I imagine that he does.
Okay. Well, I'm like, I'm excited to see how it goes. Oh, yes. Hello. Did I hear Nomad for a split second there?
No, you didn't.
Oh,
you're losing your mind.
Okay, well, the man invades my thoughts. What can I say?
You're going crazy, Ricky. But
I told you he was here. I knew it. I heard it.
He's not.
Mm-hmm. That being said, let's talk about the mid lane. We got Echo versus ZC on the puck. So, wait a minute. Or Spirit top? Okay, never mind. He's fine.
Yeah, he's just sitting inside the lane here, and I have absolutely no idea why. He's never going to win trades with like the Dawnbreaker plus Morphling. Razor's pretty good here, but he needs to be doing weird shit with the creep wave. It's possible he's just afraid of like ZZQ hitting him with the Celestial Hammer plus Starbreaker, but at level 2, this gets even harder. It does not get easier.
Yeah, I think one of the things right now is with Earth Spirit, like he has the Boulder Smash level 1. It makes it a little bit more difficult for him to apply pressure. And just Celestial Hammer alone is enough to kind of like
win a trade.
Yeah, you just win a trade. You do the initial impact and the pull damage, plus you get the burn damage and at least level usually 2. 1 auto attack. So it's quite nice, yeah. Level 2.
You see that Boulder Smash there? It immediately got interrupted, the pushback on that thing, because the cast animation for Starbreaker started. because it walks you forward. So it stops the forced movement. I didn't know that it worked like that, but now I do.
Well, bottom lane, SJ, this should be first blood. One more auto attack from Planet. Oh, he needs one more. He is faster, though. The bug, he has 6 legs as opposed to the 2 legs of the old Warlock. And, you know, math checks out. First blood goes to Planet.
He also has a windlace.
Yes, well, we don't need your real logical explanation here.
We count legs, and that's it. Equal movement speed.
That's why Broodmother is obviously the fastest base move speed hero in the game, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Don't Google that. Just trust.
Don't you dare fact check. Not in my America.
You're not even American. What's going on here?
All right. Top. Oh wait. Top lane. The commit onto the Dawnbreaker here, but Celestial Hammer is going to get him away.
Yeah,
Very
it's
cool.
actually quite a good matchup into the Razor, right? Like, he gets a little bit of damage drain off the static link, but there's no good target in this lane for Beyond, right? Shiro on the Morphling can waveform, ZZQ can drop the Celestial Hammer. They can both get away, and with that, I'm assuming Beyond's going to probably just max out the Plasma Field this game, get like a single casual point in that Storm Surge, and just rely on kind of the Q to farm rather than the static link to find kills. That's usually what you do when you have the Razor with like a bad lane matchup. Top lane though, ZZQ just continuing to play semi-aggressive on the Dawnbreaker, but Shiro's farming really well. And this is a first phase, first pick Morphling, and he's doing, I mean, it's just Shiro thing. It's, like we said, it's one of his absolute best heroes. They always seem to go back for it despite it not having a ton of success.
Yeah, exactly. It's not having a ton of success, and the hero, it always feels like he needs one more item. The same sort of issues that Klinks has. But Klinks actually does a ton of damage in the late game with Burning Barrage, level 20 and 25 balance.
Beyond is just getting beat down here in the top lane, but Field will slow things up. Shiro will have the morph. He does have a waveform in one. Gonna try and use it to block the rolling boulder. It's not gonna happen. Beyond will be able to walk away. Shiro does have 11 wand charges to work with, and with ZZQ on the side, it's just gonna leave Beyond solo in the lane, so more space for Shiro on the morph.
Yeah, thankfully the wave is pushing, assuming ZZQ doesn't get this pull off. And he does not.
Had the wrong tree cut there. Unlucky.
I think he's just a little bit slow, and the Warpine Raiders don't move as fast as like the Centaurs. So.
Oh, what body block out from Shiro. Is it going to be enough? Oh, the Plasma Field slowed ZZQ just for a moment. He's going to get baited under the tower instead. That's a big one.
It is wild that Razor out. Yeah, it was wild that Earth Spirit didn't use the rolling boulder there. I was a little bit concerned that ZZQ would end up connecting with the hammer towards the end of that one. But it does force the Razor back. At the same time, the Earth Spirit gets the lane, though, so it just does give the Earth Spirit a little bit of an opportunity to soak up XP. So you go to 1-1-1 on the Earth Spirit this game, which does help them find kills onto Morphling and Nyx Assassin. What's up?
Did you just see Planet get triple bashed?
No, I didn't. I was looking at the top lane.
Summer clicked them once, and it was bash, bash, bash with the extra auto. It went from 620 health down to 300.
It's rough out here. Low odds on that.
Yeah, it's like less than 1%.
Yeah. He's maxing out the time lock, though. So we're approaching the 6-minute mark, which means we'll probably see a rotation for the power runes. Puck is very likely going to be looking for a kill once he's got this one. Looks like Spirit's chasing ZZQ up to the top line, though, so no supports rotating. This is very bizarre considering the things we normally see here in Div 1. Okay, Nyx Assassin is coming in.
Oh, Shiro's been caught! He gets the silence off, but Shiro will get the more for the last second. He's got a little bit of stats to work with here in Earth Spirit. Looks like he's going to be fine. Oh, Wrath. I don't know why I said Wrath. Thunder God's Wrath comes out. Almost finds a kill, but again, just slightly too short in the top lane. And
Wrath of
bottom,
Nature, Thunder God's Wrath.
They did force Zeal out as well.
Zeal.
Career, though. Oh,
again. He's done a couple of these things.
He just keeps shadow worded by SJ and he can't do anything.
Yeah. He's got no regen. I mean, certainly, okay, he buys himself a salve. I'm like, what do you even build in this lane in order to deal with the shadow word spam coming up from the Warlock? I just think actually it's pretty crazy cast range. Yeah.
You just try and like kill him when he's out of position. You have the ward sentry here on the side of the lane, and Zeal will have that kill threat once he hits level 6, obviously, right? So that's something to look out for, and SJ is pretty much just food for those heroes, so.
Yeah.
Planet's doing a pretty decent job at trying to give the solo XP. It's cost Zeal a lot of health and a lot of regen, and as a result, you know, his net worth is struggling, but XP is the most important thing on the Visage. And SJ, he's come very far forward, but it's kind of a bait here. His rotation in from the backside is going to be the Earth Spirit. They'll be able to close the gap. The Chronosphere comes out from Summer, and an easy pick off there onto one Planet, trying to hobble away, but the bash one after another. They're going to eventually clean him up here.
Yeah, he's going to die. If he doesn't get killed, oh, there's the bash.
So many bashes from Summer.
Yeah, he's powerful. It's a powerful Faces Void. He's maxing this one out, though. He's got 3 points in the time lock, which is interesting that he's not going extra points into the time walk.
Yeah.
Time lock.
Yeah, right there.
Why
right
that never clicked with me until now?
We use that one to jump in here.
Yeah, hit us with some facts, Nomad.
Sure.
Please.
So, I've been kind of Pepe Silvering this thing with Summer not picking the Monkey King. Turns out he just doesn't really play the hero. He's had 5 competitive games on the hero and only won once with it. And one of the games wasn't even a real game. It was like some weird league thing which didn't really count. It was like 0-2 GG out at like 12 minutes, so I don't know what that was. So basically he just doesn't play Monkey King, so that's why they didn't pick it. The other interesting thing to mention here as well, I'm a little bit worried because ZZQ needs to get a decent time on his Aghanim Scepter this game to counter out the Faceless Void. However, he is famously pretty poor when he plays the position 4. He's one of the lowest net worth position 4 players. He's also the 4th highest death hero in the China DPC, the 4th highest death player by averages on the China DPC. So,
oh wow, Nomad, he connects low net worth with high depth. This is impressive stuff.
Indeed, indeed. So, got to be careful, ZZQ. This can't be a game where he's doing a lot of dying because they need that axe.
No. He does, yeah. The Dawnbreaker Axe, obviously, we talked about it. The fact that it gives you that 60% evasion pretty much saves your chrono target. There's nothing like a Mortimer Kisses or like your standard chrono follow-ups. Like this game, there are spells that come as the chrono expires, but at that point, it does give eHome that opportunity to try and turn a fight. So,
how come you didn't tease him along with me there? That was like the perfect opportunity for us to gang up on Nomad.
Nah. I can't just take your shtick. That's the only thing you've got. If I also do that, what do you have left?
I'm kind of cute.
You are king.
True, though.
Don't let anyone take that away from you.
Oh my god. Did he actually? He just permanently bashed a Visage Bird. Dude, Summer has had the most insane RNG this game so far on the Faceless Void.
Yeah, it's the summer of summer, truly.
It's coming into the season.
Bottom rune's going to be picked up here by ZC on the puck. Gets himself the DD rune. Our Spirit gets the easy roll away. Some spells committed, but they have to leave now. They actually can't afford to stick around. ZZQ will be the unfortunate casualty here for eHome. Planet trying to throw some assistance, but obviously ZC here on the puck. Cleans him up. This is going very well for Dandelion, honestly. Like right now, the biggest problem I see is the fact that this Visage is super poor, and this is gonna be a kind of like a massive problem for them going into the mid game as Visage is so high tempo. Like it's really item dependent and really XP dependent, and he is 2 levels behind the safe lane Faceless Void.
I see a couple issues. Like your supports right now are under leveled, and your supports are a very big deal at eHome. This is why we preferred their lineup, or at least I preferred their lineup. Nick Assassin isn't level 6, so he's not able to set things with his Vendetta. Dawnbreaker isn't level 6 yet either, only level 4 at the moment, here at 11 minutes into the game, so you don't have that assistance to come with your ultimate, like globally. You've got huge global presence with Nick Assassin, Zeus, and Dawnbreaker, but you give that up if you let ZZQ be under-leveled. I think as a position 5 on Dawnbreaker this game, you need to be a little bit more greedy, but playing a very sacrificial role here.
The gold is looking fine, but the XP really, really isn't. Like they're pretty massively behind on XP.
Yep. And this is, I think, kind of the Morphling effect, to be honest. Like, they do so much to guarantee that Shiro has a good start on the Morphling pretty much every single time that they've played this hero. And I don't think that's necessarily bad. I think that's actually like a decent strategy. But when it comes to like this mid game, he's not the one who's joining the fights, right? It's going to be these other heroes.
Yeah.
Summer already has his Maelstrom done here on the
God,
safe
they're not,
Faceless Void.
they're not
He is
dealing
so
with this
farmed.
problem either. They just have like this. I'm sorry that I keep going back to this, but what is Summer doing? Oh my god, you are a crazy person.
If he gets the bash, he can kill. He actually just kills Zeal 100-0. He just needed one bash. If he got it, he chronos him. That's kind of like when you play the Faceless Void, like you just play around getting a bash and it just guarantees a chrono kill. So.
But like they're punishing the fact that this Dawnbreaker is only level 4 even still. And the reason I was upset a second ago is because Zeus, Nyx Assassin, and Dawnbreaker were all just kind of sitting in the mid lane together. When we are now at 12 minutes and Dawnbreaker still isn't level 6. They've now let ZZQ soak up solo XP for a little bit, but this is getting kind of ridiculous with how much they've neglected this.
Planet's going to find Beyond here in the triangle. Yeah. They don't actually have detection here to scout him, but he's going to... he almost walks into the sentry. There is a smoke out here from Dandelion. They got their eyes looking mid. ZZQ's not level 6, though, like you were pointing out, and roll in, manages to find the Dawnbreaker. Magnetize comes through. They drop a coil as well. This is a lot for just a support. They even drop the Chaotic Offering, and Dawnbreaker tanky, but not immortal. Will finally fall. Planet comes in, gets the Spike Carapace into the sun, onto the Razor, in comes Summer, a huge Chrono, holding down two. Did get the shift on the Morphling. Nyx Assassin, not going to be as lucky though, as the damage will be there to finish him off, and Shiro trying to hold his ground here, take down Summer on the Faceless Void, but it's not going to happen. The roll down from Earth Spirit, trying to continue the damage here, but it's just going to be too much. They take it down 4. Where did the Faceless... when did Zeus die?
Oh, you know.
Dawnbreaker came back in, by the way.
Very nice. Zeus did take him out there. I was looking like, also in that team fight, it looks like he ended up going down to the Earth Spirit, just catching him on the back. I guess it was just like fatal bond damage plus... it
was a puck as well.
Earth Spirit coming in. On the puck? Oh, yeah, thank you.
Oh, good.
Got our eyes peeled. Stats, man. It's the analyst supposed to be paying attention to these things. But yeah, I was looking at the front side of the fight, but Chronosphere did end up getting the Razor kill, catching Beyond on that one, but regardless of that, it ended up being a pretty solid fight. They committed so much to the Dawnbreaker at the start, but I think they know the Dawnbreaker is like a large amount of this damage output, being able to spin out Celestial Hammer. And like maybe if you get level 6 in the Dawnbreaker in that middle of the team fight, you're able to turn things around. But the fact that they didn't have, again, Solar Guardian here at 6 minutes into the game, or sorry, 13 minutes into the game, it is like almost unacceptable levels of just playing from behind on this Dawnbreaker. Like, yes, you're at position 5, but that ability is so good. It is so crucial to your team fight. I do like the Dandelion punished them for it.
That being said, Planet is somewhat close by. He is positioned pretty well to pop the smoke. They're actually going for the kind of deep wrap around here on Dandelion. They will connect. Thundergod's Wrath comes out, so that's going to scout them. Zetzi comes in, does get the coil, the silence onto the Morphling, but there it is, the Dawnbreaker coming through with that Solar Guardian. Will be able to keep them alive, making a lot of space here as Planet as well is going to try and join the fray here. They take down the Earth Spirit. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Summer needs to be careful though. Zetzi, big winning right from the backside, but just blinks out. They don't want to continue the fight. And eHome will take just a 1-for-1, a much better fight this time around, as you can see, obviously, the Dawnbreaker effect, right?
Yep. This is something that they have needed for a while, but force the enemies back so they could just on top of the heroes.
They just walked right under a ward. They found Echo. He gets the jump away. Summer going to be chain stunned up for the moment, but obviously just going to be able to time walk off a lot of this damage. On the backside of the fight, it's Beyond. Finding the kill there onto Planet. He is really deep. The question is, can they actually close the gap and bring down the Razor? It'd be a huge kill. Dude, Puck going in again. Nice time dilation there from Summer. He does almost have
drop
the
this
Chronosphere. He's looking for a target, but it looks like eHome has spread out enough.
Come on,
we'll just
Summer.
Settle for mid tower potentially.
Yeah, don't be reasonable, Summer. Drop the Chronosphere.
Dude, Zetzi is doing so well on the puck. He is just causing so much havoc. Like every time eHome thinks they're going to be able to reinitiate or find the target, he's getting like multi-hero silences on the back line.
Yeah, the puck is doing a crazy job. I mean, you go off about this one, Ricky. You feel like this is one of the strongest heroes inside the patch, right? Oh, Shiro, poor guy. Yeah.
I mean, Puck is the strongest hero of the patch. I think it is. I think it is hands down.
What do you mean I go off about it? It's a non-negotiable fact, Nev.
Yeah, I think Puck is just the best hero in Dota 2 at the moment. Like it is just the way it
He's
is.
doing an excellent job of finding the backlines, though. Even, I'm missing it with like all vision. So it makes sense that Ehome is like, oh, where'd our ally go? Where'd our Zeus go in the middle of that team fight? Well, got jumped on by Puck, unfortunately.
Radiant do actually scan, so they know someone is up here, but ooh, it is Planet on the next assassin. He's going to get dusted up. Well played here by the Earth Spirit. And he's going to try and hobble away. I don't think he's going to get a shot, though. Impale off the mark. Quick kill there for Beyond. The top tier 1 tower ends up being a trade. But you get the extra kill on the next assassin. 2k gold advantage, but again, the big deal is the XP, like you were talking about earlier.
Yes, it continues to be that way. It's got like 15%. I have no idea how to read the XP graphs as they are now. It used to make a lot more sense to me. Now it's just like, I don't know, man. Nomad, how does this work? How do I read numbers? Please help.
Well, you gotta read the sine wave and then versus that off the axis of the coaxial integer.
Listen, I'm from the middle of nowhere, Canada. I don't know what a sine wave is. I mostly catch is based on feelings.
All right, well, they're going to be able to get the coil here from ZC, and the Chaotic offering to follow. They do manage to take down the Earth Spirit. Zeal trying to hold his ground, do what damage he can, but it's Beyond here with the BKB that just came through. They will be able to find the kill on the Razor. A nice trade as Shiro still has the Chrono ready to go, but doesn't want to drop it just on a Morphling. So far, a good fight here for Ehome, as they do get a favorable trade.
And as ZZQ picks up the first component of that Agdom Scepter, that one is actually going to be very big for Ehome starting to turn these fights around. The Chronosphere is the big thing that they're worried about, which, like you mentioned, didn't get committed in that last team fight. Let's say at the counter for that, these fights get a lot easier for them. They can play a lot more aggressive.
Dawnbreaker held the Solar Guardian in that fight for a little bit. I think they wanted to use like the stun to hold the Razors. They were trying to wait out the BKB duration, but he just did way too much damage to the Zeus. They do have this ward that is going to scout Dandelion heading into their jungle, and they place another even deeper defensive ward here, so Planet should be all right.
Yes, and we can also see Earth Spirit acting as a ward, sitting up on the cliff here. Impressive work here, Earth Spirit. I was a big fan when Ponlo did this in Division 2. He's just waiting up here. This is psychotic behavior. He's waiting for someone to stop by. Puck is here as well. Like, ZC is waiting for somebody to show themselves. During night, you don't have a ton of vision, though.
He's just role-playing as a rock, man. Like, I don't... There's not much to... I think you're looking too far into it.
Yeah, this is peak Earth Spirit performance. You might not like it, but this is what it looks like. This is what
it looks like, yeah. We're gonna head into the jungle even further. Zeal will dodge out the roll. Maybe turn things around here onto the Earth Spirit, but he will instead just roll away. All 5 heroes positioning on the top half of the map, but it's just space for the Morphling. We've seen Shiro just farming on the bottom side for a while here as he's closing in on his Manta style. It's a big pickup for sure. He needs to be able to get out of the silence from either Earth Spirit or the Puck, right?
Yeah. Those things can be pretty lengthy. I just don't feel like Morphling is that good of a carry. It's not what it used to be for sure. Like, it used to be this insane 1v5 hero that could, do anything. Blow one hero up immediately in a team fight.
Ooh, another good Thunder God's Wrath.
The smoke.
Yeah.
So
yeah, the thing is with like Morph is they nerfed the like cheese build with Earthshaker, right? And then they're like, well, we need to nerf his other cheese build with an E-Blade, and now he's just a regular right-clicking carry, and people are like, well, what the heck? Like, how do we play this hero now?
Yeah, but he's like worse than that because Adaptive Strike just does such a little damage.
I mean, it's a good nuke still for sure. I think we might see Adaptive Strike get reworked slightly in terms of its numbers after the changes, but
I suppose it's an okay nuke. God, why don't just like play something else though? Just play a different hero.
It's just Shiro's hero, man. We saw this last season. This is what he plays, and he plays it exceptionally well. That being said, he's not that much farther ahead of the Faceless Void, who does have the BKB completed. He's queued up the Shard and the Mjolnir, so he'll have those available here fairly soon. Beyond working toward a Lincoln Sphere. Pretty good this game. I'm actually not entirely sure as the main reason behind it, but feels like it is
I'm
important.
a little bit disappointed that not a single person has built Ethereal Blade on Morphling. I wanted to see if there was one idiot we could name in Shane, but no one has built Ethereal Blade on Morphling since the changes, sadly.
Oh, Planet will scout their smoke. He gets the blink out too, so... Dude, this is the third smoke by Dandelion that has been forwarded by either Thunder God's Wrath or Planet on the Nyx. Like, they are not connecting on these, and it is space. Bottom lane, ZZQ, he does get a D ward, but he is getting chased down. He's going to go for the TP out. Will he make it? No, a coil from ZC will be able to stop it. So they do find something at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And they will find the D ward as well.
I think that's probably the worst part
ZZQ
about it.
immediately pings. He's like, there's got to be a ward here, by the way.
Yeah. Heads up there by ZZQ. He's getting close to the Egg Scepter. He's 1,500 gold away from this one, and I think that's when eHome is going to be more comfortable taking fights into Dandelion. Until...
They found Razor in the top lane. He does have the BKB still. They're going to try and chain stun him up, do what damage you can, but there it is, the BKB in response. They're going to try and find a kill here onto the Nyx Assassin, and they should. Nice silence comes through. Does get the Spike Carapace, but beyond with the BKB, going to be able to ignore that one on the top side of the map. They're looking for Visage Dawnbreaker to join the fight. And they drop the Chaotic Offering as well. Zeal, he's stuck. He does have the Stone Form to try and keep himself. He doesn't... Oh, never mind. It's not his own Stone Form. That's unlucky. I thought he had the Shard. He did not.
The Visage Birds do indeed have the Stone Form, Ricky. Very good.
Well.
But it looked like Shira was coming in to potentially turn that fight around, but they'd already lost two. That initial 8-second BKB coming up with the Razor ended up being just too much for them to deal with. He does have Lincoln Sphere queued up at the moment. However, you could just change your mind and go for the Reverser Orb instead, as you picked up the Perseverance as your first item. And that may be what he decides to do here. We will find out fairly shortly, I imagine. His career isn't even over at the secret shop yet. It's still sitting inside the base. ZZQ is continuing to try and soak up XP. It's in waves. It looks like they're setting up something in the mid lane here, though. They rotate Silver Heroes in alongside the Nyx Assassin. They're smoking up. So, with these abilities on cooldown at the moment, everything except for Chronosphere.
They get puck here. This is huge. There's a sentry that actually... Oh, no, he was under the cover of the smoke still.
Yep.
I didn't quite know where he was.
Yep, they scanned them, though.
His bottom? Yeah, you're right. They did scan him. Echo gets his Kaya Sanj delivered, so a little bit more damage output from the Zeus. Probably going to go back for the Ags at some point. Undergod's Wrath will scout them here in the mid lane. They have to assume the smoke's coming. ZZQ did end up committing down for that D ward, and it's going to cost him his life once again. For that is Space Maid.
It is weird that it is the Dawnbreaker doing this and not the Nyx Assassin. Like, making these super aggressive movements in the jungle, scouting out for information, trying to find wards. You'd think with Spike Carapace and the Blink Dagger, it would be a lot easier for Planet to get away with this.
It's like Dawnbreaker, the thing is like she actually farms way faster than the Nyx, so I think they're just prioritizing Planet on not having these extra deaths and being able to like stay around and scout for his team. Whereas like ZZQ can just Celestial Hammer a wave or a camp and like still get his farm and his timings.
Oh
that
my
being said,
god.
Nyx Assassin's gonna get found for the moment. Coil does come out. But yeah, the damage from the puck, just too good. They do manage to get the silence on the Morphling as well, and ZZQ joins the fray here on the Dawnbreaker. He's going to regret that one big. The rest of the team's just not here to help. Dawnbreaker goes down, both supports on eHome. Dead for about 30 seconds.
Yeah. There's like, Networth looks relatively even at the moment, but there's a huge advantage at the moment for the side of Dandelion. You're so close to like a couple important items on these heroes on eHome. Like you have a bunch of Networth sitting unused right now, pretty much, because you're going for a Satanic on the Morphling, and you almost have the negative Scepter completed on the Dawnbreaker. Zeus doesn't have like any real items to help him take a team fight yet. He's going for an Aghanim Scepter himself. You only just completed your Wraith Pact on the Visage, so they just aren't ready to fight, and I think Dandelion has recognized this, so they're just constantly running their faces into them here.
Yep.
I think for the most part, eHome are fine waiting for the high ground pushed as well, though. Like, this is one of the things that we've noticed so much in this patch, where it's like, yeah, let them try to go high ground and see what happens. And eHome is very strong on the high ground defense.
Yeah, I'd like to point out Summer as well, as usual, going for the most efficient, technically speaking, build possible. as the Thunder God right comes down to scout them. So Mjolnir is just like an incredibly efficient item when it comes to cost versus win rate shift. It pushes your win rate up to about 70% when picked up on Faceless Void. Compare that to other items, stuff like Skadi. It's the same. It's 70% win rate on Skadi as it is for Mjolnir, but Mjolnir obviously being much cheaper with much nicer build-up, which just makes it a more efficient item in that regard. And another good comparison would be Lincoln Sphere, I guess, which is 60% win rate, which isn't that good really considering how expensive the item is.
My fact checkers say that Mjolnir is more expensive than Skadi.
Yeah, but the build-up's better. You want to have Maelstrom already, so... Did I recover it?
Yeah, you recovered it.
Nice.
The other thing, too, when it comes to Faceless Void in this game is the Aghanim Scepter is going to be coming out from the Dawnbreaker, and you get True Strike off the Mjolnir procs, and that's going to be a big part of it. That's going to help out for sure. And then on top of it, you need to be able to have the attack speed to actually kill someone in the Chronosphere, which is going to come from the Mjolnir, not from a Skadi this game. So, yeah, I think his itemization is definitely on point. He queues up the Skadi now, as he just wants the stats and the ability to just chase down the Morphling and have the healing reduction, but see how that works. Shiro?
He's making it doubly
in a
effective.
rough spot here.
Yeah, he sees the Satanic completed on him as well.
Also, I just want to point out, look at the Dawnbreaker's positioning right now. Look at where she is on the map.
Yeah, just sitting in base. I'm ready to fight, guys.
I joked about it in the draft, but it's actually happening.
I mean, this is what we actually saw from a mid lane Zeus the other day. He was sitting 3,000 units away from his team at all times, just back on the map.
I hate to say this, but this isn't optimal. This is when the enemies have trained you into being afraid. You're 0 and 7 right now on the Dawnbreaker. They always seem to be able to find you when you're going to plant wards inside their jungle and try to make space for your team. You were simply afraid at the moment.
He's got an axe,
don't want to go.
He did it.
Yeah. I think maybe he didn't want to show them that the Aghanim Scepter was completed, and that's why you're sitting that far back. That, and you don't want to just get picked off immediately, because this is going to be the fight-changing item. The Chronosphere comes out, the Dawnbreaker Aghanim Scepter reveals itself, and then they're able to turn a fight with Dandelion who's hard committed to it.
They have to know it's close. At this point in the game, it's almost 30 minutes. There's a Dawnbreaker support. She should have an Aghanim Scepter. In most games, that's going to be the case. So I think they're going to expect it on Dandelion, or at least they should be expecting it. That being said, top lane, they're going to start chipping away the tier 3 towers. They are getting ready to try and force E-Home into a fight.
They will have to respond to this one. Yeah, they're moving very slowly over here to the tier 3 tower.
Planet's on the backside here. They do have a sentry down, so will actually scout him eventually. But
God, they're so close to the eggs on Zeus.
He does. He gets 2. They find the Razor. Is the damage there? Chaotic Offering does come through. Stuns him up beyond his low. Summer able to time walk. There's the Chrono, but there's your response. The Dawnbreaker ult. Nobody taking any damage at all. Beyond, though, that being said, stole almost 200 damage from Shiro. So fight completely reset. You drop the rock. You drop the Chrono. E-Home. They didn't really spend much of anything. Just a Dawnbreaker ult. Solar Guardian, 85 seconds.
Yeah, Zeus was 50 gold away from the Aghanim Scepter before that team fight started, so he had to sell his magic wand in order to get it, but it was incredibly effective. This is the time.
Puck on the stun. Spike Carapace almost there to finish him up, but he gets the blink out of the backside. Earth Spirit, big silence, big roll in, but the damage is there. They get the kill. Summer jumping in aggressively, finds the kill there. On the plan for the chain stuns from Zeal. Will build a burst that burst down the Aegis. They've got to get more here though. Puck comes in, ZC doing good, finding the Zeus. The big magnetize is going to do the damage. They take down the Zeus. No buyback from him. Zeal falling low, but does have that Gravekeeper's Cloak to keep himself in this one, but they're finding Shiro, and that's the one you cannot afford. Big impale from Planet. They burst him down one by one. Shiro's still alive. Time walks the damage off. You're kidding me, Planet, dude. What a play.
That was an illegal jump there. I mean, we talked about how often this guy clutches out plays. This is why we fell in love with this guy when he was on Phoenix and whatnot. Then he switched over to E-Home. He continues to make these massive plays. That fight, I feel like Puck had no business being alive that long, though. He had almost gotten burst down the start of that one, and then he managed to come back in alongside the Earth Spirit, catch out the Zeus, who just about had Nimbus back up. He ends up going down as well. It almost went even more the way of E-Home, but Planet buying back in there was incredibly clutch. What a jump in there by him.
3 hero impale, securing the kill onto Puck and Earth Spirit, saving Shiro. That is the most value buyback I think I have ever seen.
Ever?
It's up there, man. Like, that is, in terms of, like, this game is probably lost if those heroes die there. Like, if Shiro dies and Puck lives...
100%. I agree.
Right? The game's just over. Like, that is a value buyback. And they get the gem. Also, they steal the gem. They steal the gem as well.
Yeah, it was very important for them to win that team fight, though. As you mentioned, they just completed a couple of really important items: the Egg Interceptor on the Zeus and the Dawnbreaker being the very big ones. But they don't turn it down.
Another smoke scouted, man. They are. It is. I actually can't believe this, dude. Echo is literally in the minds of Dandelion right now. Every single smoke.
If he was in their minds, he would need to drop the ultimate in order to scout it out.
Planet's gonna be able to pop the smoke there in the mid lane.
But it is impressive that he keeps on getting these. Unfortunately, it means it's a lot of damage you're not doing to these heroes in the middle of team fights. Like, you've got Kaya-san plus Static Field.
Too, though.
That's true. But it's like, what, Thunder God's Wrath on top of the Kaya-san you have is much? Dude, if I hold ult, it doesn't scale the damage.
Yeah, it does for everything else. But it's not.
Wait, it doesn't do it for anything on Zeus.
Yeah, it's just broken right now, is all.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah, cool game. Because like you try it on Puck as well, it just doesn't work. It's like just it's a bug.
So now I have to do math.
Yep.
Oh my god, unplayable game.
It should be around 620 damage. They're gonna find the Earth Spirit. He's just instantly dead on the backside. Planet able to stun up the Razor. The Force Staff out though will be able to buy him some space. Was it a Force Staff? Oh, he just walked away. That was weird.
I was distracted by the fact that I have to do math in order to play Dota now. Yeah, it is very important, the Thunder God's Wrath damage, so the fact that he's using it to scout things out is a little bit unfortunate.
Oh, Planet comes in, gets the stun onto the Razor, once again with the Spike Carapace, big Chrono. The counter offering comes down as well, but there's the Dawnbreaker response. Once again, the heroes just remaining topped off, but can they actually turn around? Shiro with the Satanic, trying to do what he can, but Beyond is just holding his ground, and now ZZQ in trouble. They get 3-0, and they've got Shiro on the backside. He's gonna get that Nimbus to try and life, but the silence is there. He's just dead, blown apart by the side of Dandelion and Echo, trying to hobble away. The silence comes in, the boulder kick as well. Zeus to join him. 5 heroes dead on the side of eHome. Beautiful fight by Dandelion.
Yeah, Dawnbreaker ultimate not quite doing the trick anymore. One of the nice things about this Mjolnir is, you know, when you do proc Static Lightning, it ends up piercing evasion. So it's not an MKB. It's not going to have the same effect as that, but it does play a pretty big part in making sure that you can take down heroes when the Dawnbreaker ultimate comes down, especially when nobody's doing anything inside your Chronosphere. So some are itemizing for that as well this game, and I think that might be part of the reason why you're going for this Mjolnir.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. Like you get that accuracy bonus, right? 20%. It's quite good.
30%.
Oh yeah, sorry, 30%. I don't know why I was saying 20. I was looking at static charge. But yeah, I mean that's a huge fight. Okay, I got a question for you. Is Beyond the hero to target here? Because this is now the second or third time they've initiated onto the Razor, tried to burst him down, and then the fight backfires, right? Because
it's so hard because the Static Link comes off onto the Morphling, and the Morphling just not doing any damage in these team fights, and he has to here. Like, it's him needing to do everything. Like, the magic damage comes out from some of these other heroes, but it is so slow. It's a Morphling who bursts people down. So if you don't immediately hop on this Razor and kill him, if he manages to get a full duration Static Link off of the Morphling in these team fights like he has, you're just not finishing anyone off.
It's the thing too is the Chrono was actually just so perfect from Summer in that fight. He gets 3 heroes on eHome, barely misses his own Razor, so he's able to respond with his BKB, drop the Static Link like you're talking about, turn on that Eye of the Storm, and the fight is just completely different, right? If Summer clips the Razor even just a little bit, I think eHome just run away with that fight. But the extra damage that Razor is able to do, huge setup there from the Faceless Void, and now a 14,000 gold advantage.
Yeah. And it's going to be tricky to get back into this game. Chronosphere's available again. You've got Dawnbreaker Ultimate, but it just gets harder and harder. 13k net worth advantage now for the side of Dandelion. I'm looking at this, thinking how they managed to clutch out these team fights. Look what Beyond has now.
Aeon.
He's got, Aeon Disc ready to be like assemble in the middle of fights because they know how important. He knows how important it is for Ehome to be able to jump him, and this is what they've been trying to do. As long as you get the static links off of the Morphling for the full duration, then dropping a Chronosphere onto him afterwards, there's no way for Ehome to fight into them.
I just want to say as well, I love how well they're using the Warlock shard as well. They're making complete use out of it and proving why Warlock is the highest heal per minute hero in the game at the moment. He's averaging 350 heals per minute, and the fight breaks out.
He's going to be able to stop it, but the question is, can it burst down the void? They do! Summer is dead. Dawnbreaker coming in as well to join him. ZC pops his BKB. It's about to expire. It's signs for Dandelion to cut and run, but your void is dead for 80 seconds without buyback, and Roshan #2 just spawned.
Yeah, perfect chain stuns there, and Zeus, I imagine you do a lot of damage there as well. Huge magic burst coming in from the side of Ehome, and I'm not sure what caught Morphling down the backside, but he didn't drop that chaotic offering right away. Maybe
he got the buyback. Summer, he wants to join. Beyond on the backside, he has the BKB, the refresher, the stuns in for Planet. The Aeon will be able to keep him alive, but he's got to focus on Roche. Shiro's got it. Roshan Shard is on the ground, however. Shiro trying to roll away. Summer trying to find Zeal. The BKBs are out on all of these heroes. And now, a beautifully placed Nimbus there to catch them, but the Dawnbreaker gets caught in the Chrono. The big kill, though, the Zeus on the backside. 3 heroes crumble for Ehome. Summer once again with a beautifully placed Chronosphere.
Yeah. No Fortify available for another minute and 20 seconds as well. They're going to have to buy back on some of these heroes in order to defend the base here. Like, you do have the ability to win this game all of a sudden if you take down Face's Void again. And that might mean that he's hesitant to join his team alongside this push here. It might even make them hesitant to push into the base at all for the next couple of seconds. But huge roll in there on their Spirit, not only catching the Dawnbreak, but also scouting out the Zeus, allowing the Face's Void to land that big Chronosphere and tail into that fight. Now we see this BKB completed. Still, it is an excellent thing that they just ended up going the way of the side of Ehome there. Face's Void gets that, they just close out the game right now. No doubt in my mind.
Oh man, this is a rough one. Like, you're right, like they're so close to being able to close this game out, but they still are struggling with Shiro, right? Like, he is pretty dang strong here on the Morphling. He's about to hit his 25 talent, so that I'm really concerned with if he's gonna go the.
Oh no, I mean,
he does a lot of damage, man. He does a lot of damage.
But he hasn't. They do such a good job of getting on top of him, getting the static link off for like the full duration, that he's just not doing a lot of damage.
You know, and his 2 waveform charges. Well, now you can't static link this guy.
Yeah, it just waveforms in and out. I mean, if this is what you're doing, why not just pick Clinks?
I mean, meanwhile, mid-tier 1 tower has been standing this whole game somehow. They do get the fortification. They're just going to sit behind Shiro here. Dandelion, I don't think they can do anything. He's got an Aegis. It's a hard commitment. I will say props to ZC here on the puck. He's playing so smart. Every single time he throws an orb, he's always using the
Aeon disc on the Razor.
Yeah, but they've caught play on the side. There's going to be the Dawnbreaker to come in and save him, though. Chaotic Offering. It looks like they want to fight here on the side of Dandelion. ZZQ, he's got to get out. Planet able to survive, but they will be able to find the Dawnbreaker, so a nice pickoff. The rest of the team on retreat, but it's going to be the Earth Spirit that finds the Visage. Silenced up for the moment, does have the Great Keeper Cloak, trying to keep himself alive. He will be able to. The rest of the team, they've got to get in here to do something. ZC on the puck, buying space, and that's going to be all they need to take down this big Visage. Planet able to TP out, but oh man, Dandelion getting pickoff after pickoff.
Hopefully they'll manage to catch anyone else out. Yeah, it looks like that's going to be the end of it. They've got, another 2 minutes left in this area. 17k with advantage down for the side of Dandelion. Awkward start to that team fight there. They managed to catch heroes just like one at a time. I thought that would go super well for them, given that they forced the Aeon disc off of the Razor. And you can see Beyond was kind of panicked as he entered that fight. He like popped his BKB super preemptively. He didn't get on top of the Razor and get like a long static link duration off on him. But the fight ends up going pretty heavily the way of Dandelion regardless. Now Warlock's going for an Wraith Pack Totem. It's gonna make the fights even harder.
Board here. Beyond. Planet. Doesn't actually connect with the stun, and now Nyx is the one that's in trouble. He's gonna try and turn around. Aeon just will protect him. You just completely destroy that Earth Spirit.
You pop his
Oil is
refresher for
holding
that.
Shiro in place for now. So he's trying to get his hands on top of something, but it's not going to happen.
Yep. Gentle on the ground. Yeah, this is actually really bad right now for Dandelion. So at the moment, Summer's buyback is still on cooldown for another 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Razor popped his refresher and his BKB there. A fight that he had no business trying to take. You want to be making a play now on the side of eHome. This is your opportunity to just go for the jugular, turn this game around, potentially even get a set of racks if things goes well enough for you.
I mean, Zeus they've got no almost has a refresher too, which is going to be a ton of damage if he decides to commit for it. Right now, he's holding his buyback.
I think he should. I think he should, and they should go for a fight like this. You have a very small window of execution at the moment. You've got until Razor's BKB is off of cooldown. Dude, Razor bought out as well.
Bought a Shivas. It's a good Shivas game, but...
Yeah, they could just lose the game off of this, though. If Void dies without buyback and they catch Razor in the next 30 seconds but he doesn't have his BKB up, they would straight up just lose.
I mean, he really needs the Aeon Disc up, right? Because it's been Planet that's finding him, right? And Planet's going to get the Spike Carapace into the Impale, which is 5 seconds of disable.
Yeah, Echo's doing a good job at making sure the Aeon Disc is disabled now, though.
It doesn't look like he bought out the refresher, so he's also short of buyback now as well. Only heroes that actually have it are the Morphling and the Visage and the Puck.
Yeah. Show's over. The BKB's back up on the Razor.
Timeless Relic for the Zeus. Oh boy. That is about as good as it gets.
Yeah. How much spell damage does he do now? Who knows? We don't actually have the numbers on that. Or at least, somebody who could do very basic math would have the numbers on that, but not me.
My numbers say a lot. I actually hovered over it. I got the alt modifier to work, and it just says many damage.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Is that you changed the game files for that one?
Yeah. I'm actually going to get banned by Valve for I'm pretty sure. Back ban incoming. What can you do?
What can you do? Right, Satanic now done in the face is Void. It's going to be slightly easier for him to stand his ground. They're getting great chain stun off on these heroes, though, so I'm not sure how much the Satanic is actually going to change. The 25 strength then is kind of nice, though.
It's got the backtrack. That's a big deal.
Yeah. There's 3,500 HP is actually a lot more than that.
Planet would love to find these guys.
Well, they scan them out. And they do see Zeal. Yeah. The ward
does need to be careful. The roll comes in. He has the stone form, able to get that oil enough. Drops the aesthetics cap as well. He's got to just BKB and run away, I think. Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. So, BKB expended out of your offlaner. That's big.
They didn't have to use anything on the other side either. Well, they did end up committing an Eye of the Storm, but that's going to be off of cooldown in another 30 seconds anyways.
They smoke up immediately. eHome actually wants to take the fight to Dandelion here.
Weird.
Planet can keep scouting here with this gem and this Vendetta. It makes it very difficult. He's going to find him. Beyond is the big one. They find SJ as well. No, the BKB comes out. They actually cost themselves the initiation. SJ will end up falling on over to Shiro, but he's stunned up. He pops the BKB and the Satanic, trying to just take down these golems. He's going to do so, but he has lost so much damage. He's going to be able to use the refresher, though. Second Thunder God's Wrath does come through. They get Puck for the moment, but Planet unable to get the chain stun, so...
the refresher
committed from eHome. 2 refreshers.
A lot committed from Dandelion as well there, though. They did end up dropping the refresher orb on the Razor, so he's not going to have a very big impact in this next fight.
Double BKB, double refresher, and double Aeon Disc. All 3 were popped.
Yeah. The downtime on Eye of the Storm is actually crazy low. It's a 30-second duration. And
with this Prism.
Yeah, with this Spell Prism, it's only like a 53-second cooldown on this. Kind of wild to see. So you drop this one, you're like, oh god, they're taking the fight. I need to pop my BKB and either run away or commit. This is a big cooldown. It's not actually a very big cooldown just because how often it's up. More than 50% uptime on this thing.
Potential roach respawn in about 30 seconds. The timers have been off a little bit, so it's hard to say.
Oh, that's why I say potential. Yeah, it's been off by 15 seconds or so often, which is Not great, not so bueno. Everything on the map right now, they still got Chronosphere available. You'll have Dawnbreaker Ultimate up in another 20, so they will have that available for the next fight there. But the biggest thing is the fact that you've got no Refresher Orb on the Morphling, and you have no Refresher on the Razor either. He's committed his BKB in the last fight, but again, his Black King bar is going to be off of cooldown another like 17 seconds here. So I imagine both of the teams will... I think both teams will probably continue to wait around the pit, as this next Roshan is pretty important. If you get it on the Morphling, it would allow you to go like way more YOLO into the enemy team. You would be as concerned about getting linked up and brought down by this initial Chronosphere. You won't be that concerned until Faceless Void finishes up his Refresher Orb, which is another big part of this next Roshan here. If it ends up being a Refresher Shard and Dandelion gets it, I'm pretty sure they'll be able to close out the game with a double Chrono.
Oh my gosh. Oh well, there's the reconnect. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're gonna be able to jump right back into this one. I do worry for Dandelion's ability to take the next Roche. This is gonna be such a game-changing Roche.
Yeah. Again, it would be a very big deal if it ends up being a Refresher Shard and Faceless Void gets that one. Aghanim Scepter isn't really that big of a deal to anyone on their side. Don't even think that Warlock could be that happy about it. I think that the golems just kind of get cleared out, as we saw from the Morphling earlier. Like they've got tons of AoE disable in the form of like Starbreaker, Stone Form, tons of AoE damage with the Zeus and the Morphling. So Egg's not that big of a deal. It could be pretty sick on the Earth Spirit though. I take that back. You can get some super sick saves off with the Earth Spirit, or be able to like turn someone into stone and boot them out of the team fight, something like that.
Yeah,
we'll see.
It's actually pretty... It might be pretty good at dealing with Zeus if you can find him, right?
Yeah, I kick him into your team.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got like no defensive items. He's just forced to sit super far back in the Zeus this game. Which kind of makes sense. If you've got so much jump on Dandelion that, you know, if they do catch you, you're kind of dead anyways. You want to go all in on damage, which explains his build.
Oh. Planet yoinks a DD rune there from the Faceless Void. That is huge.
Yeah, that would have been... I don't know. It would have lasted like another 10 seconds when Roche respawned. So it could have been huge. It will respawn another 5 seconds, by the way. ZZQ is on the other side of the map. I imagine Bottleman's already being shoved in. He's going to head all the way back to base. What is he doing right now at ZZQ? He's just working on a Refresher Orb?
Yeah, looks like it. I mean, that's what you usually do on Dawnbreaker.
Mm-hmm.
Jump in, die, jump in again.
Yeah. They will scout Roshan. Does have a Refresher. So it's a pretty big game for Refresher. I mean, we already see, right? There's a bunch of heroes that have already picked one up. But the extra Refresher could be a game changer here.
Yeah.
Imagine this Zeus with 3 sets of
That's
spells.
The man doesn't talk about double Chronosphere. Instead, he talks about more zippity zap blue lightning.
Well, on the side of
I like the flashy colors.
Right?
I like the flashy colors too.
Yeah, on the side of Dandelion, of course, right? You give it to the Faceless Void. Double Chronosphere is like always a game changer. Top lane Planet, he's looking for Summer. Does he go for it? Dude, you're right under a tower. It's like, how is tier 1 top still standing, man? It's 47 minutes. Oh, no. Just proves that nothing matters in this game outside of farming creeps and keeping your lanes pushed down.
It's just not a very important objective. Also, it's not very safe for you to like walk all the way up there. You lose too much map control if you send your whole team over in that direction. And they can turn things on you pretty fast with like Puck and Faceless Void. So it's difficult for them to like go so out of their way for a tier 1. It's not that important right now.
Dude, the aesthetics cap here on Visage is just it's so good. It's just like the perfect item for the Visage because you can just drop the Gravekeeper's Cloak onto yourself.
Yeah.
They're going to walk into the pit. They saw Shiro for a moment, and Zeal's off onto the side here trying to do what he can, but they just want to force the objective potentially. The thing is with everything back off cooldown from Dandelion, I don't know if it's actually good for eHome to force this. You have to get a pick off, but it's not easy.
Yeah, it is super tricky for them to take this. I mean, ideally what you do, you have ZZQ shove down a lane. Alright, which they're doing now. Okay, good. You push the tier 2 tower and you force someone to get back. Like, if you're threatening tier 3/high ground, then you take a fight with superior numbers. But ZZQ is so terrified. He hasn't been trained not to, like, go to the enemy team's side of the map this game. He shoved it when it was, like, close to his tier 2 tower, but he's afraid to even, like, walk past his side of the river.
I mean, every single hero in the game about to have buyback except for the Warlock.
Yes, Solar Garden Radius, get it. Yeah, okay, good. We've got level 20 on Dawnbreaker now.
That's such a big talent, this game. It really is.
Yep.
5 heroes smoked up on Dandelion. They are tired of this cat and mouse game. They want to find the E-home.
Refreshers on ZZQ.
Yeah, you're right. It's a big one. Question is, who's going to get found first? Echo would be massive. Needs to be careful. Zeal comes in, finds Beyond on the backside. Planet with the sun. Aeon Disc be able to keep Beyond alive. Coral does come down onto the Visage. Echo is here. They get another Thunder God's Wrath off, try and make space for Shiro. Shiro just jumps in, the offering comes down, he's morphing, but he pops BKB. In comes the Dawnbreaker, Chronosphere on the backside. It ends up trapping the Puck inside the second Dawnbreaker. Oh, Puck is dead, Echo still alive. He needs help though, can he survive Summer's beatdown? He cannot. Time walks away, SJ off on the side, being quite a nuisance. Glimmer caped up, he's gonna be all right. Planet caught for the moment, Aeon Disc to protect him. Gets a nice stun, trying to take down the Earth Spirit. Will it be enough? Zeal gets him, still protected by BKB, but Beyond is there. A Gravekeeper's close to try to heal himself off the buybacks coming through from both teams in numbers. But it looks like Zeal will finally go down. 5 heroes still remain on Dandelion. 5 now back up on E-Home. Both teams recognizing the Roshan objective. It was a 3-for-3 buybacks.
Yeah, you need to go back right now and try to contest this Roshan. I feel like you can't afford to give up this shard. If you're buying back this many heroes, they're not going to make it in time, though. It's already too late.
They're afraid. They don't have the Morphling here, and it's like, how do you take this fight without the Morphling? Summer's going to get the Aegis, Refresher, and the Cheese. A beautiful play from Dandelion here.
Yeah. I mean, Puck buying back, if he goes down again, it is a very big deal. It is insane to see how many Aeon Discs are coming out in this game. It's almost as if we're back in the past before they nerfed it. Puck's now going for one as well. He already has an Octarine Core. Everyone just needs one in this game with how much lockdown and burst damage the enemy team has.
Yep. One of the most interesting pickups, though, is definitely this Refresher Orb on Dawnbreaker. So out of 217 games played of Dawnbreaker across all the DPC regions, we've had 7 Refresher Orbs picked up in total so far. So this is number 8. And the usual time for buying one is 47 minutes, so he's actually dead on that.
Do you guys just see the dieback?
Yes, he is died back. They need to sit back in their base and defend for the next 2 minutes now.
Planet
you gotta make
God.
a play now when you're home.
Actual Planet God.
Yeah, I don't think you care if you're fighting into the Aegis right now. Yeah, they end up just popping the Thunder God's Wrath. He's got the Octarine Core, so it's got a little bit of a reduced cooldown. They'll have it back up by the time Puck is there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's got...
You gotta make a play off this.
Pretty sure he's got Thunder God's Wrath on autocast, by the way.
Yeah, you can actually right-click that ability, autocast it out of a cooldown.
Yeah,
well, like how
pumping those damage
Bloodlust
numbers,
used to. Yeah. Do you remember back in the day? I think when ranked matching first came out, you just calibrate based on how much hero damage you did in the match.
It was one of the main.
So people would just
Yeah.
People just pick Zeus, then use Thunder God's Wrath off of cooldown.
Easy immortal, baby.
Let's go.
I actually have a few friends that have used that.
You have shit.
And then
friends.
they lost like 2,000 to MMR over the course of a month.
A couple friends have abused that, such as my good friend Licky and Tar Cryptic. Not me, though. I'm a good guy.
I see.
All right. At the very least, they're getting a little bit more map control. They finally took out that tier 1 tower. Are you impressed?
They did, and they get the tier 2, so a big deal.
Yeah. 2 buildings they take with Puck down, so a lot more map control is going to go their way. I don't think they'd be able to find much else. They did use Fortify twice there, I believe. Yeah, they did.
Dyer's middle barracks are under attack.
So they could, again, have the opportunity to just go for the jugular if they manage to catch some of these heroes without buyback. Oh, unfortunate, they lost their mid-range Drax to creeps. What can you do? That's a lot of gold you give up, man. Those range creeps really add up. Okay, next items that they're going for at the moment. Earth Spirit, he already has himself his BKB. I would like to... What did he just spend all his money on? Am I crazy? I am crazy. He didn't spend anything on his money. This is just it. That's his net worth. I'd like to see an Egg Interceptor or something on him so he can help get his teammates out. Like, if someone gets caught out and their Aeon Disc looks like it's not going to save them, just turn them into a rock, pull them out, or kick them into the enemies, something like that. So I'd really like to see that this game. But they're starting to run out of like burst damage on the side of Dandelion at the moment. Like, you've got a very defensive and utility-oriented build on this racer with the Shiva's Guard and the Scythe of Ice. Faces Void is trying to go for damage. Like, he's got the Mjolnir and the Monkey King bar in order to get through the evasion from the Dawnbreaker. And he's pretty tanky as well with like the Trickster Cloak Satanic Eye of Scotty. It's actually just like a sick Faces Void build.
Yeah. You pointed out the Hex on Shiro, right?
Yeah.
And he's queued up a Divine Rapier now?
I didn't point out the Hex on Shiro, I pointed it out on Razor. Yeah,
Shiro has a Hex now as well.
Yeah, this is like, fine, I'll do it myself if my allies can't follow me in with my double waveform. So you're just desperate to get on top of targets in the back.
That's big.
Dude, this isn't even going to work, though, because the goal of the Scythe of Ice to be able to like get in and 100-0 somebody, but everyone's holding Aeon Discs.
Yep, they have to, right?
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if like we didn't see another Aeon Disc come out from the Dandelion side this game. They've only got 2 at the moment. Faces Void probably feels like he's too tanky to need one.
I feel like if Faces Void holds an Aeon, his game is it's just bad. Yeah, because he needs to be able to kill a hero at this point.
He needs like so much HP and so much damage this game that it's starting to get difficult for him.
The Zeus, man, it is just dishing out the damage.
Yeah. Aegis expires. Assault Kuros is completed on the Visage. Now he's going for a Sheep Stick as well. So he's going to go Sheep Sticks on all these heroes. It'll make the Disable even more difficult to deal with. Okay, buddy. He's by Gambus is the puck. But again, they have trained ZZQ to be afraid. He is sitting so far back in the trees and whatnot. These buildings are never getting pushed. They're never fully taking advantage of this Dawnbreaker because they are so afraid of just getting jumped on by the puck.
Dude, I actually can't wait for Planet to get his 25. It's going to be so good this game.
Yeah. What's that one?
It's the Unobstructable Vendetta Path.
You think he'd go for that this game instead of the Mana Burn? I guess the Mana Burn isn't that useful here.
It's like... Oh, puck! Kadzetsi! The Hex, not there in time. Aeon Disc will protect him, but nice commitment there so far. Yule to try and buy a little bit of space here on Planet. His Aeon Disc will get propped here. Does have that Spike Carapace to work with, but they just popped the BK Beyond. They want to be able to find the Nyx Assassin, but there's the Dawnbreaker hold. Able to keep Planet alive for now, but Beyond will finally finish him off. He's got nothing left here on the Razor. They get the Hex off onto the Morphling, Catacomb and the Chronosphere. Shiro, he's down on the Morphling. He's going to buy back right away. The Dawnbreaker dead as well. Her buyback is available. They need to turn this around. There's the Hex onto Summer. They got him. The Dawnbreaker looking for more. They get Beyond as well. 2 heroes dead. Buyback is available. Shiro's buyback putting in work. The Refresher Hex as well.
That's a fuck around to find out moment for sure. He jumped forward onto this this Morphling and he immediately turns around, hexes you, then bursts you down in 2 seconds.
That's a Divine Rapier as well. He just delivers it. It is go time for Shiro.
Yeah.
There's going to be some big red numbers in these fights, Neff.
Yeah. That just like instantly popped a Face of Void. Sorry, I was a little bit surprised with how quickly that guy ended up dropping. It was huge, like crits and whatnot coming onto him as he turned around.
Plus
on him
Echo,
as well.
Right? Echo just dumped his kit right onto the Faceless Void.
Yeah, they feel like they need to go
summary. Oh my god, actually, it was just 3 attacks from the Morphling did 2,200 damage.
Yeah, exactly. What's going to happen here is you need to buy back on the Faceless Void. Like the moment that Ehome goes high ground. If you, I am pretty
Rapier
sure
DD morph. Jesus.
Yeah. We're about to witness the conclusion of the game. Like this is where
one way or
Ehome
another
feel like they're incredibly strong. and they need to force something.
All right, I'm going to squeeze in one last cheeky little stat here. Just give you an idea of how bad Revenant's Brooch is. Puck, who is a very high win rate hero at the moment, has had 12 games with Revenant's Brooch in it with a
ZC?
33% win rate. It's terrible.
All right, I mean, you have no A on discount Puck now. He backpacks it, puts his BKB in. Zeal is just doing work here on the Visage. They were trying to get the buybacks out of Dandelion, but I think they realize the base doesn't really matter. It's just the buybacks that matter at this point. Like that one lane at Barracks, that's not the game changer.
Was that the classic, was it Purge line? Oh, somebody said that. Buybacks just don't matter, buildings don't matter at this stage of the game, it's just buybacks. We're getting to that point. Tier 5 neutral lines are about to come up, by the way. We are 40 seconds away from that one, and that is going to play a large factor in this. I was certain that Ehome would go high ground instead of roll the dice with the next tier of neutral items and the more playing buyback being on a cooldown. But they're rolling the dice here.
Fourth Roche. Everyone's gonna know. He's trying to get the A on discs with these is the thing. Right? Like he's really hoping to just pop an A on disc on one of these heroes. Pucks is still not available for 60 seconds. Razors is up.
Yeah, he's got it going down in his backpack, so it's coming off a cooldown even slower. But it might be just a sign that he plans on taking a fight in the next little bit here.
They pop the drums. They're looking for heroes in the Ehome jungle. Question is, are they gonna find them? This wraparound, they did the same thing earlier, but instead, Ehome's gonna just charge down mid. Maybe try and force Dandelion back. Position to take a fight pretty well here. Planet, he's gonna pop them. Impale does come off, finds the Razor. A on disc will get popped, so that's gonna pop that. ZC on the backside needs to be careful here on the Puck. If he gets stunned up, if he gets caught, it could mean the fight.
Yeah, Planet didn't use that opportunity to blink away.
Look at Ehome though. If they actually just push mid, Dandelion have to just TP in mass back to their base. You got double catapult wave.
Yeah, but if you push mid, you get jumped on by Puck, who's got like a Dream Coil piercing spell immunity.
Oh, Hex, it's managed to catch Zeal. He's in some trouble. Stone form will maybe look at they just blow up the Earth Spirit. Plan on the backside. He's caught the Puck as well. Buyback comes through. Beyond able to see a lot of damage here from the static link. Zeal's looking to get aggressive here on this Visage. They will TP in back to the outpost. They want to go right into the Roshan. They've got to get something here beyond. Aeon Disc number 2 get popped. That's a big deal. He's going to respond with the BKB. They've managed to hold Zeal in place. There's the Dawnbreaker ult, but it doesn't come through in time. They've caught Warlock. Potentially, Planet comes in, almost gets the kill. SJ at 100 HP finally falls. Buybacks into the game. ZZQ on the side finds Summer here. Able to chase on him down. In comes Shiro. He's got the refresher. He misses with the chrono. He dodges it with the third waveform instead. Yes, you get the Dawnbreaker. That's going to be a dieback from the backside of the fight. It is ZC. He takes down Planet. His buyback coming through. Big chaotic offering here as well. Trying to do what they can, but Echo needs help and fast. Summer trying to stay on top of him. Is he going to get it? He ends up time walking away as it's now a 2v4.
Yeah. And now tier 5 neutral is finally starting to drop, pick up the force boots now.
You got a mirror shield. You got a mirror shield on Shiro, and he's going right into the Roshan with that Divine Rapier. And Dandelion is not prepared. That was such a sick start
to that team fight. While like they're busy worrying about Roshan on the side of Dandelion, he managed to catch both the Earth Spirit and the Puck on the backside of the fight. Planet's just been popping off, man. I love this guy. You put him on a playmaking position 4, he will always pop off. It doesn't matter how difficult the beginning of his game was. He was so underleveled at the start of this one, and now every huge play, every big team fight seems to come off the back of this guy scouting them out or setting up plays.
Time is money.
Dude, this Visage is terrifying. It has force boots now, which obviously gives you the, unlocked move speed cap, and he gets the Ags from Roshan. So this hero is going to be all over the map.
Book of the Dead, it summons... no, it's Book of Shadow. Sorry, not Book of the Dead. I don't know how to read.
It summons shadows to envelop you, don't worry.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter what kind of book it was, to be honest. Not for somebody like me.
Oh, he's caught beyond. Once again in the mid lane. He actually doesn't have an Aeon Disc. Can they hold him in place? He is gone. The buyback is available. Zeal with the chain stuns to do it. Shiro comes the BKB, trying to stay on top of this Morphling. He's got the Aegis, plus the Satanic. He's going to lose his first life here, potentially. The Bashes are going to do it. Where's the follow-up, though? He's got an Aegis, the chain stun onto Summer. He's going to get chain stun down. He goes Unbelievable. They've got him. The buyback is available. He's coming back into the game. Zetsi on the backside, trying to stay on top of Echo. Shiro needs to get out planet. Another Spike Carapace play. Pops a Vendetta, trying to run. Will be able to do it though. Echo, he's been scouted here by the Earth Spirit. BKB comes through beyond, trying to do the save, but can they get out on Shiro? He gets the Hex. He finds Summer. He goes down on the Morphling. That's a dieback. They are doing it on eHome as they run down beyond next. The chain stuns are too much, and they closing out game number 1. Oh my god.
Hold on. Where are the creeps? They don't have creeps in the
They
base.
don't need the creeps.
They don't even need it. You got a DD Morphling here, man.
He just does have the Divine Rapier. This is, oh my god, they're just going through backdoor protection. It doesn't even matter. Puck tried to split push the creep, but this is way too much damage. They closed out. Dude, that makes his Void caught in the Venn diagram.
Holy god.
There were 3 Nimbuses.
There were 3, yeah. That was crazy.
3 Nimbus and 3 familiar drops is like the other thing. Like, not only was the Nimbus stunning him, but Zeal comes in on the Visage and drops all 3 familiars perfectly timed to make sure that he does not get out. Oh my god. All right. I didn't expect a 65-minute game, but here we are.
I mean,
It is.
all I have to say is, me and Neff, from the beginning, we said eHome, never had a doubt,
That was such an easy game. Oh my god, was that an easy game? For Planet, you would ever doubt Planet Ricky? I don't know what you were thinking, man.
You're crazy.
Dude, when did I ever say Dandelion? Are you crazy? I never once said Dandelion.
Fanboy. We've heard it before.
Dude, I'm literally the eHome fan. What is going on here? I'm the one who votes for eHome every game.
What's
going on?
talking about?
Okay, clearly.
I'm sorry, Ricky. Neff has brought me over to the dark side of gaslighting you, but indeed,
I hate you, man.
An absolute hell of a performance here from eHome. I don't know how they did it. I mean, that was just an absolute romp. 65 minutes of pure carnage, but in the end, eHome are able to drive it home. Shiro Morphling, I'm never calling it a bad hero again. He has convinced me out and out this hero's got what it takes, and this player's got what it takes. And again, Shiro and Planet, these 2 guys, just absolute playmakers. I mean, right, I'm not trying to be negative towards eHome here, but when shuffle season comes around, I want to see Shiro and Planet on the same team together on one of these top 4 teams, 100%. Like, I love you guys on eHome, but these 2 guys are just like, they're set for the top spots here. Like, these guys are seriously good. Yeah, I mean,
he actually baited Summer in the triangle with a Chronosphere so bad. Like, he waveformed on top of his Dawnbreaker, refresher, waveformed, and then waveformed a 3rd time just to dodge the Faceless Void Chronosphere. And it's like, those are the type of plays that, like, he's just in the head of the enemy team. Like, he's toying with Summer, forcing him to try and make a mistake, and it works. Like, and that's just a skill. That's like a high skill play for sure.
Yeah, and that's not a situation where you're able to sit there and go, how can I bait this Faceless Void? Well, if I jump in and then use a couple of waveforms, and you've split second decision making, almost play on impulse there. And to be able to pull off those kind of mind games in the middle of a team fight is just absolutely ridiculous. Crazy performance from Shiro and crazy performance from Planet. I have to say, ZZQ, if he'd played a little bit cleaner, the game would have felt much easier, I believe. We wouldn't have been in this kind of sticky situation. The laning phase was an absolute mess. Like, yes, okay, gold looked okay, but XP was very no bueno. That was an issue which they needed to look at, but they won the game in the end, so that's what counts, right?
Yeah, that's all that matters. Walk away with the W. Dude, by the way, Warlock did 31,000 healing this game.
That's the highest healing per minute hero.
All right, that was uncalled for, Neff. Okay, it's true. It's 350 heal per minute. This hero is pumping out at the moment, so someone work that out. I'm sure that's like a little.
This was almost 500 this game.
Damn, thank you.
It was a pretty big deal. He was keeping everyone sustained in these team fights, but the issue was like there was so much burst damage coming up from these the side of eHome. Like Zeus plus Shiro. Once a hero was disabled, it was just like 100-0, gone. In like a moment. We saw that happen to Morphling turn around onto the Summer, where he thinks that he's fine and healthy, and he's got like 3,800 HP, and he's got a Trickster Cloak, and he's got his backtrack talent, but he still ends up getting bursted down. It's crazy what he pulled off in the late game, and it kind of made the war Warlock's healing fall off in the 60-minute game.
I mean, it always does, right? Like, there's no game where you're like, whoa, the Warlock healer's out healing him 60 minutes into the game. Like, wow. Stuff like Dawnbreaker also can, but yeah, it's a bit of a tough ask, even for the Shard with Warlock. But yeah, I mean, what were the critical mistakes which they made on the side of my mind's gone completely
Dandelion?
blank.
That's okay. On the side of Dandelion, the critical mistakes. I would say that, God, it's difficult to pinpoint on one thing because I feel like they itemized very well. Summer went for exactly the items that he needed in order to deal with the ultimate coming out from ZZQ. Maybe they just didn't end up playing it fast enough. Maybe they needed to punish this Dawnbreaker harder because I feel like once the refresher orb was done, then the game became very difficult. It was this Dawnbreaker ultimate that we talked about at the beginning of the game. They really struggled to play around. At that point, there was just too much healing with the heroes that weren't amazing at bursting people down. Maybe if you went for like a Dagon instead of a Revenant's Brooch on the puck, but again, it's just hard to say. I feel like even a Dagon wouldn't have been enough.
Yeah, it does never feels like enough with the Dagon. Never does. I don't know. It's a really tough call. I think Summer did have some overextensions, but at the same time, like, it only looks that way because you need someone to be on that front line. If not, it's going to be ZZ getting picked off, and that cannot happen. And it was a hard game for him, right? Like, this Planet Nyx seemed like a excellent counter pick to the puck. He caught him out so many times. That really did feel pretty damn good.
Yeah. It did. They had a lot of information for like stopping Dalen from being able to jump in this game. I feel like in the early game, a little bit of this was like ZZQ playing super sacrificial role, playing the enemy team's jungle, and Foy's in the back onto him. Other times, they use this. He jokes about the Thunder God's Wrath being on autocast, but this ended up blocking so many smokes that Dandelion was doing, where he's like, I got a feeling they're running at us with the smoke, and sure enough, each time, that's exactly what they were doing. And I think this maybe slowed down Dandelion's game enough that, you managed to draw out to the 16-minute mark to the point where these Warlock heals weren't as important. The Golden wasn't important. Puck doesn't have enough damage to 100-0 heroes anymore that they ended up winning. So, amazing insight here from Echo to not use his Thunder God's Wrath as a damage ability, but rather something to help them dodge team fights. At times, Dandelion wants to be able to take them.
Yeah, but his end give game stats aren't going to look quite as good. He's not going to have that same damage per minute. And by the way, Zeus is the highest damage a minute hero in the game. By the way, Nerf.
What incredible! Oh my god!
There you go.
But yeah, when you hit Thunder God's Wrath, the smoke tiers doesn't do damage. Your stats, they look awful. It show you win the game, but are you really winning if your damage numbers aren't that high?
Yeah, that's a good question. You might still get kicked because your damage per gold is too low.
The thing is, I would say something that's just like so crazy to watch is just like Planet play after play, right? Just finding big pickoffs, and it's like he goes down here, but he's gonna buy back right into the game. Usually, this was his actual dieback, but he forces a lot out of them, right? Like pretty much every single time.
Yeah, he does. I mean, we talked about that 3-man impale. I think they would have lost the game if he didn't buy back.
Insta hex, 3 attacks, bonk, bonk, bonk.
Yeah, Shiro the hero.
That's the thing, right? They committed the BKBs.
This is the refresher orb on the Morphle.
Dude, this is so sick, man. Like, they see the refresher get popped there on Beyond. They know what he's working with. They haven't really seen Summer
this is the
yet.
last fight. I had it wrong way around. It looked
no. This is Roche 4. They haven't. This is the right one. You're right.
Oh.
Zeal has a really fun time as well, just sitting on the front lines.
Yeah. Dude, and he always gets that Gravekeeper's cloak off. Like a lot of times he does. Not quite at that exact moment, but
it's amazing. The cast works in retrospect.
Yeah, here it is.
He's looking for ZZQ and Shiro. Waveform 1,
Refresher
Waveform
orb,
2,
jumps
Waveform 3.
Not even sure the chrono would have connected there, looking on the response. It was
it wouldn't have. No, but yeah,
still
maybe
very nice,
sure. Yeah, maybe like nerves got to him and he thought that he was going to catch out the Faceless Void like mid waveform or something.
What do you mean, Neff? Are you saying that nerves had something to do with a 60-plus minute game in a game which could determine whether you get relegated from the DPC, thus determining whether you can actually make it to TI?
My bad.
Or not?
These players are
no. It's clearly Better's, Neff. Come on, it's clearly magic.
Watch Zeal here, dude. Resummon,
dude. The Venn diagram of death.
Familiar. It's actually just so sick. Yeah, the triple Nimbus,
right.
triple Familiar, force the buyback, and then they're just going to catch him out with another Hex from Shiro, I believe, here to finish off the game. Like, they just played so well into the late game here. Yeah, there it is. Planet comes in, the stun, and yeah, at that point, you got nothing left to do here. You can't keep him alive.
Yeah, a little bit split here actually from Dandelion. That was a mistake. Like, they're trying to go after different targets. The Puck's running off after the Zeus. He does get him, but he buys back. And then the Void needs more heroes there to help him out. But again, that communication just clearly breaking down in the late game for them. Meanwhile, eHome able to keep it crispy. And I think a large part of this has to be to do with the fact that they played a very similar match against Aster Ares, where eHome actually lost. I'm really wondering if they sat down afterwards and they go, right, how do we improve our communication in the late game? Because that was a messy one. Or whether it's just a case if they had that experience, therefore the second time around it doesn't feel as hot and spicy. I don't know. Maybe we get them in an interview if they win this game number 2. I would love to ask that question, and I will if we do get to sit down and talk to them. But man, what a game! I'm ready to take a breath now and get ready and get excited for the second game as well. Anything you think really needs changing in the drafts here from either team? Because I felt like these drafts actually both ended up looking pretty sick.
Yeah, I agree. I think both teams actually had pretty good drafts. Like I said, I think eHome's strength for the most part, like one of their strongest attributes as a team is that they usually have pretty good drafts. And I think that's one of the reasons like they did so well last season. They were like pretty creative with like some of the heroes that they would pick, but they actually made them work really well in their drafts. And this is just like kind of another example of that. A lot of people, again, like to hate on the Morphling, but works really well with their lineup. And they just always give Planet a playmaker, right? And that's just such a big deal.
Yeah.
It is indeed. Alrighty, we're going to give the players a chance to recover from that extra long game, so we are going to throw it over to a short break. But when we come back, we will be back into the draft for game number 2 between these teams. So we'll see you very shortly for the second match here of eHome versus Dandelion. Don't miss it. We'll see you in a bit.
你不曾拥有姓名，通向终点的路很长。但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。 之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Bonjour and welcome back as we are into the draft for game number 2 of eHome versus Dandelion here. These two teams are currently sitting at the bottom of the table. The winner will get a chance at redemption. The loser will be cursed to Division 2 and to skip out on those TI qualifiers as well. It is a very, very important match for both of these teams. Who's going to win? I don't know. That's why we're playing it, you dummies. Let's get into this draft then. We got ourselves a Puck and a Nyx coming out for eHome for their opening duo. Meanwhile, Dandelion, they're going to grab the Dawnbreaker for themselves, and they will take the Void Spirit. Neff, which of these openings do you prefer?
I'm going to say I'm liking eHome. You feel the confidence here. Last game, you saw that they didn't end up taking a Nick Assassin immediately to counter the Dawnbreaker on the side of Dandelion. This time, eHome goes, you know what? We're not going to make that mistake. Planet had an amazing game. He scouted for it. He set up amazing stuns. He did game-turning blinks into Ravages on a hero that doesn't even have that spell. We're going to go with Nick's Assassin this game. We're going to counter the Dawnbreaker, and we're going to bring it to a 2-0.
Does
that inspire confidence? Or?
Yeah. No, I'm down. I was just kind of, I've never seen this kind of energy from you before. Usually it's kind of like some half-assed gaslight into just some nice analysis, you know? This is different. So now we have, sorry, actually, your gaslighting's never half-assed. That's probably the one thing you hold
Thank you.
So we have a Phoenix coming out from eHome this time around as well. I find that interesting. Do you reckon this is like a answer to the Dawnbreak? You know, she throws down that ultimate. Phoenix goes, well, I've got one of those too. Got like dropping down into a supernova. Is that smart?
Yeah, out of the frying pan into the supernova. I think that's how the old saying goes.
I don't think it is, but I'll like to continue.
Yeah, all right. But yeah, I do like this counter. I think you have a reasonably easy time pulling this one off as well. There are no heroes that are amazing at dealing with the egg either. Dawnbreaker is pretty bad. Void Spirit doesn't want to step up over and try to like hit the egg for a couple seconds because he wants to play incredibly elusive in these team fights. There is one solution there though. They pick up the Alk on Dandelion. And I'm pretty sure this brings up some repressed memories for the side of eHome when they tried running an Alchemist themselves against Astair. You were there for that one.
Yep. I mean, this is, I don't know, this is kind of like they're just doing to eHome what was done to eHome. You know, the late game, the Alchemist.
That's the circle of abuse.
Whoa. Yeah, I guess. Deep. All abuse is a circle in a way.
Yeah.
You got to break it though, eHome. Well, no, Dandelion actually have to break it, but they're going to want
to also have to break this bristleback.
Oh,
yeah. I'm getting better at these ones.
Yeah, I love this though. I mean, obviously, Alchemist can buy Silver Edge. He does kind of like building that item, but Bristleback doesn't really care about Silver Edge that much anymore. You know, it is good to have, but at the same time, this hero just has this unstoppable tempo when he gets that Aghanim Scepter. And if you can really capitalize upon that, you know, you're basically guaranteed a couple of fights when you get that Aghanim. It always feels like, unless you can offset the timing massively, or you can find a way to kind of play the map without kind of brute forcing the Bristle. It's a big ask though, and especially with the Alchemist, like I feel like their timings just clash so heavily. It's going to be interesting.
I think one of the biggest benefits of the Bristleback here is the fact that like when you play it into the Alchemist, like usually the Alch wants to be able to like accelerate and be further and further ahead, but the Bristleback kind of meets the same timings and creates this like window of opportunity, or like I guess eliminates the window of opportunity of like a snowballed Alchemist if it ends up being a one position Alch.
Yeah, by the time the Bristleback's online, Alchemist hasn't had time to build his armor item yet. And so Bristleback happens to be very good against the Alch for that reason. Usually it's like your third or fourth item you build an Assault Cross or something like that. With the goo and the mass amount of physical damage that the Bristleback does, it just plays super well into the Alch who's not able to blow him up.
But
there's so many items that you need as answers.
Important interjection here. It appears that Dandelion do not believe that this is going to be a safe lane Bristleback, but instead an off lane Bristleback. I would dislike that, but that is the read from them as they ban out the Faceless Void on the Razor.
I mean, Faceless Void Razor make this game impossible for Dandelion is one thing, because they do have last pick on eHome. So you're going to see like completely what like the strat is going to be here from Dandelion. And if this ends up being a safe lane Alk, like a safe lane Faceless Void would completely ruin them. You do have like the Dawnbreaker, of course, which we saw last game used a pretty good effect, but then you just like don't have the late game, right? The late game would be completely in eHome's favor. They will take the safe lane Luna, which makes me feel like we're going to see a 5 Alchemist with probably a Dawnbreaker off lane.
I hate this. I hate this support Alchemist. So you guys keep talking it up. You're like, it's great.
Dude, I've literally been talking.
The economy will be thriving.
I love it.
Okay.
In every single player interview I've done, I have literally continuously asked about this Luna. Or not the 5 Alk, and most of them agree that it's not good.
But you guys should hear this. This is when we're off mic and we're behind the scenes with the players, and Ricky is like, he is intense. You know, he's like, why do you keep picking? Why do you play it? And they're like, oh Jesus, like, what do I say to make this guy go away? It's we've had to have conversations.
That's why FY didn't end up doing the interview. We heard about like our cryptic. And
yeah. Ricky just shouted
how much of a loose cannon I am.
Loose cannon. Mars going to be the final pickup for eHome, so it is going to be the carry Bristle as I'd hoped. And I think this makes a pretty damn good lineup for eHome. Meanwhile, Dandelion a little bit unconventional from them. It's going to be SJ and the Alchemist. Indeed, Summer Luna. Luna is a hero we just have not been seeing much of recently. Why is that? Well, as a pretty girl for a minute there. Why is that? I just don't really know. I think the hero feels all right, but one thing you can do, so this is something which Puppy was doing when he was playing the Alchemist, is he basically kind of sacked the lane a little bit, made tons and tons of stacks, and then helped his Terrorblade farm it by using that acid spray. So that is something you can very much do with a Luna as well. You can help her farm stacks from like minute 5 onwards pretty much with acid spray and bouncing glaives. It does feel like a very niche strat, and I have to say, like, I feel like in the situation they're in, they've put themselves in hot water by trying to go for this one. So I am going to lean the way of eHome pretty heavily on this game number 2. What about you, Mr. Ricky?
I'm going to stick with my boys on eHome. They've got the egg into the arena, which is always super strong. The only thing you have to worry about here is this Bristleback going into late game. It does lose into the Luna. Like at this point, like Dandelion will have more damage, but I think eHome should be able to close this one out.
Neff.
In the words of a good friend of mine, who will not be named because how Dandelion got owned in the previous game, I hecking love Dandelion, and I can't wait to see them at TI. I am with Dandelion for game number 2. I think in the mid lane, Void Spirit, he's going to pop off. ZC, he is the future here. It doesn't matter that he's playing against Puck, he's probably going to own his hero, or that Luna's not an amazing carry anymore. I believe in them.
I respect that. I respect that a lot. Can Dandelion do it and even out the series, or will it be an eHome 2-0, thus getting them closer to getting out of that relegation zone? Let's find out as we jump into game number 2. It's going to be Ricky and Neff on the mic, and I'll be throwing in some stats as well. Enjoy.
Oh, I will indeed. Thank you.
It is way too close. I'm incredibly uncomfortable when people get that close to me.
Was what too close?
Please don't speak to me this way. How do I file a mask?
It's just your ears, man. Don't worry about it. SJ, and you can't find a stun up there, so no concoction to connect. It's just gonna be a Beyond beats Sheeral on the right-clicking war. So it's being a 3-for-1 on the runes. So. Like we said, it is the 3-position Dawnbreaker here. This hero does a lot of damage from the 3. I don't know if it has enough early game, I don't know if it's strong enough early game to stop Bristleback from snowballing. Because that is what you have to do. Like these first 2 or 3 levels, you have to be able to shut down the Bristleback. And Dawnbreaker is really strong at level 2 and level 3. But we'll see if they can make it happen.
After that.
Yeah, it's like if you snowball the lane at level 2 and level 3, you're feeling really good. And so far Beyond just dumping the damage in there with that Starbreaker.
Yeah, Chiro is spamming out to his quills at level 1. Beyond came to this lane with a magic stick. He's already got 5 charges. So if he builds these things up with these initial stacks of quill spray, I think he's going to be... What?
I'm not sure if you caught that. Top lane, First Blood from the Alchemist Luna lane.
They just walked at him.
The one armor hero, and SJ just spamming concoction off cooldown. Finds the kill onto the Phoenix.
They simply walked at him.
Yeah, 2 lucid beams and 2 concoctions. It's good enough.
Yeah, I mean, there's your punish, I suppose. Zeal's not able to do too much about that. I should have been keeping my eyes peeled up on the top lane. I think no way do they just like commit on the Phoenix. He's got fire spirits in order to slow them down.
Do it again.
He's just doing it again.
Yeah. It's the thing is, like SJ is super annoying with these concoctions, but because they get that first blood, he's got a whole nother round of mana regen coming out. Because that is the only thing that limits the Alk is going to be his mana pool. So you start the game with those double mangoes. You try to get to that the Sage's Mask to finish up that Ring of Bat, like the Bassi or whatever.
You can Bassi this game?
Yeah, almost always. Or you just go to the Soul Ring. It's one of the two.
Yep. This thing just... Wait, Ring of Protection doesn't turn into Bassi anymore.
Or, yeah, sorry. No, you need Sage's Mask, just recipe. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
So that's going to the
I'm like, hold on.
Soul Ring. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that's just like such a weird change from so long ago. I just forgot.
Yeah, all rings should turn into other rings, in my opinion.
Bassi also just like wasn't an item for a long time. Like no one was building it on because it just like had one item that you actually used it with. And it was pretty bad.
Yeah. It is interesting now though, because it is such efficient mana regen now. It's 475 gold for 1.5 mana regen, and one of it like it's 0.5 to yourself and 1 in an aura. So. Like I've seen a lot of carries here in the Chinese region, especially just like pick up a Ring of Bassi, then go farm the jungle. To be able to like spam with their spells now that they have it with 425 gold. It is pretty efficient.
Yeah, I've done something similar actually myself. With that, Planet has to dive away here, get away from SJ. And he's actually gonna pop a Self because he has to self stun there, and they're gonna turn their attention onto Summer instead. A lot of damage coming out there from Zeal on the Mars, but here comes SJ once again. Popping those mangoes, popping those salves. Dude, top lane is an absolute brawl.
Yeah, it's not great that he ended up self-stunning himself there because it's 100 minutes. He's just, committing to damage himself at that point. Hopefully he can on top these targets pretty soon. They need to send out Regen at the moment. That is unfortunate. He's now getting pushed back out of lane completely. You can't end up walking forward as Zeal's going to hit you with like a spear into God's Rebuke. You need to be like trading with the heroes. It's the whole point of Luna. Like you've got plus 15 damage right now on both you and the Alchemist. You've got like the double stuns as well from Lucid Beam and Stable Concoction.
Yeah, but he's
doing
got
such a good job
the Fire Spirits, and it's not easy to get those trades, right? Like, your attack speed is so slow.
Yeah.
He does have 12 wand charges though, so he does have a lot of extra health and mana to work with. A little bit deceiving.
So. All right, let me see the rotation here for the water runes. And yeah, Concoction up on top. They're going to go on to this Mars.
They're going to do a lot of damage to Zeal here. Those chain stuns holding him there inside that acid spray.
Yep. We lose 4 armor from this, plus the extra 15 damage on both the Alk and the Luna. That really adds up.
Yeah, luckily Planet does have that headdress, so he is regenning quite a bit here in the lane, but does need to be careful. SJ channeling off onto the side. He's going to get in range to toss another one, but Phoenix now in some trouble. Does have a dive. He actually might be able to solo off the Alchemist here. He's got a dive. Will he use it? Trying to burn him down. He ends up getting the kill. Planet going to dive away. Zeal does have Spear. Will throw it just to make sure they don't trade.
Yep. Are you just going to continue to spam out these people? Like drop another Lucid Beam onto Zeal here? So he just walks completely out of lane? Yeah, it is a bloodbath up here at the top lane. I think this would be a little bit easier given that it's like a Luna Alk, but I'd say that for the amount of damage and kills these people should be getting, like 20 CS is not amazing right now on the Luna. So they're doing a good job at dealing with this.
I honestly really thought that this bottom lane would be going better for Beyond, but
Puck's in base right now.
He's like solo sustaining the lane, right? Like we've seen Rubik rotating a ton. Well, he drops a ward right on top of their sentry. He gets level 6 here though, so Echo will be fine and just an instant D-ward. He drops the coil actually. There's a TP coming in from the Nyx assassin, and Phoenix is here on the side. If they can bring down ZC, it would be huge. He ends up jumping in aggressively. Nice astral step away, almost picks off the Phoenix.
Yeah,
Very
didn't have time
sick
to
play
throw an
there.
auto attack off into him first, so he ends up
And
surviving that.
Echo wins the RNG.
Invis Rune ends up going his way. You know, despite the amount of action that we've seen so far, there's only 2 kills on the board overall. I'd really expect more heroes to go down in this at the moment. We do have level 6 on Beyond down in the bottom lane, so he could jump over onto something if he sets up with this this Void
They're looking to
Spirit.
go top.
I think he's just picking up the Bounty Rune.
But they got Rubik rotating in as well. They should be able to pick off Zeal here. He is alone. Question is, will they send anyone else to join him? Spear will send Rubik back into tower range, and with that Planet will find a kill, most likely here. The dive forward to try and guarantee it, but he's put himself in a lot of danger. Drops one more Fire Spirit off onto the Luna, but they got a concoction. He's going to go and use the Sunray, try to disengage here, but Summer, with that Lucent Beam, will be able to finish him up. So it ends up getting a little bit too aggressive. I feel like he should have not canceled the dive.
Yeah. Now that he has the dive.
Characteristic mistake there of Planet.
Yeah, maybe he just want to get all the damage he possibly could off. I mean, the solo XP that you get for that kill there is worth quite a bit, but this makes Summer's game significantly easier because you were shutting him down in lane pretty well, despite the fact that they have a relatively strong lane there. So it makes Summer's game easier.
Dude,
I am surprised
so farmed.
Yeah, I'm also surprised that Dawnbreaker didn't end up coming in. Speaking of
Dawnbreaker, she's going mid for Echo. They tried to interrupt with the Spike Carapace, but it didn't come out in time, and with no mana left here on ZC, and Planet's rotation in from the mid lane, they're going to actually try and just bring down the Void Spirit. Echo just kind of baiting him around, and that's going to be a kill. It's salved up as well. And with 8-minute Power Rune coming, this is a big deal if he's able to pick it up on Echo.
Yep.
Bottom,
move Rubik down to the bottom room, he gets a double damage.
That's big.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's not that big. He
No, I mean,
clicks
it's
the
denying
thing for
it
some
big.
big damage. Yeah.
It's the deny that's big, right?
True. Dawnbreaker Ultimate's still on cooldown for another 70 seconds, so they might feel confident to do some things on the map. I think the major thing you're waiting for is ZZQ to hit his level 6. We talked about one of the big issues with EHOM in the previous game was that the supports were pretty under-leveled by the time 10 minutes rolled around. Hopefully this game, they give ZZQ the opportunity to, grab that tome at 10 minutes and be level 5 even before that happens. So they made some plays happen around the map. He doesn't even have, boots yet. This is rough, man.
Yeah, I'd say most support out games, I'm not a fan. I'd say with this one, I can see it being okay if they actually get a decent Ags timing for the Void Spirit, because that is a big deal. If he gets, one survivability item and then, Kaya Sange or Witchblade and then just gets a free Ags, this hero is going to do ridiculous damage in the mid-game. But it also just counters out a ton of heroes.
Yeah, he's playing his Puck, so the first item he's going to build is the Yule Scepter, so he doesn't just immediately die. You're getting disabled. He'll be able to stall out some of the duration of that Dream Coil, dispel that silence. It's also a decent setup. So whenever you're playing against a big silence on Void Spirit, you want to pick up the Yule Scepter. Eggs will probably come after that this game.
Yeah, I was doing a stack check on the side of eHome, and there's not really any stacks made, so that has me a little worried. As they do need those to really turn around the game for the Bristleback, or rather accelerate the game for the Bristleback.
Yeah, usually see Ancient stacked up in these sort of games, but the pressure that the Alchemist and Luna have been putting up in the top lane, it has to give Phoenix a chance to walk away to make any Ancient stacks this game. No. Unfortunate for them. Mars is... What's he building his first item? He just got phase boots coming out, so the Blink Dagger is going to be a little bit delayed for that reason. It's still okay at setting up for kills without the Blink Dagger, as they do have a puck on their side. But again, what you really want is ZZQ's level 6.
He's very far away.
He's got the tome coming out, so he's
does he?
closer
Okay.
than you'd think.
Fine, yeah.
I wish Echo would
sure
give
he
this
was
wave
gonna
up to
give it,
ZZQ. Actually, if he gets solo XP with that catapult, he'll have his level 6. He might have it off of just this tome. I forget how much it is.
I think the tome alone will give it to him. It is slightly more than one level.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that'll give it to him. He did the math, I didn't. We'll see if he pops Vendetta as he walks up here, but I think they can just pressure this tower here. They have themselves the catapult, SJ sitting behind the building. It's just a matter of clearing out this wave.
They actually had
just
a ward that
dodges.
scouted everything, and with SJ being level 6, they actually just don't have the damage to kill the Alk here at all. So he's just gonna run around with his hands in the air, you know, being a goofy boy. Might settle for the Rubik. Oh, he gets a stolen arena. Will pin him against the wall. They should actually be able to burst him though. So they will get the kill. SJ will get the stun off, but Big Egg on the backside, plus a coil. They're in a lot of trouble here. Zetzi able to get out for the moment with a nice assimilate, but SJ not going to be as lucky. That Chemical Rage has expired, and it's going to be 2 kills going to the E-Home and the Tier 1 tower top to boot. So beautiful play here from them. And of course, Dawnbreaker unable to get into the fight because of Nyx Assassin, and ZC is actually out of mana and everything mid lane. He's just gonna get dove by Shiro. He gets him. In Summer, you actually need to be careful. Shiro could just turn on you after the Eclipse.
Yes, and I would not be surprised if
he's a little bit worried, I guess.
I guess. It is a decent chunk of damage that this Luna does. A lot of it will end up going through your Vanguard just because she has such high damage numbers, but if you like get turned on when you pop the Mask of Madness and you've got some Quill Spray Goose Stags onto you, you just like instantly die to the Bristle back. One thing I want to touch on is he didn't actually manage to steal the arena there. This Mars is actually very disciplined. He popped the Bulwark immediately after dropping his ultimate. The Rubik stole the Bulwark there.
Nice. Okay, that's big.
Yep. Speaking of the Mars, he forces SJ to pop the ultimate.
Once again. Yeah, they might actually have the damage to bring him down here with the Sun Ray, and they do. Well played, Planet with the dive away. He's going to be fine and beyond the force of the top lane.
Yep. Instead of moving away with that, John just decided to click beyond down with the assistance of the Switchblade damage.
Yeah, he's got an Arcane Rune to work with as well here, so spells a lot more often. I actually really like this. He just like skipped Brown Boots and just rushed the Witchblade, which is a lot of times like your timing on Puck is just getting Witchblade. So this is pretty sick. This is actually really smart. I like this a lot.
Yep. Rubik, by the way, he is going for a Spirit Vessel as his first item.
Pretty good this game until the BKBs rather, you know. But until then, very good.
No, it's necessary. They're not going to be able to set up on Echo here, unfortunately. I don't think they have anybody that can actually get them to kill onto to Echo. Like eventually you can chain stun with like a Rubik Lip, but at the moment it's only 1.2 second stun. So
it's 5 gold away from the Yules. That is your only way of finding the actual Puck, right? Astral Step into the Yules, into the Remnants, but
I mean, you need a lot of heroes there.
You need more, yeah. It can't, like ZC doesn't have the damage alone.
Yep.
And it is only level 1 Remnant, so it's not that long of a stun. Top lane Beyond gets caught by the arena. ZZQ there to follow up with the stun. And Zeal will grab it. Coil on the backside will find the Alchemist. For the rest of the heroes here on Dandelion, they're showing up. They want to fight. Egg does come through. Can they actually find the kill onto ZC? Assimilates himself. Away for the moment. Mars catches the Yules. He's going to need help and fast. SJ with the concoction into the Eclipse. Zeal goes down. Off laner for off laner. Space potentially for Shiro, though, as he's in the mid lane.
Yep. I mean, they had the opportunity to walk away from the enemy team as soon as they popped the Phoenix Egg, but they continue to pursue a little bit farther instead of Ehome, so they should recognize they could turn that one back around on Dandelion.
The previous fights, they've always, they used the egg timed with the coil. This time, there was no real spells to lock them down. They'd already committed the arena, and the coil was on cooldown. So, without it, the egg, not nearly as impactful, but
yep. All right, over in the bottom lane, Beyond continue farm, but does have Solar Guardian available, and is trying to finish off his BKB. This is a huge deal, so you don't just get owned by the Nyx Assassin in several different ways in these team fights. I mean, your Starbreaker is interrupted by the stun. Your Celestial Hammer, you just get stunned up as soon as you throw it down if you walk into the fire trail. Your ultimate ends up getting interrupted, so BKB is honestly a huge deal for Dandelion.
And they are not giving this Alk anything. Like, they're just shutting him down. Anywhere that they think this hero is farming, they just take him out and, not even risk it. Mid lane, ZC, Zeal with the perfect Arena Spear combo, but Echo misses with the coil, and the Waning Rift can come out in a stolen coil from Rubik. Might be able to turn this one around. Dawnbreaker coming through. The Puck does get nice orb. Does he get the jaunt off? He does it, but he phase shifts, and for the moment he's alive. They managed to get the kill onto the Void Spirit. 1-for-1 trade, and in comes Shiro. He's going to try and chase these heroes down, but Summer on the side doing a lot of damage here on the Luna and SJ. He's got that concoction brewing. Not going to be able to find anyone, though. Zeal mid lane does have the blink. The spear is going to send back the Rubik up onto the high ground. Zeal trying to hobble away. Gets popped instead. Ends up being a trade, but wait a minute. They're not even going to get the Rubik. Shiro now trying to hobble away. Oh, the egg on the high ground will be what ends up finding the kill onto the Rubik. I mean, overall, this is pretty good for Dandelion, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to turn these around and catch these heroes they have no business catching into this point. Amara's going back in, trying to find himself a little bit more, but honestly, it's a decent punish from the side of Dandelion. I don't think Puck has any business going down at this point in the game. It was bizarre seeing that Coil come out so slow there. I thought for sure he'd managed to catch the Void Spirit, but I think you want to get on top of him with Illusionary Orb first. Maybe got a little bit greedy, not just like dropping the Ethereal Jaunt and then Dream Coiling him as soon as he's in range. And this does give SJ finally a little bit of breathing room to try and make an egg for somebody.
I mean, it's got to be for the Void Spirit. It can't be for anyone else.
Yeah.
I mean, Luna's Ags is very good. You don't really want to
play
rush
fast,
this game. Yeah, it's very good. I think late game is going to own, but for right now, you definitely want that Ags onto the Void Spirit. He's got his fuels. He's even queuing up a BKB as well. He's going full defensive.
Yeah, I mean, here's the issue. If you build an Aghanim Scepter on Alchemist and you pass it over to someone, it's kind of like you're down a hero with how little that they're doing. You want to have as much uptime as possible in the game. If you commit 4,200 gold for something that'll improve Luna's ultimate, you're kind of useless the rest of the time. So the huge amount of uptime, like being able to clear out creep wave with double remnant pulse or set up kills or silence people, is way more useful at the beginning of the game than being able to take a single good team fight with Eggs Eclipse. So most likely
going to go a long way this game. If he manages to get on top of Planet, it's huge. It does have a pipe, though. It's actually pretty interesting itemization here from the Phoenix. It's going to do wonders. They do have a ward center up on the high ground. Echo, he's going to be able to pop the smoke. They find the Rubik. The spear off the mark, though. Might be able to save him. He ends up dropping the coil. He's going to only steal phase shift there on the Rubik. And he should burn this one down eventually. Mars still has the arena. Ready to go. They have a nice ward that is scouting Summer for the moment. But Dandelion looks like they're ready to fight.
Okay, they've got BKB on Luna.
They're going to go Roche.
I don't think they can.
I mean, they have
pretty sure
Axe.
you
They
can interrupt
definitely.
this. I'm pretty sure Dandelion can contest this. But these bristleback illusions are actually very tanky and giving them information.
And top lane, SJ. Oh, he didn't spike Carapace the. I mean, this is honestly,
away with his Roshan.
He could have spiked Carapace the acid spray, but just, I guess, was not paying attention to that one. But yeah, they get the Roche. Goes the way of Shiro. That 7 stacks of Nasal Goo ends up going a long way. 21 minus armor. Pretty good.
Yep.
And Alk has his Ags. He's running down the mid lane. All right, Neff. Wager. Who's it going for? Well, ZC jumps in, actually.
One for ZC. Yeah.
And suddenly, your Void Spirit top net worth.
Yep. He's going for the BKB next. After he has that, I think these team fights will be pretty easy for them, regardless of them fighting into the Aegis.
So
it is
they
kind of
smoke up
unfortunate
right
they
with
gave
this.
this up.
They have to find something big. Like this timing, the Void Spirit's Ags right now. This is it. This is Dandelion. They have to do something.
I don't know if it is. I think they need the BKB first. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think they need BKB and Void Spirit before they can fight into them. He might just reveal Ags and then immediately die to Dream Coil plus stuns.
Oh, we'll see. They're a little bit split up here on eHome.
Yeah. Puck is on the other side of the jungle. They wouldn't be able to join the fight right away, but they don't know that on Dandelion. They hesitate. They're wasting so much time that Zitzi could be farming. I really want to see him finishing up this BKB before taking a fight into them. Do they smoke up again? They just spent a full minute trying to find a jump onto eHome with a smoke there. I really don't like this.
I mean, they were looking for Puck bottom. Instead, they might find Planet. Again, he's got this pipe. He is pretty tanky. He ends up missing with the first Astral Step and Resonant Pulse. The Chain Stuns are there onto the Phoenix. Doesn't get the ability to keep himself alive, though.
Yeah.
So a big kill, because it will open up this mid tower. Without the Phoenix Egg, that defense is a lot more difficult, and Summer will be able to claim that one.
Yeah. Zill's going to push in the top lane while this happens, and not going to be able to respond in time on the side of Dandelion to be able to catch out Zeal.
He's looking for Beyond, but that Vendetta is about to expire.
Yep.
All right, so the game's slowing down a little bit. Who do you think this really favors? Because I feel like this Luna late game is just going to shred the side of eHome.
Oh yeah, definitely. It does favor the side of eHome. Bristleback can be pretty scary once he hits like level 25, or the game goes later than that. But for a while, the Luna is going to be an absolute menace, and it gives them more time to finish, other Aghanim Scepters or what is he going for now? The Vlad's with Wraith Pact Totem here on Alchemist. So you're giving them time to finish up like very crucial items on the side of Dandelion. It looks like it's Silver Edge that the Luna's going for at the moment as well.
Yeah.
So you have Egg Shard. Most people don't build this anymore ever since they nerfed it to just be like a single auto attack coming up from Losing Beam. It's not worth going 1,400 gold out of your way in your item build for like a single click.
Silver Edge is so good this game. It's absolutely essential. Rune's going to spawn top. It is a regen. It's going to get bottled up there by ZC. ZZQ is going to try and maybe pop a smoke here as he's heading into his high ground. He's pinging. He's like, guys, they've got to be around here somewhere.
Yep. ZC doesn't have
there it is.
detection, unfortunately.
Yep.
Yeah. If he did, that would be a very dead Nyx Assassin. You were so close to your BKB on Void Spirit.
Oh, they bait him in the mid lane. Off the mark there on Echo.
Okay, now I'm pretty sure Dandelion does very well off of this one. You're 50 gold away from your BKB. You managed to drop the Dream Coil there. That was your small window of opportunity where you have the Aegis. Yes, you have the Aghanim Scepter there on the Void Spirit, but he doesn't have his BKB completed yet. That was your last opportunity to kill Void. I think the game becomes too difficult for them now. As soon as this BKB comes in on ZC, they're going to start playing very aggressive. Come on, there it is. Double defensive item.
As well. The way they're playing this Alchemist is so different to what I was expecting. And to be honest, what's been played before, there has yet to be a Wraith Pact been built on Alchemist so far. There's been 2 Vlads, but no Wraith Pact. So that is kind of interesting.
He's only got the Vlads queued up for now. So he might just go the Vlads, but the thing is, like I said, the Luna Aghanim Scepter isn't going to do a lot of work until she gets to that level 25. And then at that point, once you have the Lucent Beam mini stun talent, it's actually pretty nuts how strong that becomes.
I kind of like it.
It's still pretty damn insane beforehand, right? Like, it's a really powerful Aghanims.
Oh, absolutely. All right, mid lane, tier 1 tower. Shiro trying to force something here as he's got that Aegis expiring in 10 seconds. He knows he does not want to go down here. His team's nowhere nearby. They can't TP in, so he's going to back off. Aegis going to be reclaimed there. And they will smoke up on Dandelion. They know.
Yeah, just
more
go
Aegis
for him, man.
on the Bristleback.
I mean, initiating on a Bristleback is how you lose games and fights. But come on, just do it.
They're going to go for it. BKB comes out from ZC, and he backs off immediately. I think he got a glimpse of ZZQ on the Nyx and was like, oh god. Dude. Actually smoke immediately.
Yeah, I mean, they saw the BKB pop from that Void Spirit. Sorry. Gonna keep it professional.
Oh, you got his 20 health regen talent as well here on Bristleback instead of the Quill Spray.
We have the vision.
Oh, big Arena traps up the Alk, and he's silenced as well, so he's first to fall beyond here with the BKB doing what he can, but Shiro starting to really stack up that damage. Brendan's going to do some work. Shiro comes in, drops that coil onto the Dawnbreaker. The big silence on the backside, though, is preventing a lot that they can do here. Big Eclipse Planet still got that egg up on the high ground. Echo trying to do what he can. Shiro on the backside with the help of Zeal does find those kills. Summer, will he get stunned up by the egg? He does not. That BKB, it's gone. Needs help and fast. There's the Sunray coming through, but Shiro just continuing the chase. Beats him down here on the Bristleback, but it's going to be the buybacks coming through from the side of Dandelion that clean up big. They take down Puck. Shiro able to just disengage. Rubik against the wall there by Zeal. Can they actually take down Shiro, though? He's just so fast. He's gone. He's going to be able to TP out. He is safe. 2 buybacks forced on Dandelion. 4 for 1 at the end of the day. You only get the Puck.
Yeah. I think a lot of this was like off the back of not being able to play that aggressive here on the Void Spirit due to the fact that BKB was on cooldown. This was a major issue. Nobody on their side actually did that much damage there. Meanwhile, Bristleback, I mean, we were talking about the strength and this like mid-game timing he has. He ended up doing 7,500 damage in that last team fight from him not being able to be like taken down. That was insane. 4 heroes end up losing.
Pretty much the same amount of damage as the entirety of Dandelion.
Yeah.
And he's almost got an AC. So I really like the decision here just to continue to lay into getting more just straight right-click damage. As Luna, obviously, she does not like heroes being on top of her. And Bristleback, even if she's BKB'd, he's going to have way more move speed. He can just chase her down.
Yep. I mean, he's dealing with the physical damage coming out.
Oh, they see beyond.
Part of what they have going for them is they have a lot of heroes that just like right-click you between other things that they're doing. The Void Spirit, the Alchemist, Dawnbreaker, and Luna all do that. And when they have like Vlad's plus Lunar Blessing,
Zeal off the mark with the spear, but it forces the BKB out of your Dawnbreaker. They drop a ward aggressively here. ZZQ actually gets scouted by the ward. Or by the creep, rather. So we're going to focus on the tier 2 tower here in the top lane. They should be able to get it with ease. No fortification left.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
they're hesitant to even like go on this bottom tier 2 as well. Like if Zenzi commits forward, puck comes in, drops a coil on him, he's forced to pop his BKB in order to get away.
Dude, having Quicksilver on Bristleback is so fun.
I mean, it's okay. It's not like a crazy item anymore. They've nerfed it so many times.
Yeah, but it's still pretty good.
Yeah.
At 6% or 7% move speed.
A little bit underwhelming.
It's pretty good, man. With how fast he is with Warpath.
Yeah, it's all right. You might just replace it with the Elven Tunic, which also gives you 7%.
I don't know. I don't know if they actually evasion might go a long way this game to keep him alive, especially during the break.
Yep.
Speaking of Elven Tunic, one drops for Summer there, but he's got himself a Paladin Sword instead. This is the Silver Edge reveal. He'll be able to get the Telekinesis onto the Bristleback. Can he get the BKB on Big Arena and a huge egg on the backside? They're going to need help as well. They've managed to trade 1-for-1 Nyx Assassin for them. Beyond pops his BKB trying to run. But Shiro here, standing inside the Sunray, doing some work. Zeal in some trouble as well. There's going to be Eclipse, and Beyond comes in on the Dawnbreaker. They're stunning up the Bristleback, but there's the coil from Echo. He wasn't in the fight the entire time, and now the Luna stuck here. Man, like, you just can't get away. Ultra kill for Shiro. Give this man a rampage. They're looking for ZC. Question is, can they get him? Puck blinks aggressively, manages to find him. He's busy. He's going to Roshan. There's an Arcane Rune that gets scouted. Zeal's got a blink and a spear in one. Oh, off the mark there.
Yep. TP still in cooldown for another 16 seconds, so he can't leave. But again, Shiro, he's using this opportunity to clear out Roshan again. The Aghanim Shard, he'll get off of this one. I imagine he'll take this for himself.
100%. This shard is so good.
Yep.
This shard is so good. This is like not an item you like want to get. Like you definitely get it late game, but the hairball is such a ridiculous amount of burst damage in fights, especially if you've managed to put a few stacks out. Like, it is really good.
I mean, it just creates more stacks.
More stacks.
That's what Bristleback wants to do, is create stacks.
He's on Satanic. What do you think about
that? Makes sense. I mean, he's difficult to bring down. He wants to make himself even tankier. They're never going to be able to burst down in team fights. And what happened in the last one? It was such a quick response to them hopping on Shiro. Immediately, there's an arena that negates a lot of the damage coming off onto him, as well as like Supernova and Sunray.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's blocking damage coming in from like ranged right clicks. It's healing, and they know that as soon as that Supernova pops, everyone's going to be stunned, so they're forced to back off.
Dude, he has Paladin Sword on Shiro.
Yep.
That's about as good as it gets.
Yeah, very tanky boy now. He's sitting kind of low on mana, though. You need some way to top this back up. Unfortunately, nobody on his team is mana boots for him.
Yeah, it is something that it's going to be difficult, too, because if he uses Hairball in the fight, it's a ton of mana. That is a costly item. Oh, they actually saw Summer for a moment there. He's going to be able to pop that Silver Edge, try and hobble away on top of Zeal here. Concoction coming through. Stun's going to be able to find the Nyx Assassin. They're going to find Beyond on the backside, though. He's going to be forced to BKB right away, and Zenzi comes in with his own, finds the Nyx Assassin, but he's able to keep himself alive thanks to the Spike Carapace, so a nice bait. And now Zenzi He's going to get caught by the coil. Zeal ready to go with an Arena as well. They jump in aggressively. The Arena comes out, stuffing into 4, but they caught the Bristleback. The Aegis going to get popped here, but a huge egg. And the Sunray as well, just burning these heroes. They cannot escape. Summer will survive. Echo into trouble. Silenced up. He just get popped instead. A little bit too aggressive, and now Shiro needs to disengage. He did buyback on the next assassin. He's trying to get himself back across the map here to help out. Oh, Zeal, Spear. He's found the Void Spirit. Can they finish him off? Zentu with the blink in. The Impale is there. The damage they have to finish him off. They do. They find Alina as well. The Vendetta damage. Shiro just going to work. 5 heroes dead. Nyx Assassin, don't give it to E-Home, baby.
All right. I mean, they should have known that Nyx Assassin was coming in. He's ready to set things up, but Mars had no hesitation jumping in and grabbing the Void Spirit. They just wanted to move out of their base and find a little bit of farm after they lost that T fight, but they're just going for the tier 4.
End it. Dude, this guy has 700 damage right now. 800 damage.
He's 25.
He just hit 25.
Oh my god. This is not okay. The amount of damage that this hero does. They know they have to buy back now, get him off the tower, but now that the tier 4s are gone,
I don't think
they can't win these fights. Yeah, they don't win these fights.
They actually can't kill the Bristleback right now. Dude, he's just gonna destroy the throne. They got the Wraith Pack totem down. What? Where did SJ go? Beyond has to run away completely, and Shiro's just on the throne. Objective gaming. They just tap out. That is it, man. The mid-game Bristleback timing, we said they should be worried about it, but this is way worse than I thought.
Welcome. Welcome to the world of Bristleback. There is a reason so many carry players across the world have been saying that this hero is one of the strongest carry heroes in the patch right now, and this is why. This hero just absolutely smacks down, and I mean that was absolutely brutal. That was absolutely terrific gameplay there from E-Home, but man, Shiro on that Bristle looking absolutely terrifying. And yeah, I mean, I have to say, I thought you guys were being a little bit rude to my boy Bristle, you know, saying that the Luna's going to outcarry him. Admittedly, yes, if Luna does get that farm she needs, then she will do that. But the Bristleback's just able to close out the map. And once that hero gets going, it is really hard to put the brakes on him. So E-Home take this victory and thus get themselves one step closer to staying in this division. And you know, it's a real dream of theirs to stay in for another time around, and it'd be very good for them as well as an emerging team. But yeah, what a performance for them. Who's our MVP? Is it Shiro, Ricky?
100%. Yeah, it has to be Shiro. Like he baited so well on this hero. Like he actually just knows the strength of his Bristleback clearly, and it's one of those things that like they itemized so like specifically to just like blow up the Bristleback and prevent the saves. Like you have the Void Spirit on every single fight. He's going to the backside, trying to find the Phoenix, trying to remove the puck from these fights, but like it just didn't happen. Like Bristleback didn't get bursted down. Zeal was always there with the Arena. They get the egg off, they get the Sunray off, and as Shiro, like if he doesn't go down before the BKB, you're not killing him. And yeah, did a really good job. Played around the Aegis timings super well. Sick play all around from the team.
No, very good, very good. And if you want some real cope, technically the chance of E-Home making it to the major are still alive. But there has to be some real wacky stuff which has to go down for that to happen. Like Dandelion have to beat Asta Ares, E-Home have to beat Vici. So it's a little complicated, but it is possible. It is possible.
Get my boys to the major. Let's go.
Get your copium from B-Cop there, Nomad.
Yeah, I'm borrowing his supply, man. I'm borrowing his supply, but no, it's not very likely. But at the same time, I think ties are definitely looking likely. But one thing's for sure is that E-Home have put themselves above Dandelion here, so that actually means that at the moment they're equal in points to LGD. In joint 6th place. Poor old Dandelion, though, they are now stuck in a very solid 8th place, and I believe this loss does guarantee them relegation from Division 1, so commiserations to them. But, you know, it's been a good run for them, and they'll get to give us one more game, one more showing against Asta Ares to see if they can win that spite match against their brothers coming up from Division 2 to prove all along that that Division 2 was not a fluke, that they did earn that spot. But man,
actually,
actually,
there could be a 3-way tie at 2 and 5. between Dandelion, eHome, and LGD.
Oh yeah, that sounds great. You know, just a 3-way tie with PSG.LGD, the team number 1 in DPC points right now across all regions.
Across the entire
That'll be
world.
easy.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
good
it
luck,
could
boys.
happen. Dandelion,
Yeah, you're right.
technically not out. Technically not out. There is
Okay.
a world in which 3 teams go 2 and 5.
How do I live in Ricky's world? It sounds fun.
Sounds it's a 2 and 5 dream. It's kind of cursed but blessed at the same time. I'm ready for it. I mean, either way, we're getting a tie some way here, as almost guaranteed to be a tie at some point here in the China region. I don't think there's a way to figure it out. I don't know. I haven't run the permutations. I'm not Knoxville, but it does seem like a real possibility. But Neff, I want to hear some more thoughts about this game too before we start moving on to the bigger picture.
You know, I said that I thought that Dandelion would win. I'm not a big fan of this Alchemist and what he does, but I think the major thing is they end up missing their timing on ZC. Like, he ended up... he went a defensive item build. He tried to go the BKB immediately after he was past at Egg and him Scepter, and that's fine, but he didn't manage to find any kills right away with the thing. And then as soon as he finished off his BKB, they failed to jump the Bristleback. I think this was just like them clutching out a very specific timing, then not making anything happen off of it. And then your net worth advantage was really just not there.
Yeah.
This was the Silver Edge reveal in this fight too, and you're like, okay, this is your chance to try and blow up Shiro, but
the response was so fast, though.
The response is so fast, and once that damage starts coming in from the Bristleback, once those BKBs are gone, there's no hope, right? Like this hero will just hit you for like 300-400 damage in auto attack.
I feel like this is due to the issue I highlighted last game, and it says disconnect between ZC and Summer. And this is something we haven't really noticed before, but in this series especially, like this Luna, if she is dropping Silver Edge onto a Bristleback, your Void Spirit is the only other hero in this draft who can join you in trying to take him down, right? Like that is the only other hero that can do that. Like he can't really be sitting on the backlines trying to mess with the heroes. Like if you're going for Shiro, you go for Shiro, because this guy's not dying unless they're both committed to it. And that was the issue. And here we see this beautiful combo there. China classic of Mars Phoenix. This used to be like first phase every single damn game back in the day.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised it worked out as well as it did, because Mars is definitely a much weaker offlaner right now. I don't think you pick it in most games unless you have this type of combination. But Zeal made it look pretty strong. Like, he actually found some really sick pickoffs. I mean, like that one right there in particular was real sick. This ends up completely turning this fight around. Or not fight, but the game, basically. It wins in the game. Like, they get those 2 kills. It's a dieback on your mid lane Void Spirit, and Shiro hitting level 25 off those 3 kills is like, yeah, I can win the game. Watch SJ get classic.
Beautiful stuff. Yeah,
you literally hit him for 1,000 damage on that first auto attack.
Yeah, he did. I love it. Oh my god, Summer also getting absolutely shredded here. I also loved how in a lot of these fights, like poor old Planet, you had to try and keep the sun ray on this Bristleback who's just moving around at like 1,000 miles an hour. Like he's there playing like Dance Dance Revolution. He's like, oh god, where's he going? Whilst the Bristleback's just running around like a lunatic. It was pretty amusing. I was chuckling to myself in a lot of those fights because poor old Planet was just trying to trace this guy. He's clearly played some FPS games, I'll say that much. His object tracking was very good. So credit there where it's due. And credit to eHome as their journey continues. The possibility of them staying in Division 1 continues. But of course, that is all dependent on the next match as well, which is going to be LGD versus RNG. But that's still to come. I want to hear some cheeky predictions before we get into the interview. I want to hear some cheeky predictions about this next match.
2-0 RNG.
2-0 RNG. You think RNG is going to take a 2-0 over PSG.LGD? Ricky, you are insane. You have no idea what you're talking.
I think it's going to be a 2-0, and I think it's going to be a convincing 2-0.
You be careful. Beacop doesn't hear you. He'll come to your house. He knows where you live.
You are insane. You have no idea what you're talking about. PSG.LGD, they weren't trying before. Now they're in danger of being relegated. They're going to put more effort in. They need to win this match. It's going to be different than the PSG.LGD you've seen the last couple of weeks, okay? This team is going to rise back up to keep their place in Division 1, Ricky. You are insane. Plus, if they can take out the first place team right now, then they showed all their feigns that, they're still incredibly good. Maybe just a little bit unlucky earlier.
I know this is cracked logic, but like, I'm still not convinced they care. Like, I'm still not convinced they care about being in Division 1 anymore. Like, their road to TI is done. All they care about is TI now, right? They, like, having talked to the teams, listened to the teams, like, you know, just LGD in a nutshell at the moment is TI or nothing. And by nothing, I mean they will put, like, none of their resources into anything that isn't winning TI. So next year, they don't care about next year. I'm pretty sure.
They can buy a Division 1 slot next year with their winnings, you know?
I'm sure they can. I'm sure they can. Alrighty, let's move over to our interview for today. And we get to talk to Shiro from the side.
Oh.
Yeah, that's right. Off eHome, the carry god himself. Shiro, thank you for coming to talk to us. Congratulations on your win here. Were you expecting these guys to put up more of a fight, or was this kind of how you expected it to go? A pretty convincing 2-0. Oh,
that was a quick interview.
1 minute. All right,
fastest interview I've ever seen.
He's shy. No, some issues there for a moment, so we'll have to wait for that one. But you know, is what it is. We can talk about Shiro's performance so far, though, because he did have some amazing games on both the Bristleback and the Morphling. I mean, my God, that guy is popping off in this series at least. I do kind of feel like this has been a long time coming, though. We've been talking him up a lot, and I'm glad to see him finally perform. Do you feel like it was him overperforming this series or his team enabling him?
Him overperforming.
Do you want to take it?
Yeah. I think it was him overperforming. I think he did an excellent job in the second series in particular, where he just had such awareness of the specific timings that Dandelion had. Being able to dodge out that Void Spirit again as soon as he finished up that BKB, I think was a very big deal. They catch him there. The game ends up getting delayed. I think it ends up being more back and forth, but good instincts by him to always realize how strong he was and not take a single death. Even when he was diving the enemy heroes, he never thought to turn around on Luna, potentially find a kill off into her, because he figured it just wasn't worth it. So he's very disciplined in that game. And I'd say that he's definitely the MVP. He definitely popped off, and I'm impressed with his performance rather than his team enabling him. Although it is a team effort, some teammates are stronger than others, Kind of like how some casters are stronger than other casters that are on certain panels.
Thank you for that one, Nev. Appreciate
it's
you.
It's quiet here. Do I have to carry this even harder, or what?
That's a fish. I'm not taking the bait there. I'm not taking that bait. All right, Ricky. If you had to give, I want to hear a little bit more from the other members of the team, though. So, who else would you say had a good performance in this game then from eHome?
I would say like Zeal's Mars was actually really good.
Yeah.
No, it's like I feel like Zeal actually did a really good job. I was a little bit surprised. I wasn't sure if he was going to be able to contribute enough on the Mars hero. Like I said, after the constant nerfs that this hero has received, he's definitely a little bit more underwhelming than he was in the past. But his team fight contribution was definitely on par. He found his arena targets. Like he got some big pickoffs with the spears. He had a couple unfortunate deaths, but overall, yeah, Zeal played a really strong game on the Mars.
He definitely did. Yeah, and I don't know. It just feels like there was a growth in eHome, and I'm sad it's come this late. But then that also might come down to their opponent as well. But then, even as cast, we can take a step back and we can look at these things, just from an objective point of view and say, this was a good performance from eHome. This wasn't just the side of Dandelion underperforming. This was eHome stepping up to the mark here as well. I genuinely think this is the best we've seen them play so far, even against their series against RNG. That looked like an easier series for them compared to this one. I think people are just more warmed up now, and people are more in gear. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of a shame that it's taken them this long to get into this rhythm. But following on from this, could they win more is the question. Well, they've only got one series and then possibly tiebreakers left to go. So that is going to be an ask and a half. I don't know. In fact, it's just
I think they have the
isn't it?
potential to beat Vici Gaming, right?
Oh, no,
like
it's
it's
Vici,
not like
yeah.
that's off the cards, right? Like that is an absolute thing that can happen. That would put them at their third win, which would put them pretty much like absolutely in tiebreakers because like 7th place is going to probably be a 7-win tiebreaker scenario or 3-win tiebreaker scenario for 7th. So there's almost, I think there is guaranteed to be tiebreakers no matter what for 7th place. I don't think there is a scenario where someone actually there is a scenario where like a team ends up at 2-0 or at 2-5, but or 2-5, but we'll see. There's a lot that can still happen. This is big for eHome though. They needed this really badly.
Yeah. Hopefully this allows them to find their momentum, and that can also extend all the way down as well, right? Like if Aster Aries can't find themselves any more wins, and if Vici don't find themselves any more wins, then that third that tie could go all the way from 4th to 7th in a 4-way tie. Which imagine playing at a tiebreaker where you might be going to the major or you might be getting eliminated. That'd be fun. With LGD in there as well.
Wow. Yeah. With LGD in the mix. Yeah. Oh, good luck.
That sounds spicy. I'm here for it though. I mean, it'd be Aster Aries, it would be Vici, it would be LGD, and it would be eHome as well. So yeah, I'm down for that one. All right. Does look like we have our interview ready. So let's try again and jump over to Mr. Shiro and find out what he has to say about this game. So, firstly, big congratulations for this win. Very big deal for you guys. I want to know, do you think your very successful games were based upon you overperforming or your team enabling you?
首先恭喜你们拿下这场比赛的胜利。想问一下你，就是对于你自己，今天非常出色的发挥啊，你觉得是自己今天发挥的特别好，还是说是你的队友帮你搭了一个非常好的舞台？
我觉得都有吧。
Yeah, I think it's both.
Bit of both, as it always is. I want to ask a question. You have incredible skin. You know, every time I see you on camera, I think it. None of those greasy gamer skins like we see on everyone else. You've got incredible skin. Do you have a skincare routine, or are you just gifted with genetics?
就是每次看你摄像头都觉得你皮肤特别好，跟普通那些我们这些油腻的打游戏的这个选手不一样。你自己平时会去做这方面的保养吗？还是你生下来就皮肤比较好？
偶尔会一下吧，但是我本来就属于那种比较白的。
Yeah, I think it's a little bit generic. My skin is born very good, but I rarely do some skincare as well.
Ooh, keeping the secrets, I see. Damn. All right, I'm going to have to press him harder for that one at a later date. I'm going to throw it to a Neff and Ricky, as I'm sure you've got some questions.
I can ask a real Dota question. Absolutely. All right. So in game 1, you were behind for a very long time. Was there a specific opportunity that you were waiting for in order to turn the game around? Is my first question.
第一场比赛的话，你们大部分时间一直就是处在一个劣势的情况下。当时你们讨论过想要翻盘的话，有没有一些就是一定要抓住的机会？
当然有啊。首先是肉山嘛，肉山一定要争夺的。然后打团的话，秒掉虚空的话就会比较好打。
Yeah, there is a few key things we was in our mind. First is the Roche fight. We need to fight them to around the Roche pit. We cannot give them free Roshan. Then second is we have to figure out a way to kill Faceless Voice at the start of the team fight. If we manage to do so, the team fight will be easy for us.
Mm-hmm. All right. And my second question would be that Morphling has felt very weak since the changes of Ethereal Blade. Do you have any tips on how to play Morphling in the current patch, given that you're a Grandmaster on the hero?
就是水人随着训练刀的改动之后，感觉现在比较弱。你作为一个这个宗师级的水人的话，给大家有没有一些使用这个英雄上面的一些建议？
现在确实比较弱嘛，然后需要看一些阵容才拿出来。然后建议的话就早点出萨丹吧。
Yeah, I agree with you. The hero is not in a good position right now. It's a very lineup dependent hero, and my advice is to build a satanic as early as possible.
Nice.
Cool.
Ouais.
First item Satanic. Let's go.
I like it. So I have a question. This game number 2 kind of just snowballed out of control really fast. Who made the call to just go straight tier 4s and end this game?
第二场比赛的话结束的非常快嘛，当时是谁做出了要直接推4塔，然后直接推基地这个选择的？
那肯定是我，因为我只有我有推基地的能力嘛。
I was the one made the call because I'm the only hero that can push down the towers, so I made the call.
It was definitely the right call. I mean, overall, I'm a big fan of your guys' team. I am super excited for your last series against Vici Gaming. How do you guys feel going into this since it is such an important series?
最后一场比赛打 VG 的话，对你们来说是非常关键的一个系列赛。你们会做一些什么样的准备去到最后一场比赛？
就必须赢他们嘛，然后要赢他们2次。
We have to win against them, and we have to win them twice.
Yeah, I think it's right. It's going to be, like I said, tiebreaker scenario. Thank you.
So, that is the question indeed. Can they take down Vici? And what I want to ask, actually, is coming into this series, did you have a specific plan on any ways you could beat these guys? Some weakness you wanted to take advantage of, perhaps?
那就是这场比赛的话，这场系列赛的话，你们当时赛前是怎么做准备的？就是有没有一些觉得对方的弱点可以去针对一下？
主要还是得打好自己的吧，就没有特别去针对他们。
We focus on our own game, like we want to have the best performance of ourselves. We didn't really focus on our opponents.
All right, so following from that then, do you feel like your series versus Aster Ares, which kind of felt similar to this one in some ways, but in reverse, prepared you for these games you played today?
那之前其实打 Ares 的时候，情况跟今天的比赛有点像，只不过输赢的结果不一样。你就觉得当时那个系列赛可能发挥的不好，这个到后来有帮助到你们这个系列赛重新准备一下吗？心态上或者说打法上？
打 Ares 的时候就2把都是中期被翻了嘛，然后在这方面就更加注意了一点。
Yeah, we lost 2-0 to we lost Ares both game. We were ahead in the game, so after that series, we emphasize more on how to maintain the advantage.
Definitely managed it this game, that's for sure. Alrighty, Shiro, I won't take any much more of your time, but thank you so much for coming to talk to us, and best of luck in your series versus Vici gaming coming up later.
感谢你接受我们的采访，祝你们后面打 VG 的比赛好运。
谢谢。
Thank you.
谢谢。Good stuff from Shiro, man. Of few words, but impactful words, I feel, coming out from him. Especially, you know, these players, they always love talking about the meta, don't they? They always love talking about the dotes, as you picked up on, Neff. You know, that thing about the Morphling is quite interesting. The fact that he agrees that it's a weak hero.
Excellent question by you as well.
Oh, thank you. Agrees the Morphling is weak, but is gonna pick it anyway because he knows when it's strong because he just played it so damn much. I mean, that is telling, isn't it? How much they value, you know, some players value meta and some players just value experience. And Shiro's clearly the latter, and his team trust him in that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's nice to see. I mean, he's been playing with them for a while, but teams are just built differently when, you know, you trust your carry play to make good decisions and do more than just press the buttons, right?
Yeah, that's the idea. That is the idea. Alrighty, we are now going to throw it over to a break, after which we shall be back. Oh yes, I can hear you quivering from your seats already, from your gaming chairs. It is time for PSG.LGD versus RNG. A huge match here, almost a must-win for LGD. Otherwise, the threat of relegation is going to become disturbingly close for them. Meanwhile, RNG, they have locked in their slot in that top 4 position, but they are not done. They want to take down the Kings of the China region, the Kings of the world right now, the highest DPC point team in the world. They want to do it in style as well. Who is going to win? We're going to find out. We're going to throw it over to a break, after which we shall be back with that epic series. We'll see you soon.
英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。 英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome one and all here to the Chinese DPC. We are continuing this third tour, continuing this day of tour, or Division 1 action, excuse me, and now getting to the biggest matchup potentially of both of these teams. We've got RNG and LGD coming up in a best of 3 matchup that is quite important. Just to set the stage for everybody who doesn't know, as it stands right now, RNG have already guaranteed themselves a top 4 berth. They're actually guaranteed top 2. This matchup determines whether or not they'll be guaranteed top 1 or whether or not there's going to be a little bit of confusion still for the upcoming days of Dota. Of course, if LGD do manage to eke out a win themselves, which they have to, they not only manage to avoid the relegation scrap, but they put themselves very close to being in a massive tiebreaker scrap for that 4th position. So a lot to play for today. Very important Dota on our hands. And of course, given that this is important Chinese action, we could not do it without our boys B-Cop and Black. Gentlemen, what's going on? Black, I'll start with you. How's it going, fam? It's been a while since I've seen you. How are you feeling about today's games?
Pretty good. I mean, especially this one, right? We got LGD versus RNG. One of the probably... Well, I don't even know if I can say that anymore, but LGD's recent performances. But on paper, one of the best matches you'll ever see, like in any DPC league. And as you said, if LGD actually lose this game, they could be bottom 2. They're playing Aster last, and then they're relegated. A Div 2 team at TI. I mean, I'm in for the story, though.
A Div 2 team, not only a Div 2 team at TI, the first team to qualify for TI going to Div 2. That would be a hilarious story. But Black has also helped set this up here, B-Cup. Not only is this a titanic clash between these two squads, but some additional context here. Somnus, since leaving the squad, he has found himself playing up against LGD a grand total of 20 times. Of those 20 times, only eking out 6 wins. But of those 6 wins, only 1 occurring within the DPC ecosystem, most of them happening at third-party tournaments. So as our resident, not only PSG.LGD fan, but a main man who's been rocking the Somnus banner for a long time, how do you feel, B-Cup, about the upcoming match, and who do you think's gonna win?
I don't feel that confident as an LGD fan, I'll be honest. I especially with like the rumors you've been hearing where it's like Ame doesn't think this team is good enough or whatever. What was it, Black? He thinks they should have made a change after last TI, but since they didn't, they don't think they're good enough.
It was something like they didn't win last year, so why would people think they can win this year?
Yeah, and since that like interview, they've been playing like absolute garbage.
Not LGD.
Compared to what the standards,
42% win rate, man. It is ridiculous.
It's definitely weird, but RNG theoretically have nothing to worry about. Even if they lose this series, they are most likely guaranteed first if LGD do make it into that 4-3 tiebreaker scenario. Because it'd have to beat RNG, which would make RNG 5-2 end season. But LGD would also have to beat Aster, which means Aster couldn't be 5-2, they'd be 4-3. So RNG would be safely in first, regardless of the results of this matchup. So, not too much on the line. Like, yeah, they could, shoot for 6-1 and just get first and kill the dreams of LGD, or they lose and LGD they hope win again, and then nothing changes.
Let me spice the story up a bit more, because
yeah.
If LGD wins this one and then Aster wins the next one, LGD is still dead. But there will be a tiebreaker for first and second, which is actually pretty important going into the major, because I think you get to the winner bracket straight away if you're first, right? So you definitely want to win now, 100%.
You definitely want to win now if you're RNG. It guarantees you your top 1 position. You don't have to worry about any tiebreakers. And if we're looking forward towards the future, if you're an RNG fan and you're an RNG team right now, it might only be a 47% for viewer support rate right now. But if they win, not only do they get top of the group, but it's very likely PSG.LGD get relegated, which also means your next 2-1 of the next season will be a lot easier, not having to deal with PSG.LGD, putting them into the scrap heap of Division 2. So for RNG, it's not just this matchup, it just makes the road easier down the line. But I want to touch on what you were talking about here, Black. You know, with what PSG.LGD has been saying, what Army has been saying about them potentially being better off had they have made a change or two. Do you think that's actually the case? And if so, which player would you have replaced to make this team stronger than it was last year?
Well, first of all, I don't know if it's just a rumor or not, but if it isn't, then let's just say if you ever say something like that in public about yourself or your teammates, there's going to be a lot of unrest. And it makes sense, right? Because LGD have really been underperforming to the standards. So, again, I don't know if it's true or not. I've been hearing things. If I had to replace someone, like right now, at this very moment, it would have to be Ame. Just because he has been playing nothing like himself, like at all. Faith Bjorn is also struggling massively. I don't know what's happening there, if they're just taking it really easy or not. Like, there's so many reasons why they could be underperforming, right? So, like, I don't want to be the guy that says, yeah, that definitely happened. Like, that interview did exist, whatever. Nah, it could just be something weird that we don't know about, and they could all just be fine internally, and then at TI they come and clean house again. Like, we wouldn't know.
I mean, he makes a good point there, Peacock, because it wouldn't be the first team in the world to take a bit of a slack before the TI season ends. Hell, Team Secret, a squad that we normally saw not doing that well at TI, but dominating the rest of the year. Last year, literally did this particular thing, right? Sort of sandbag before the tournament itself, then getting their best finish ever at the tournament. So there is some kind of history towards not playing your best now and still just trying to peak at TI. Same question for you, though, if that isn't the case, and if they legitimately, if this is actually the strength of LGD. I'll be honest and say, I feel like they aren't playing their full strength to reserve something in the tank for TI. Let's assume that isn't the case, and this is what the team actually looks like. What change would you make if it was up to you to change up the squad?
That's the thing, like, it's either Ame or everybody, in my opinion, because you're keeping Faith Beyond and Innocence as a duo, in my opinion. Like, I don't think you give up one or the other on that. Maybe you give up Jinkyu, but he's almost considered one of the better fours, if not one of the best fours by himself, right? Like, you don't really say in China that it's Jinkyu and Y is the best duo in China. You do consider Jinkyu to be one of the best fours in China. The best duo, in my opinion, is still PYW and DY. I think those two guys are amazing together, and they work really well in tandem. So it feels pretty weird. Like, I don't think Nothing to Say is the problem. It has to be, in my eyes, probably Ame, who you'd end up switching. But the carry pool of players isn't exactly filled with that much depth at the moment. Like, it's not. There used to be a time where you had like an extra handful of guys, right? Like, you'd have like a Sylar, you'd have like a Kama who could play safe lane, you'd have Aggressive who could play safe lane. Hell, you had SCCC who could play safe lane. There were a lot more guys who you really had the pickings from, and off the top of my head, I don't even know who I'd want to really switch Ame for. I feel like that's just such a harsh decision. Maybe you bring Shiro in, maybe you bring in one of those non been there forever guys. Hell, maybe they even bring in like Uwu or something like that. I wouldn't be surprised. But I want to say that if this is the best that LG have, they'd probably stick this TI out together, and then everything's up in the air. Yeah.
I'm glad you actually brought up Ame, Bad Black, because Ame, as much as we've seen him being very dominant in the region, right now the new carry player of the flavor is our boy Ghost, which we saw a couple of screens ago here on the side of RNG. I'll be the first to admit that I was very cold on Ghost when he first joined RNG. Didn't think he'd be able to rise to the heights of the God King. He's done a phenomenal job in the season so far. Looked very, very consistent, very strong. And there have been several games where he's been the one carrying RNG out of poor situations rather than the normal situation where we saw Somnus have to rise up when the team is in danger. What do you make of Ghost in general? Cast your carry gaze upon him. We don't like what Ame is doing. Is Ghost maybe the future of the Chinese region in the carry role?
Potentially. I mean, they, as you said, have been doing very well. He has been finding his own footing very well as well. However, it's still online, right? it's very good that he can perform here. He's doing very well for himself, and the team is as well. But a LAN tournament, completely different beast. We have seen a lot of people crumble at bigger LAN tournaments, and that cannot happen at the major. They need literally all the points they can get to make sure that they get to TI. I don't actually know how many points they would need, what kind of finish, maybe like top 8 or top 6. But yeah, like if he doesn't crumble on LAN, then we can like pick up the discussion again.
Yeah.
But for now, I say he is very, very good here. But again, different beast is coming up.
Yeah, and that's similar to Aster, right? Like they had a couple of mids who looked really good in the region. Love You, Love Me. D-Stones looked really phenomenal in the region. And then you got to LAN, you got to what? It was that ESL Birmingham where it went so poorly for Aster. And then they got rid of their mid like immediately afterwards. It's kind of crazy. Some of the guys who like really do put up well in the region and then just can't figure it out on LAN.
I mean, LAN is certainly a very different beast. The competitive environment going from offline to online, or vice versa rather, certainly can shake up many, many players. And we've seen it more than once where somebody who does well, like Black was mentioning online, just crumble once they reach that point. Especially it seems to happen a lot to these mid players in China. Unfortunately though, B-Cup, it's happened a lot to Team Aster. So it feels like they're the squad that we have to really watch out the most for once they do get to LAN again. But it does help that that team does have some veterans on the squad right now, not that many unproven players in that regard. This particular matchup, I'm really looking forward to seeing the support duo play out as well. You were talking about it, B-Cup, the fact that DY and PYW from Extreme Gaming have for a long time been considered the best support duo in China. But when we spoke to them last year, Black, they themselves directly mentioned and referenced that they believe, it was PYW who believes that Xnova and Kaka are currently the best support duo in the nation and probably in the world. Of late, I'm inclined to agree with him, which is saying a lot because of how hot I was on Extreme Gaming beforehand. How do you feel about this Xnova Kaka duo in these games so far?
I mean, obviously they're very, very good. Like Xnova has always been one of the best fives in the way he's just getting all these amazing wards out. And Kaka also, right? His map movements, his hero pool is very, very good, very well suited for the 4 position as well. And they form a very, very strong duo for sure. But can you really say they're the best? They've been playing together for how long now? Like, what, 3 weeks?
Yeah, not that long. Kaka joined the team in April, so they've only been together, what, 2 months now? Pretty much?
Three, yeah. And maybe
3 months, yeah. Sorry, I said weeks. Yeah, so 3 months. Can you really say they're the best? I mean, we'll have to see, right? But they're definitely a force to be reckoned with, and if the trend continues with them right now, might very well be the best. However, what I don't like right now is Arma is not with the rest of the team, I think.
That was what that just showed, right?
Yeah. He was in a hotel room.
Yeah. Huh.
He could just be traveling, y'all. We've seen some of these squads
just
not
saying,
be all together. Let's put it this way. Anything could be happening. What if he's just when there's all 5 of us in the same room, we don't get the same degree of connectivity, so one must leave.
Then he can never play again, the team.
Soundness, I will say.
LAN together.
Soundness has had some swagger to him. I feel like ever since we had the interview, the one where he was like queuing at the same time that we were talking to him, he's had like this aura and this confidence. It really has shined, I think, this season. He's looked really good. And going back to just talking about how Kaka and Xnova feel like one of the best duos, I think their individual skill is just so high that it, like, together they do a lot. I don't know if they really work in best. Like, that's something I'm actually going to really focus on now that we're going into this series. I'd really like to take a closer look at that because I know Kaka himself, he makes plays. He's a big play, but it's not like that DY PYW thing where they're working as like a 1-2 unit. It's like Xnova kind of is doing his thing and Kaka's kind of doing his thing. And we knew Kaka was this very individually skilled player because we were shocked he was off a team for so long. Like his removal from IG was shocking. His non-team existence for so long was even more shocking.
I mean, for me, one of the reasons I really prefer this particular duo right now is Kaka just gives you an incredible dimension in your draft. I mean, it might be a bit of a trite thing. He has 3 heroes that are just game-breaking, but it certainly is the case that it can define many games and has done so in the past. And we're going to be seeing whether or not it can define this series here, Black, as we are into it. The first draft of the day in this series, RNG versus PSG.LGD. And one of those heroes that Kaka is a specialist on that you have to account for in the draft. Nyx Assassin banned out first. You just can't do it. But the fact that they banned out this early Nyx, do you think that they might be reaching in for this Dawnbreaker, which we've seen be the option for many of these squads once they've banned out this Nyx?
It's always an option. But Dawnbreaker is not only countered by Nyx, right? There are some other answers as well. I think Nyx Assassin just offers way too much if you're like really good at it. Like it's not as good in the early game, but when Kaka played it, he still made a lot of plays happen. Once you reach level 6, you give super much information, always very disruptive in team fights and little skirmishes. So just get rid of it because Kaka is way too good on that hero. But now instead he gets his Tiny, which he's also really good on. So
his Tiny is really good. It gives them the option for some very high tempo setters from the mid lane, as what we've been seeing a lot of these squads reach for when they have the pass for Tiny. For LGD, though, B-Cup, Warlock Razor combination. Now, obviously, everybody knows my love of Warlock. I'm going to skip over him for now. This Razor hero, I've been feeling of late that this hero is actually a little bit busted in the way that the current meta is played. It feels a bit too strong overall, especially when played from the offlane, but just having the versatility in the draft. What's your read on the hero in general, and do you like it here in the opening 2 for LGD?
I like the hero if it's an early BKB kind of hero, plays pretty aggressively. Like that fits into LGD's style. I'm wondering where it's gonna go. I'd probably appreciate it most in the 3. If I saw it anywhere, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of it in the 1, but I guess with Warlock, it's not that bad, right, Black? Like you just kind of can be confident and have that Warlock heal.
Yeah. It's all right, but again, it's not the greatest lane because Razor's lasted damage isn't that great either. We're probably going to be seeing it in the off lane. I got to admit, though, I don't necessarily like it in the off lane too much because it doesn't really offer any versatility or any utility. Sorry, versatility was the wrong word, but you always play them the same way, right? You farm your lane, you get your BKB, you don't really join fights early, you maybe dominate your lane, maybe you don't, but you won't really be showing your face until you get that BKB. And if your other lanes go poorly, like you have no one to really fall back onto. So when we see Razor do poorly, like he does really poorly. And when we see him own, he owns really hard. It's like a very snowbally kind of hero. Very risky pick up that early, in my opinion.
Yeah, with the Razor, just going on that, like you're saying he doesn't really come back that much. I think there used to be a time where we thought LGD would win every lane default. And that really isn't what we've seen from them, especially Faith Beyond. Like, we've talked about him in the past as being this anchor, being this guy that LGD every single game in, game out, can rely on to not just win his lane, but if he doesn't, he keeps it close. He never really gets dumpstered. But that hasn't been the case this season. So giving him a, on the edge hero like Razor could be very dangerous.
There's still some versatility to reach for deeper in the draft. It will intrigue you both to know that Razor's win rates drops off dramatically in China the later he's picked. If he's picked first phase, 71% win rate, second phase, 20%, and third phase, an 8% win rate. That is, pretty bad, honestly, but the pick rate also decreases dramatically as we go deeper into it. Another hero that we're seeing here, though, that might also be occupying an offlane role is this Keeper of the Light. Both Somnus and Chalice have played this, but Chalice destroyed the last game they played with this Keeper of the Light from the offlane position. Obviously, in that situation, they knew exactly what their lane was going to be like. What do you guys think? What's the possibility of having this offlane Keeper of the Light for them? Hell, they could even play it in a support role, which they have done in the past, but it's pretty good to have this kind of versatility. But I want your thoughts on where the hero goes, B-Cup, and then afterwards, Black, I want you to tell me about this Earth Spirit, because I have a feeling it might be mid, actually, in this game.
I think it's going to be 2 or 3, the Keeper of the Light. Earth Spirit feels like a very Jin-Q hero. I don't think Nothing to Say is going to play it. There used to be a time where Earth Spirit was being picked by China mid, and that was when it had that extra damage in the level 10 talent. It was like, Black 60 damage or something like that? Mm-hmm. And it was being played like that, early Blade Mail, Crystallis, something wild, I remember. But yeah, I think this Coddle, and at least with the Ember pick now, probably the 3. Tiny, I would rather see in the 4. He needs a pretty quick blink. He can get pretty irrelevant pretty quickly if he doesn't get to that blink in a decent time. Like, he's just very vulnerable to get dealt with. So right now, I think it's Coddle 3, Ember 2, Tiny 4, and then for LGD, I think it's Earth Spirit 4, probably Razor 3, Warlock 5. Yeah, Ogre 5 makes sense.
Yeah, definitely X-Nova Ogre going to be the case here. So we still need a hero for Ghost to occupy the safe lane. Several of his heroes haven't been battled out and are still available. Of course, RNG themselves took away his Faceless Void and Jug. Just in general, those heroes have been rising in stock in China. Black, what do you want to see from the mid lane here from LGD? Earth Spirit, Razor, both heroes have played mid in this region. NTS hasn't played the Earth Spirit in the past, though. But we've seen him more than once pick a hero for the first time in a professional setting. So what's your read on this? Where they're going for the mid lane for LGD?
Well, in all honesty, it is really, really open still. Like Razor, Bristol both have amazing matchups against Ember Spirit. And they're both amazing safe lanes as well, and good off lanes too. So right now you can't really tell where any of these heroes will be going. But if I had to guess, it would have to be a stunner on whatever lane they choose to pick the last hero for, because they have very limited lockdown. They have a Warlock Golem and an Earth Spirit role, right? That's pretty much it. So maybe they can go back to like his Void Spirit, something along those lines.
Yeah, he doesn't play Earth Spirit mid, so I don't expect.
Yeah, but it could also be a Bristol mid. Like Bristol middle actually destroys Ember. It's super easy.
We've seen this Bristol just snowball out of control so many times.
Yeah, it's a great Bristol game too, cause unless it's a carry tiny, there isn't really any Silver Edge builder. Anti-Mage looks really good though, so I probably want to ban that. Monkey King is also very scary. Probably want to ban that too.
Another thing, they don't really have like movement manipulators outside of that tiny either, which we've often seen be a solution to this Bristleback. And this game, what are the options that are left here? So Beastmaster gets banned, so they don't want to give them that massive tempo on the side of LGD. Most of the games that has been played, it has been safe lane in China. I don't think we've actually seen a single time where it hasn't been played in that role. I'll check just now, but if I remember correctly, it's been 5 games in a row, all played safe lane for the Bristleback. So that should be the Army hero. And most of the games for Razor have been off lane, so that should be the case. But LGD used to throwing us these curveballs. A Kunkka ban from the mid lane. So they want to be able to deny them some degree of additional control from LGD side. And RNG, what's going to be the last pick here? Black, you were saying that there's still space for this anti-mage. Are you still feeling good about it in the advent of these Morphling and Bloodseeker bans from LGD?
Yeah, I think it could work out pretty nicely. It's also one of Ghost's better heroes. They have, like, the 4 of them can fight very easily and a lot, very low cooldowns. So it makes sense in that way, in that regard as well. They could also be like the Terrorblade or whatever. Right? They could, but I don't really want to see Ghost on the heroes like that. Yeah, sorry, it's the Terrorblade.
I feel like LGD is leaning maybe Weaver with that Bloodseeker ban.
I hope not.
I also hope not.
That would be terrible.
Have some faith in the Weaver. Come on.
I hate Weaver. And they need some good spell damage in the mid.
A lot of lockdown here for RNG to go Weaver.
You need damage that can like deal with these illusions, some way to lane decently against the Ember, magic damage for the later portions of the game, some degree of lockdown. Void Spirit seems to be the obvious one, honestly. Like, is there anything better than Void Spirit that y'all read in this game?
I feel you just put the Razor middle and you pick an Underlord. I think
we've said that a lot, right?
Underlord dumpsters TB so hard. Like you put that down the Rave Pack plus Underlord, Aura, Terrorblade hits like a kitten. Like his illusions actually do 0 damage.
Kind of cute.
I don't know why we've never seen that before, but like the reductions all stack. I'm very confused.
You need to start sending them some black replays from your games. And be like, what the hell, y'all? Learn from this.
Also, Underlord like destroys the rest of the heroes, right? Ember hates getting rooted by the pit. Mm-hmm. You can build it into an ATOS. Then you actually have reliable ways of catching that Ember Spirit. It goes really well with the Bristleback.
Mm-hmm. It's mobility around the map, which they really lack right now outside of this Earth Spirit. Yeah, let's certainly fit the bill.
Thunderlord.
Tinker.
Oh, they're not going to say Tinker! Finally! I've been asking for this.
You've been asking for this even more than Lizard's been asking for Lina in these games, which is to say a freaking lot. So put us on, I hate this hero, or seeing it in these games. I do not want to have the confidence to promote it. So you, sir, as the man who's been clamoring for the NTS Tinker, you get it not only in this game, but it's the overall last possible pick. Put us on, fam. How do you feel about it? And do you think this is what LGD needs to win this game?
I'm not sure it's going to actually be that great this game. I'm a little bit worried about it, truthfully. But when there was a point in time where people like Nothing to Say wasn't pulling out this Tinker, and then all of a sudden he did. It was like what, season 1 of this year, maybe even prior to that. But Tinker is literally his like, here's my win condition, my wild card. Here we go. Like, this is what I'm pulling out. This is what I'm going to do to like win these games. And I honestly think when you've got somebody like Bristleback who can stay in the front line, keep the vision, Jinkyu's going to go in with the Earth Spirit, keep the vision. Tinker, if he's not getting bothered, can get away with so much in this game. Like, that's a confidence pick. I don't know why Nothing to Say hasn't been picking it more. Their drafts have been a little bit weird in the early parts of this like season, but I don't know. I'm hyped with the Tinker. I'm in LGD. I mean, was there any other answer? Well, I was going to say that since like minute one.
Last pick, it's LGD and a last pick Tinker for Nothing to Say. It was a guaranteed you were going to go with them. Black, I'm reading that you might be going with RNG. They got this last pick Terrorblade for themselves. They've got a very high tempo lineup. Do you like what you're seeing here? And is it going to be good enough to decrease Nothing to Say's win rate from 72% on this hero to less than that?
I mean, regardless of what I think, I always have to go with LGD. I'm like a big LGD fan. So I'm going to go with LGD either way, but I do believe that this Tinker is actually going to run into quite a bit of problems. Like, it's easy to rotate on him. And once they get BKBs up, it's pretty easy to kill him for an Ember Spirit as well. Like, it's not a super free Tinker game, right? Like, it's good against the Terrorblade, of course. It does well in lane against the Ember Spirit, but we'll see. It's been nerfed. It didn't really get picked by anyone for a reason. Let's see if he can make it work.
I have full faith and confidence in the RNG lineup. I was not on the Ghost bandwagon, but now I've bought several tickets, full steam ahead. RNG with this last pick Terrorblade are going to dominate this game. And let's find out if that's going to be the case or if LGD will finally live up to their prior strength. To find out, we do have Black and we do have B-Cop, the stellar Chinese cast. Let's take it away, boys, for this opening game 1. Talk to you afterwards.
Thank you very much. Yeah, but the Tinker, didn't it get its nerfs before Nothing to Say was really pulling it out, though?
No. That was after.
It was. It was after season 1 then.
Yeah, I mean, in season 1 they first faced it, even, right?
Yeah, they were still confident with it. They were first facing it. You're right. I'm trying to get my timeline right.
So like the biggest problem now is that Laser actually doesn't one-shot range creeps anymore. You don't have that spell amp from the null talismans anymore. So just overall, his farm is a lot slower. And that was one of the biggest reasons why Nothing to Say was so strong as Tinker, right? He would always get into this axe timing really quickly, and from there he would just start dominating the game. So all the Tinker's timings are going to be just a little bit slower.
Battle begins.
It is nuts. Like,
since is dead or what? No?
Okay. Ghost?
Maybe Ghost is dead.
And, Boulder Smash? Yeah, he's dead. Oh. First blood for Faith Beyond. They got him.
Xingqiu playing with food, and he gets to eat it in the end.
Surfing on in. Yeah. So, since Nothing to Say has joined the Chinese region with eHome back in 2019, he has lost on this Tinker just once.
Yeah, I know. I mean, his Tinker is amazing. Even when he plays it in pub games, it is.
He's 14 for 15 strong with this hero in the Chinese region.
Yeah,
that's out of control. Like that, it's definitely one of those heroes that can inspire confidence, but at the same time, that's a two-edged sword, right?
It is. Again, like this game is not super free for Tinker, so we'll have to see what he can make happen with it. Like late game Tinker is still the same as always. It didn't really get nerfed. Overwhelming Blink and Shivas is still super strong. You get into your Hex and whatnot. But getting there, that is really difficult nowadays.
Radiant's bottom tower is
What do you think about these lanes? Or no, go for it.
I just wanted to ask you if you also felt like just everyone of LGD lately doesn't feel like they're as confident.
Yeah, I could agree with that. It feels like they're certainly lacking that X factor when they were coming into these lanes. Just like not only not caring about the other team, but confident enough to just roll through.
Kind of reminds me of Emo. Like he is so much more timid now than he used to be after a bunch of losses in those Div 2 games.
After the God interview?
It
was literally that too, right?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you call yourself a god, and then you don't play like one. I like it though. I like it. Smack talk is much very, very welcome, right?
Yeah.
If you want to have some more smack talk, it's always fun.
You need to back it up though. That's the thing. I think the biggest thing with smack talk is like if you're gonna talk about it, you need to back it up. Otherwise, that's a big confidence destroyer.
Yeah, I would agree. Like false confidence also is really not that great, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see. Maybe LGD gets their mojo back because, I mean, I'm sure you're also pretty disappointed, but lately they just haven't been themselves at all. And it's just my favorite team to watch in terms of just innovation and all. So
yeah,
I hope
they definitely were like that. They definitely felt that way in a multitude of different areas with the drafts that they were picking, with the aggression that they were doing. But this season certainly felt a little bit different. I will say they've been in this situation before, so they have experience in being 2 and 3 coming into the final stretch, and then they had to play that tiebreaker against Elephant. So like it's not unheard of that they've been in this spot and had 2 hard enemies to play up against afterwards.
Yeah, but that was though when they were considered still like average, right? They weren't like this monster LGD.
The expectations weren't there.
Yeah, exactly. They were like, yeah, LGD's alright. And then they got better and better and better and never worse. And yeah, it's the story of LGD pretty much, right?
Yeah.
I mean, nobody can expect the team to be at the best in the world forever, obviously. I'm just saying, like, the way they've been playing is not like themselves at all. Usually the style is still the same. It's just you do it worse. This time around, it's just like very uncharacteristic mistakes that like usually never happen to them.
Right now, the lane's going pretty well for RNG in terms of CS. They're top in the charts. Ame's the only one who's in that top 3.
Yeah, nothing to say is struggling quite a bit against that Ember Spirit, which really this is supposed to be a Tinker favorite matchup.
When does it get a little bit easier for him?
Usually you start dominating the lane like level 3. So actually, as the levels go higher, the easier it gets for Ember Spirit. Because you don't really care about the laser Harris anymore. Get those free TPs back. I guess it's the same with Tinker, but you don't really want to get outfarmed by an Ember Spirit ever.
Yeah, and right now he's down by about a couple hundred gold, but we'll see what happens, because at the moment, Jinkyu's stationary bottom, which is a little bit concerning. Usually we see him move around a little bit more, and we'll see if he does want to make that rotation, although I say that, nothing to say is the one coming towards bot to swipe a bounty rune, which they, I believe, have vision on, yeah, because of this obs that's in an interesting spot.
Look what Arma's doing.
He shouldn't really be scared in this lane, right? Like, there's no reason for him to be.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing they can do. And it gives like a lot of information that the Tiny isn't here, the Coddle is just blasting waves, right? So I like what he's doing
to
a lot.
punish Ame, they have to commit. And committing means opening the rest of the lanes. So
I mean,
think
even if they bring like 4 heroes, it's going to be a tough kill. With that early Vanguard, it's going to take like 0 damage.
And he's top of the net worth by a decent margin at this point. So at some point for RNG, you're going to have to go to your checks here and try and figure it out. Because if you don't look at this Bristle and you don't make sure he doesn't snowball out of control, things get dangerous.
Kaka's tipping bot. They're looking for a meta kill. If they can catch Razor, it's probably the best bet.
Looks like all they need to do is ignite and throw an avalanche. They've got toss available. They'll toss him back right on a ghost. Roll is in. They've got a lot of TPs coming out from LGD. They get the kill on a Faith Beyond, but the laser through. Ghost taking a lot of damage. The Fatal Bonds on all 3 heroes. They'll TP in another one. They'll TP in everyone.
One more rocket.
Rocket lands, hits, and he's still low. But you got to remember, they are
Nova,
Fatal
careful.
Bonds together.
Oh, yeah.
They can't just let themselves take this kind of damage as Jinkyu ends up dying. Asamna's 2 heroes gone. And that will be it. So Ghost gets back into the base. They do take out both heroes from bot. They do have some rotations come in. Obviously, nothing to say can get back in the mid.
Everyone has to be a bit careful. Like a couple more. Okay, it's gonna get healed up with a Warlock. Arcane Rune Ember is no joke.
Not fun. Only a level 3 Warlock at the moment. This is something we've talked about in a lot of these games, where the supports sit in terms of experience and where it's been biggest. Like, having that chaotic offering has been massive. And we've seen this Warlock Earth Spirit combo a lot. It's the magnetized Fatal Bonds combo.
Yeah, it's a super old school combo. Like many years ago, it was already picked. Ever since Earth Spirit really released. Oh, roll in.
Inkyu very aggressive with that, but he's gonna eat a lot of damage. They've also got Kaka here. Avalanche comes out, lasers in, toss up into the air. Jinkyu low, not dead just yet. They finally get Kaka as a trade as Jinkyu goes down to Somnus with the Remnant forward and back. Still though, keeping Ame alone and untouched.
I mean, look what he's doing. He's just farming the ancient creeps the entire time. He's being very efficient. I liked it a lot. And as you said, we've seen many Bristol's snowball super hard. He's going like in a super defensive build. Vanguard and Hood. Pretty rare to see both of them. Oh, Tinker, they have a sentry down. He's probably just dead. Oh, he missed the slide because of the laser. Nice. That was really well done.
Got the heal.
Yeah. If he doesn't laser Ember there and the slide doesn't miss because of it, Tinker's dead.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So, this commotion in the mid lane has caused a lot of heroes to go over. Ghost has gone into the jungle, gives Faith Beyond finally some room to breathe, and he's second on the net worth now.
Yeah, he is suddenly doing very well for himself. He was pretty low level. I was a little bit worried, but we have seen it in the past. Like when they played as Razor, he's sort of taken like the carry role after a while as well, just in terms of how he's playing. He has 3 heroes on the Bristol, but I don't think they can touch him. Ember's here too.
Yeah, they're gonna really try for this. How do you even kill this guy with both almost a Hood and a Vanguard?
You don't.
They brought everybody over to try and make something happen. They found the Warlock though, so Y probably gonna just get run down. Ooh, into the trees. Trying to juke. Trying to survive. But Kaka's here, so not likely. Somnus is on a killing spree, like he's holding his own.
They almost got a Vessel done on the Coddle though. The Vessel is going to be absolutely massive. You cannot kill this Bristol Bait no matter what happens. Like, I don't even think they should commit any resources here. Just let the Coddle push out the wave. Even if they bring 5 heroes right now, this Bristol won't die.
Right.
Until they get their Vessel. So Ember's pushing bottom. He has a haste rune, that's very scary.
They're going to need some rotations in from LGD, but now they look over at Faith Beyond. They've got the Static Link, the Silence from the Geomagnetic Grip on X-Nova, as well as Chalice. That might have kept Faith Beyond alive. They're still chasing. The Illuminate doesn't hit. They've got the Searing Chains. Here comes nothing to save. The damage on a Faith Beyond, though, with the Remnant, and X-Nova burns him out with the Ignite.
Yeah, they're looking at Y next. No. Never mind.
Just trying to get some mid-experience.
Yeah, generally why we don't see this item build on Bristol, just real quick by the way, is he isn't really a threat on the map. Whereas if you get your axe like a couple of thousand gold faster, because you don't build Vanguard and Hood, you are then suddenly the biggest teamfight threat of your team. So
right.
Timings are a little bit delayed, and he will have to play to like the absolute maximum greed, the absolute limit, because otherwise this build makes no sense.
Currently sitting top of the net worth, but you see how it's shifted, right? Like, now it's just Ame at the top, where you had Faith Beyond over there.
I'm scared for the Tinker. Because this is what I see a lot when I play with or against him. Like, they just kind of don't do a whole lot. He's gonna have
Do you think he can bring it back?
Yeah, I mean, sure. Those team fights, he will be dealing a lot of damage. Just, I have bad experiences, you know?
It might be relying on what Ame can get done, and right now he's just tanky, not damagey.
Yeah, the biggest problem is you just have no lockdown. It's just the Earth Spirit roll on the Warlock Rock. What happens after you use that? You can't rely on your Earth Spirit to stun everything. He's vesseled right now, but again...
And he's running away from his team. He's tanky, but he's running away, and now he's half health. Like, this is a bit of an issue. They're thinking about the Chaotic Offering. They got the Silence on Somnus for a moment. The Blink Dagger now picked up by Nothing to Say. Kaka thinking about going in with an Avalanche. They've got the Searing Chains that locks down Jinkyu. Jinkyu taking a lot of damage, but he finally gets the rollout. They're still thinking about the Chaotic Offering. Nobody committing just yet, but Ghost, he's over to the side. Ghost, he doesn't have Metamorphosis for 10 more seconds. The Avalanche lands on Ame as well as Innocence. They look over, they've got the laser as well as the rockets. They get the kill on X Nova. Now, RNG, how willing are they losing a hero and now down 1 and taking this fight? They don't look as interested anymore. Faith Beyond, Illuminate. Static Link, roll in. Somnus played himself. Geomagnetic Grip for the silence. And there's the Chaotic Offering. They'll get the kill. They'll take him out. The Avalanche won't help. There's Nothing to Say. Blinks back. And he'll get out of dodge.
Well, yeah, not having a lot of stuns doesn't matter if they literally rammed it into you. So nice bait there by Faith Beyond. And up 3k already.
That is starting to kind of get on the roll, right? Like LGD, it feels like it's a fickle flame right now. It needs the oxygen to breathe, but a little bit of water will put it out. And then you end up like Tom Hanks in Castaway.
Or many other actors in many different movies.
The wind got to it! The wind got to it!
The wind is gonna get to who? Oh, why? Why am I here?
Why am I dead? I got the stun on a Jinkyu too, but he de-wards that obs that was there.
He says I'm out.
Interesting. Ame foregoing the Ag's first part by going into a casual plate mail for the moment.
Wait, I think what his plan is, he's gonna go into the fast Lotus Orb. And
yeah,
then
that's
into
what
the
he's got
Axe.
queued.
But it feels really weird to do that as a carry Bristol. Like they're just more like an off-lane sort of build.
Very defensive so far with these first 3 items.
Yeah, especially with the Vanguard Hood too. It screams very much offlane to me, and they've done it in the past, as I said, where the Razor takes over the 1, but I think your Bristol will need to still scale very well. You know, it's defensive.
They're smoked
build.
again. And they know
where
where Ame's sitting.
He's so tanky though.
He was, but once the vessel was on him, it felt like they were able to do the damage, and that's what they're going to look to do again.
There's no way.
Avalanche, toss, vessel, illuminate, stun, roll.
they get
Ame
it?
finally dropped, but the magnetize, the geomagnetic grip, it's on a 3. They're going to roll in. They've got the rockets going out. They look over at Chalice. The Cytophus is there. The Spirit Vessel's on him. The rockets again as they fly over to Chalice and get the kill on them, both him and Kaka. Another rocket, another laser. Somnus on the run. Jinkyu taken out by Somnus, who just skirts away. It ends up being a 2 for 2, but they did lose Ame.
I can't believe they actually got him there. That was very, very close. Yeah, I'm just looking at the neutral items. Like perhaps if you had like a stat item, like if he had that possessed mask instead, he definitely doesn't die. Or the pick pole or anything that really gives health. Unlucky, because especially if you itemize like this, every death hurts a ton. Because you're literally just building defensively, right?
So do you go plate mail and then Ags and then Lotus Orb? Like I feel like that has to be the right play.
I usually don't go plate mail at all. You just finish at Axe, you farm so much faster, and then you're gonna. You don't even need a Lotus Orb, to be honest, in a carry Bristol. Most of the time you just be going to a BKB, so you can right click. But that is a very interesting build he's going for, like a carry Bristol. Very uncommon. And Terrorblade just outscales Bristleback so hard into the late game. So I'm a little bit afraid for them. Because both Razor and Bristol hate playing versus Terrorblade.
So what do they have for this Terrorblade as they trade safe lane towers? Tinker's almost got his axe. He's
caught up very nicely.
1,400 gold away from him.
Yeah.
He's
Ever
got the
since he
point
got this
boost on
Blink
the
Dagger.
And they had a couple of good fights. See, he's 3-0-3. He's been able to get a couple of kills.
How's Kaka's Blink looking? Not that far away, just 100 gold.
A bit slow, but I say that with him being top of the net worth in the support aspect. But he also went Tranks, so not just Brown Boots Blink.
So Ama isn't purchasing anything. Or is he thinking about what he wants? Like, Axe is just such a game changer on Bristol.
It felt like plate mail was reactionary to the fight prior.
Yeah, but TB wasn't even there. Like, he took all that damage without TB, you know?
Yeah, he took it very early on after the Spirit Vessel was on him. Nova over to the side. We'll multicast the Ignite.
Alright, Korea's finding the secret shot. That means it is going to be that Lotus Orb. And he'll have it in just 300 gold.
I guess, yeah, it certainly could be, unless he just buys the point booster, but it would have done that already. Yeah. Alright, so we'll commit to going into the Lotus Orb, which means the Ags takes another step back. RNG in Roche. The scan from the Radiant doesn't connect, even though Jingqiu is right there.
It's been a lot of step backs on the Ags.
Yeah, it has. And there's that Lotus Orb.
And so now he's not allowed to die anymore.
But there you're going to find him.
There's a Lotus Orb, though.
That's the blink. Toss is not on the money. And on the other side of the fight, let's see what they could do. Faith Beyond walking in, thinking about going through with this one. Somnus is over there. The BKB gets popped. He'll still kind of chase and look around. Need to be careful as Ame's over to the side, looking to make his way into the fight from the back end and pinch a little bit, but both teams a little unwilling to commit here. BKB already used by Faith Beyond, so it's not like he's as confident. Lotus Orb doesn't matter. Toss back onto the team. They've got the Fire Blast, but it gets bounced back. The Chaotic Offering's pretty nicely placed. But again, where's the follow-up damage? They're going after Ame. They get the kill on a Y. They'll take the Warlock, who already dropped down the ult, and he's just getting chased all the way through. You've got the full commitment, and the team of LGD is not here.
Oh, they couldn't fight. Razor doesn't have BKB available. This is a big problem if you're Bristol. Like he tanked a lot, but what do you do without your Axe? You know, like the entire reason you pick carry Bristol is that Axe Scepter. And yeah, like he went in 1v5 pretty much. Faith Beyond couldn't really commit. Yeah, it's because he had no BKB on Faith Beyond. He can't really go in, otherwise he just dies as well. I feel like he just felt too survivable, right? He got a little bit too cocky there. Was newly picked up Lotus Orb. He's like, yeah, there's no way they can kill me. Oh, I'm dead.
They saw that illuminate. Roll over, hitting Chalice. Faith Beyond, he's here. Static Link, now the silence. Failed step onto the low ground, but Jingqiu right there with him. Fire Blast, Ignite, Fade Grenade, all thrown over onto Jingqiu as he was hit with the Searing Chains to lock him down, but well, at the end of the day, they do get Chalice.
Yeah, we're going to the next layers now, right? Where this Axe is now finished on Tinker, so he's gonna be very strong in those team fights, especially with those Fatal Bonds. And yeah, we have to see what Armor can make happen. Again, this is a very unusual build. We don't really see this like ever.
Avalanche Jingqiu toss. Jingqiu dead.
It's your only stun gone.
And that's really a significant amount of your teamfight damage gone too, like wanting the Fatal Bonds magnetize.
Yeah. I don't like how much pressure they're putting on Jingqiu this game.
And there's been almost no pressure on Ghost. He's almost got the Scotty. He's only 1,200 gold away from it.
Yep. He's been given so much space.
Bristle was top of the GPM, but that's slowed down. Obviously, Ame dealing with a couple of deaths. And nothing to say, he's not really that close in terms of getting into the big farming aspect of this Tinker, but again, he's got the Ags, he's going into the BKB now. When he gets that BKB, maybe more confident in laying down the lasers and laying down the fight.
Yeah, for sure. You'd imagine so he can just blink into a team fight and really get into their faces, especially pre-BKB on Terrorblade. Because that laser will just make him miss, obviously. But this Ember Spirit BKB timing is going to be very strong. 300 away from that. They don't have
smoke.
Really any way to deal with that.
They show Ame mid, and he is just running at this tower, so I guess they expect somebody to make the rotation and do something about it. Smoke didn't break. They know that's an illusion of Ghost, and they know from that illusion that he is actually nearby, so they're going to walk up the cliff. They're going to find themselves X-Nova as well as Ghost, but they end up just looking like they're going to get the Ogre. The roll.
They're looking for
the
Ghost.
Back lines looking for Ghost. They've got the Boulder Smash. They get the kill on X-Nova already. The roll lands on the Ghost. They've got the Plasma Field. They start to really corral this hero, but here comes Kaka with the Avalanche on a 2. Chaotic Offering, Sunder used, Silence Out on a Ghost, Sleight of Fist. Somnus doing a lot of damage, nothing to say. Not a lot more mana. They end up getting
Chalice in trouble.
Take out Y. Somnus
He's solo upon himself.
Nothing to stay, and now they look over Chalice. As Ami's going to run him down. They get the kill on the Gato. The Remnant out from Somnus, and this works out well for LGD, who are still maybe looking to get a +1. They find Kaka. They've got the roll. The Rocket's coming in. This Tiny needs to run. Even with the
so
whip, it's not looking likely, and now they'll run after Kaka, secure the kill, and get nothing to say on a mega kill streak.
Yeah, massive teamfight victory this time around. Syncyu, man, I don't know how many rolls he used that fight.
It was
Let's
many.
see. 10, and I'm pretty sure he connected like with every single one of them. So definitely the teamfight MVP. And you can just see the power of the Tinker Axe, right? It's doing so much damage. Razor got to stick onto the Terror Blade. Here didn't really have any way to run. And I mean, that Lotus Orb was doing pretty good work because he solo bound himself on Coddle, so taste some of your own medicine. But
enjoy your movement speed, idiot. Is
especially with the glue on top as well.
Yeah.
This is what LGD was looking for. Very well executed fight, and sure they don't have many stuns, but they have a stun on 4 seconds cooldown, right? Like that roll came out so many times. Nobody even tried or attempted TP, simply because they knew.
That fight, by the way, pushed Ame to the Axe. Like, he's got it.
Yep.
And that's massive, because now he, that's a big bump for him, because it's the Viscous Nasal Goo. You'll always be at 10 stacks. He's level 19, about to be level 20, so it's going to get that much harder to deal with him, as his damage is going to output a lot. But RNG, they're still close. Like, that was the first time Ghost has gotten punished. The question is, does he continue to get punished? They take the big MVP out of the fight. Xinq's gone, but that being said, RNG now not sure they can really look for more.
Yeah, there's a lot of timings on the horizon for them as well. LGD.
In a rush, though.
Yeah, and that is pretty much the perfect timing as well, right? Before the refresher orb, yeah, there's just nothing they can do.
They're gonna try. They're gonna try and walk over. That's really dangerous. They've got Ame on the front line, but he's controlled by the Searing Chains. That gives them time. They need to run into the pit, but RNG, they're actually leaving the pit. For a second, they were gonna bail on this one, which may not be exactly what they want to do. They've got the Lotus Orb again, but they gotta get into the pit to get the Aegis, and they won't be able to make their way through. So Ghost picks himself up in Aegis. Spirit Vessel on Ame. The Fire Blast comes through. Plasma Field hits on X-Nova, slowing him down. Kaka over to the side, and well, these LGD heroes, they are scary, but they didn't commit, and not having Xinq is a big part of that.
Yeah. If Xinq was there, it could have definitely been a very good fight for them. But nice decision making at RNG. Also just before the refresher orb comes out on the Razor. Even if RNG loses this game, I'm very impressed with their improvement over the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, I think Ghost is playing a really good game. I think they've done a good way of, like, when you're able to go after the LGD lanes the way they have, especially considering where LGD were once upon a time with how perfect their laning outcomes were, you gotta be happy with where RNG's at the moment. And it's atop the division.
Yeah. Just once again, that LAN pressure can impact different players very differently, right? So that's the second part of the proving grounds for Ghost.
Refresher for Faith Beyond, and Ghost is actually on the high ground. They won't find him, but they will find Chalice. They've got the upheaval down, but it's not going to matter. They're going to continue to run after this Coddle with the BKB pop by Faith Beyond. They go after him and X-Nova. They get a kill on a 2. Now looking for a 3rd. They'll take out Kaka. Triple kill for Faith Beyond. As Xinq looks for more with the rolls.
That's a deep ward for him. Terror Blade, they see him.
Down though, right?
No BKB for him. But yeah, double Eye of the Storm, of course. Razor dealing a crap ton of damage. Like, the only real answer to Razor now is the Terror Blade. Oh, they're going on Ember the Caught him.
Yeah, they got him. They've got the Geomagnetic Grip with the BKB popped by Somnus. He might be able to make his way out of this one. The roll out from Xingqiu. Put him in a safety. He's also got the help from Nothing to Say from that Tinker, giving him the defense matrix. They're standing their ground for right now, but they got to be a little bit careful. That being said, RNG, I don't think they're going to fight without the BKB on Somnus.
This game is looking very, very, very grim right now for RNG. Like, Chalice is just not really having a game whatsoever. And once this Tinker finishes Hex, he already has his BKB. Like, even the Terror Blade can't really do a whole lot. So it's coming together quite nicely for LGD.
Smokes picked up by both teams.
So, like, the problem now for TB is he has a lot of survivability, but very lacking in the single target damage.
Yeah.
He's the only answer to Razor, and we might not really be there yet where he has enough damage to really bring him down, even if he focus fires him. Well, it's going to be a big problem for RNG, because if Razor just runs your teammates over, you can't win this game alone.
Really just felt like Ame's kind of gotten away with a long-winded build towards the Ags and what comes afterwards. And what's the answer for TB at this point? Like, he's going to have BKB, and he does have it now, but what's the next thing that's really going to potentially help him out?
You need to get into damage now. Whether it's a Daedalus or a Silver Edge, like, just pure damage from here on out.
Okay.
Maybe even both, you know, Silver Edge and like Butterfly or Silver Edge, MKB, something like that. You need pure damage. They're knocking on the high ground though. They also know, like, Terror Blade has no damage right now. Like, he cannot bring down the Bristleback. Nor the Razor. We actually went for a Blink Dagger. So they're putting a lot of stock onto killing the Chalice Coddle real fast. He has a BKB now and a Force Staff though. So it's not going to be the easiest.
And they still are working with this Aegis for another 45 seconds, so maybe LGD just a little weary of that, having that second life.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see that the team with the Aegis is actually really scared of making anything happen.
Now they're going to go. And again, Xingqiu might be in the right spot to break this smoke, to give an opportunity to LGD to counterpunch it.
Man, he knows
So
everything.
look at his positioning. It's absolutely perfect. Now Somnus comes in. Kaka blinks over. They've got themselves the upheaval. The Chaotic Offer can come down on a 2. They get the kill into Xingqiu. Doesn't have buyback now. They go with the BKB pop by Somnus. They go with Nothing to Say, but the Searing Chains is there to lock down 2 of them. On the other side of the fight, though, they've got Faith Beyond moving forward onto Ghost.
Aegis runs out of
They're
3.
going to try and chase this Terror Blade, and they're waiting for the Aegis. There goes
Minus
the Aegis.
40
There's
armor,
the refresher on it, but he's got minus 40 armor. Faith Beyond coming forward with the Lotus Orb on him. Solar Bind, that's going to slow him down. They don't have full supports here on the side of LGD, and Faith Beyond can't really run forward much. They only got the kill on Kaka. After using everything, they never even got that kill on the Ghost.
I do believe that Ghost was way, way, way too passive there. Like, he can just turn on Manta, Ilu, and kill the Razor. But he has no plate mail, he has no real armor item. And, like, Ghost needs to be a big part of these fights. Like, he's their main damage right now. If he doesn't deliver, then, yeah, there's no way RNG is going to win a fight.
By the way, Ghost is going for the Silver Edge. That's what he wants. Reading that correctly.
It is a very good.
And they're going for the Hex, though, for Tinker, which, you know, if he
Once
gets
Hex
into
is
that,
up, this
could be a
game
problem.
becomes near impossible. Because you have
BKBs
BKB
aren't
plus
that
Hex on
long.
Tinker, you just perma-Hex anyone. If you catch the Terror Blade straight away, you can just burst him from 100 to 0 probably. Well, not burst him,
Mjolnir on
but keep
Ember.
him disabled.
The thing for RNG too, like you said, their lack of damage, which obviously is apparent because they only got the supports and it didn't feel like they could kill anybody else, even with the BKBs.
He's going Mjolnir on Ember Spread?
Yeah.
That is super uncommon. I don't really see why there's not like a lot of illusions or anything where it's really beneficial. Like the active won't really be doing a whole lot either. I would have much rather liked some Aghanim's or Kaya-san, some survivability perhaps. A very curious pickup.
are fortified.
I can't even remember the last time I've seen a second item Mjolnir on an Ember Spirit.
Crazy to think that it's... Well, it's Blink BKB Mjolnir. I guess third item?
Dire's top
Yeah.
tower
Well, technically, I guess second.
Dire's top tower
Semantics.
fallen.
Because he had the Maelstrom before the BKB.
Ember's not in the fight right now.
And they're coming around that back, and they've got themselves the BKB. Ghost's going to try and just turn and fight Faith Beyond, something he didn't do in that
Exactly, yeah,
previous
like that.
fight. And they're going to get the kill here on the Razor. No! He survives for the moment. They've got nothing to say on top of the cliff. They're going to try and
Yes,
get
no
the kill
BKB
here
now.
on the Ghost. Now, BKB, the laser's coming out wide with the people. They look over at Kaka. They get the kill on the Chalice. They'll take up Faith Beyond. They end up losing X-Nova, but they've got themselves the kill on the Ghost. They'll take out Kaka. 4 heroes down on the side of RNG. They focus their attention on Faith Beyond, but they don't end up getting that much more. Innocence put himself on the front line. He knew he was going to die off that one, but they get the kill on a Ghost. That's the big prize they came for.
Yeah. And you can just see post BKB, Terrorblade, and Chalice were like pretty much next to each other. One laser, bam, there's 1,000 health gone from both of them. Now his Hex is done, and sure, Faith Beyond died, but you know, the teamfight victory is pretty much on the back of him forcing the Terrorblade BKB. And I don't know what RNG was doing there, to be entirely honest. Somnus was not ready to fight, he was nowhere nearby, he had no resources. Big miscommunication. And Bristleback 25, of course, X5 buildings.
Now, from the Warpath. That's the mid-set Arax gone. Blink forward, Avalanche. He still has the Lotus Sword, but
He's
it's not going to matter
very
now. He's in the deep ends of this space, and Name trying to get away. He's got about half health, but they get the kill on Kaka. Kaka's got buyback. Name, no, on the Bristleback trying to run. Spirit Vessel, Solar Vine, Remnant forward, Searing Chains. There's the Reflection on the Ignite. They get the kill on his InQ as well as Ame. Chaotic offering on the backlines, but it doesn't hit on the Somnus. They have themselves the Hex. Nothing to say, trying to get the damage out.
The
With the
perma
laser,
Hex.
gets the kill on the Ember. They look over at X-Nova. They'll take out the Ogre. Now they've got the Hex. It's on a Chalice. They tried to fight with nothing to say, having the Hex, and it's a bad idea.
He's gonna come back soon on Faith
Bears
Beyond.
here for RNG. They throw the Sunder out, and Faith Beyond's got himself a static link of about 130. But he'll back off of this. There's nothing to say. Comes back in on top of Y.
You have to be very careful here, though, if you're LGD. Like, some buybacks could really sway the teamfight into RNG's favor, and you're worth a lot of gold on the Tinker.
Give a win condition, certainly. If they do potentially buy back on Ame. Roche is up, though. It's Aegis and Shard. Ag's Shard.
Warp Flare. Let's go.
I don't know if that's
It's actually
what
a very
want.
interesting mechanic. The reverse blink.
Do you want them away from you, though?
It depends on who it is. Because you also reduce like the attack damage and whatnot. I've never seen Warp Flare in my entire
I don't
life.
think LGD can give this up. They've got to understand that Roche is the way back in for RNG, or at least the beginning of the uphill climb.
Yeah, Somnus is also dead. Like, there's no way they can just give this up for free.
They've got the scan, so they're aware of this. The Ob's coming down. They've got the Hex, the laser through onto X-Nova. X-Nova trying to force that himself into the pit with the BKB pop by Faith Beyond. Now the right-click damage from Ghost again. They're going to buy back here on X-Nova. They've got the Hex on Akaka. They'll roll forward from Xingqiu, but there's the bounce back coming out from Coddle. So that keeps Xingqiu away. He'll Yules himself up into the air, and they'll retreat for the moment, but they've got the buyback out of X-Nova. They'll send nothing to say back to get some more mana and see if LGD can continue to commit on this one. They do have the refreshers, so they do have another BKB available on Faith Beyond. And they've also got themselves potentially double Eye of the Storm if they just wait 5 seconds.
And a very hungry Bristol.
Yeah, he's in on this one. He doesn't have the slots open just at the moment, but he does have an Abyssal Blade. Somnus is going to go in with this. Going with the BKB. Oh, the Aegis is down. It's going to be snatched up by Somnus, but I don't know if it's going to matter.
Ghost is dying.
Away. They get the kill on the X-Nova. They get the kill on the Ogre. He's dead for 77 seconds. They'll take out Ghost. He's gone. He's got buyback. But does he bother to use it with no Metamorphosis? They bought back on Kaka, too. This feels really dire for the Radiant side of RNG.
Yeah, you can't really buy back here on Terrorblade. You have no Metamorphosis, as you said, and you can't really justify doing it. But if you don't, they can't Mega just yet because they're still top tower. They're going for the throne. You'll have to buy back.
Extra 600 damage from Warpath, why not?
It is kind of silly, isn't it? Oh, look at that, look at that.
That's one tower gone. Sight Searing Chains on to 2.
Oh,
But how?
man, this combo is deadly. He has the 10 upheaval attack speed per second for the Bristleback, so he's just getting like 100 attack speed for the Bristle.
Onto the throne. If they take the tier 4s, they're going to buy back on Terribly. They've got the Avalanche coming up from Kaka onto 2. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains out onto these heroes. But they talk about the chaotic offering. They've got the Fatal Bounce. They get the kill on a Y.
Oh, the damage on Divi!
And there's the kill from nothing to say. They still continue to focus the throne. Ame's in on this one. They don't really care about Somnus or Chalice, and GG will be called.
Wow.
LGD will take game number 1 over RNG, who are the top dogs of this region at the moment.
Why can't LGD always play like this? Like, this is exactly what we expect from them, right? Like, good aggression, great team fights.
It was peak LGD there, in my opinion.
That was super good. Of course, you know, who can really say anything against Nothing to Say is Tinker? It's absolute last pick as well. Yeah, well, that's what you get for being an RNG believer, Mr. Snare. You get a laser in your eye.
I get lasered in my eye, I get perma-hexed, and I get to see the smiling faces of former TI champion Innocence as we see PSG.LGD claiming game number 1 in very strong fashion. It still looked a little bit iffy at the beginning. It looked like, well, RNG might have an outside shot into it. Somnus was looking hot in the early rotations. Kaka was doing a phenomenal job in the early game. Ghost was completely uncontested in the farm. And, you know, Ame's item was peculiar, to say the least. But then, you know what often happens in these games here, Black, and the reason why I think this hero is a bit busted right now, no matter where you play him, he buys BKB, he presses R, he shows up to the fight, 3 heroes die, and the entire game just turns around. Razor, super, super good. Made so much space in this mid game to allow Ame and Nothing to Say to come back very strong in the latter portion of it.
Yeah. I was worried about Faith Beyond for a little bit too, because he had, 1 or 2 deaths in a row in the off lane when he was kind of getting that space. Like, we spoke about it. It's like, oh, okay, Faith Beyond, like, second on the net worth. He's doing a really good job. Like, the map opened for him, and then he died a couple times. I was a little worried. And at the end of the day, like, he got that refresher. He had the BKB, and he knew his objective. But that's also, Black, you spoke about it, the timidity of Ghost. Like, almost the presence of Razor pushing him away. And you're like, you could just turn and hit him. And then there was that fight where maybe that kind of clicked in Ghost's head, and he was like, I can turn and hit him. I do hurt this Razor. Oh my God. And like, he output some damage and he killed Faith Beyond. But then it's like, oh, I focus Faith Beyond, and everybody else is here from LGD, especially a very farm, Nothing to Say on that Tinker.
That particular fight was kind of nuts because it was not only a situation where he forces Ghost to be very awkwardly positioned in that fight with his BKB, but he survived for so long that he also forces Somnus to go away from the main part of the fight to chase him and kill him, not allow him to participate properly, and just giving so much space towards Nothing to Say. Black, there's so many games where you see this Tinker not given this degree of space, but when you give this degree of space to a Tinker and there's Nothing to Say Tinker, the result is kind of inevitable in this regard. What should they have done differently from RNG to at least put a bit more pressure on him in this game?
Honestly, I feel like they did very well in the early game, like with pressuring him. He didn't really have any game whatsoever. He was the lowest net worth of all the cores. It's just that one team fight in the top lane really cost them. Like, they were running a lineup that was pretty much countered by Tinker. And if you afford yourself to like lose a team fight like that, that's pretty much GG right there. Because after that, Bristol suddenly got Axe. Shouldn't have happened, you know. He needed like 2.5k gold before the team fight. Tinker suddenly got his BKB out of that. Once he has that, you can't really kill him anymore. And the later the game goes, the worse it gets for you. Like, he had his Hex. Next item, he'll have Shiva's Guard. Then he'll have his Overwhelming Blink, and he just 1v5s you. You know, it's you were on the timer. Can't allow yourself to make mistakes.
Yep. Some key mistakes that we did see coming out here from the side of RNG, and they weren't able to transition from a decent early game into the mid game and beyond. Another thing that I noticed in this game was some of the itemization that we saw from both of the carry players, right? Of course, Ame did go hyper defensive in the earlier portion of things, made him practically unkillable for a large portion of this game, but we saw somewhat late timing on the BKB out of Terrorblade. I know it's not that atypical, Black, to go for the BKB third item on that hero, but given what he was playing into, this Earth Spirit, this Warlock, this Tinker, shouldn't that have been a higher priority item for him in this game?
I think he misread the situation quite a bit, to be honest. Like, he went for that Skadi, which is a pretty staple pickup against the Bristleback as well. You know, it's like Warlock heals and whatnot, but what they were lacking was damage. You have the survivability from Coddle. You have all the stuns from your supports and the Ember Spirit who makes space for you in the fight. I think the correct item build this game would have been Yasha, BKB into like a Daedalus, and then Silver Edge or something like that. Like, who knows, just pure damage. Because Razor runs at you, you turn around with BKB, you hit him. He dies in 5 seconds. Like, the fact that Razor was allowed to do this in these fights gave Tinker way too much space, gave Xingqiu way too much space to find the good rolls and whatnot.
Yep. That's something that we saw in the game here, B-Cup. The fact that they initially didn't feel like they had that much initiation prowess from the side of LGD. They were relying a lot on Xingqiu to do the dirty work for them. Most of these replays that we are going to see, you'll have Xingqiu on the front foot rolling forward to try and find somebody. But eventually, after they bought this BKB Blink Dagger on the Razor, he just blinks forward, makes space by just not dying, and RNG didn't have a solution for him. On the other side, though, I want to talk about Chalice. In the off lane, he wasn't able to necessarily have the same degree of impact on his Coddle as we've seen in prior games. Did you like his build here, going Spirit Vessel 4-staff BKB, absent skipping? What did he skip here? He normally goes for the Orchid in this build, but this time around he felt obliged to build BKB instead. Do you think he should have gone for something a bit more aggressive in that regard, or was it just the case that you just needed BKB against all of this overwhelming control from LGD?
I mean, I think it was the right idea, right? Like, you get the Spirit Vessel, you saw the damage that they were able to do to Ame in that first fight in the river. It felt like this was going to go their way as they were breaking through. But at the end of the day, like, it just wasn't enough. Like, the BKB just ended up not doing what it needed to do. And look at this. Yeah, Laser, Ghost runs out of the BKB. He's got Fatal Bonds, too. Like, it's not just the Laser. And look at Xingqiu. He does so much in these engagements. Like, yeah, eventually you get the BKB as well as the Blink coming in from Faith Beyond, but it was always Xingqiu who was just going in and like making sure that they, because it wasn't just the roll, right? Like, there were multiple times where he had multiple hero geomagnetic grips to silence these heroes and force BKBs. Because if you're going to stand there and be silenced, you're going to stand there and die, and you have to get the BKB out early in these fights. Otherwise, you do nothing.
Unfortunately, it was the case that they wound up doing nothing overall. We also saw yet another game here in China with this combination of the Warlock and the Earth Spirit. Super, super good. Once you put out that Fatal Bonds, roll in, Magnetize just demolishes the fight. We often see this being paired with Death Prophet either in the off lane or in mid, but in this game, both Tinker and Razor could provide that damage for you very easily. An MVP, nothing to say, vindicating the overall last pick in this game by getting an amazing game for himself. 11 kills, 13 assists, almost 90% kill participation rate. And on a hero that could have a very difficult time early on, he made it just look so good. Look at this, this Delta Black in damage being dealt by LGD versus what RNG could put out. You were right, they really just lacked the damage. 40,000 more damage came out from LGD. That's just not supposed to happen in a game like this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but Ghost dealt like 13k damage only. Like, Somnus dealt 46k. If you just put that in contrast, that is not allowed. You know, like, your TB, like, you picked him as an answer to Bristleback. You picked him as an answer to Razor because he is one of those tank cracking carry heroes, right? That just make them feel really uncomfortable in those team fights. But they didn't feel comfortable at all. They were just running in. They're like, yep, hit me. You don't really have any damage items. You have Manta Skadi. I don't care.
Yeah, basically, and if you're going to see it here, almost everybody on LGD did more damage than Ghost.
Oof.
The only one who didn't was Y, and he still did that, 12,000 damage.
Yep, and he's not the centerpiece of the draft, right? He just playing the first pick Warlock and still able to contribute as much as he did. Certainly not the right game for Ghost. And, well, actually, I need to apologize to Ghost. It's my fault, fam. Any up-and-coming carry player that I like ends up doing poorly, so that one's on me. My bad. Please do the next game a lot better. On a more serious note, though, draft-wise, obviously there were some issues here, but I think we all agree that they could have played this one differently. Before we go into this game number 2, where RNG need to try and mount a comeback, they need to do something spectacular here. Are we going back to some... What do we need to bring out? Obviously, nothing to say brought out something special in his Tinker. What special heroes do you see still being available for them to play on RNG here, B-Cup, if they want to win game number 2?
I don't know what's going to be available for them because they did a good job on LGD of making sure Ghost doesn't really get everything he wants. He's very big on that jug. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see that get banned again. RNG, maybe they're hoping to get the Nyx Assassin for Kaka. That always seems like a starting point for them. Just to double back real quick, that because we were talking about the damage and it showed up on screen. the way they have it on screen for the broadcast is hero and building damage together. That's why it said that Ame had 46,000 hero damage because he had 26,000 hero damage and 20,000 building damage, which is wild in itself. Like, I don't know. It's basically, yes, that is a lot of damage. Well, I will see what Ghost can do. I feel like the game does kind of hinder on whether or not Ghost gets something that he could be confident on. I'm not saying that Terrorblade is something that he's not confident on, but he didn't play that game confidently, and we saw it a couple times. Like, I would think that RNG will want to give him something of comfort, more comfort coming into game 2.
Certainly agree. Black, I'll give you the final word here. The one hero I want you to talk to me about is this Razor. RNG certainly had no option, no response really in this game on how to deal with it. Going into game 2, should they ban it out, or is there a circumstance where they pick it themselves instead if they don't have a natural response in the draft?
I mean, Charles plays a really, really good Razor, so I wouldn't be surprised if they pick it up themselves. I also think they did have the right lineup to deal with it. Like, all of the heroes are pretty damn good against Razor. It was really just that last pick Tinker that put them on a massive timer. And we have seen it with so many teams, right? Not just RNG. Like, once you're on a massive timer, there's just so much pressure, and you make some silly mistakes here and there that you can't afford to make, and suddenly the game is just over. It feels almost insurmountable. And yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Like, don't be too harsh on yourselves. You know, that last pick Tinker, it's gotten to all of us in pub games and pro games. You know, it just happens. Move on.
Move on as it may be. Nothing to say. It's just going to be notching yet another notch on the bedpost of more games that have just demolished on a Tinker, more teams that are going to be crying when they see this last pick Tinker come out.
Oh, wait, guys. You can do one thing. Take second pick.
Oh, take second pick.
So you have the last pick.
Oh. Easy solution. Super simple. We'll be hoping and praying that they can do that for themselves so that they at least have the last pick counter option available. You've often spoken, Black, about being able to put yourself in a good position if you do have second pick, and PSG.LGD did that perfectly in this opening game 1. We'll see whether or not they can replicate this performance for game number 2. And before that, we're going to be taking a very quick break. But when we return, game 2 of RNG versus LGD will resume. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome one and all back here to the Chinese DPC. We are in this matchup between PSG.LGD and RNG. We're in game number 1. PSG.LGD reminding us all of why so many of us consider them the best team in the world. dominating performance from them as they made RNG, a team which has been certainly the hottest in China up until this point. They made them look not good at all, made them look a tier and several steps behind LGD. We'll be seeing in game number 2 whether or not RNG can bring this one back or if PSG.LGD will run away with the series. My name's Sneh. I'm joined with B-Cop and Black. Black, you are the optimist on this panel. No, I'm kidding. Tell me, how does RNG come back into this one? What heroes do we have on the cards? We do have a draft to get into, but I want your odds mentally. Where do you think this team is, and can they recover from that beatdown in game 1?
I mean, they're already guaranteed the major, no matter what, right? So they're definitely still going to be in high spirits. And I mean, usually, even when you see the cameras, they're always laughing, joking around, lots of smiles around the room, right? So I don't think it's going to change just because of a loss like that. Again, last big tinker, it happens. Yeah, just move on. There's nothing much you can do about it. Like, don't dwell on it. Just be more careful in the future that your lineup is not as easily countered by a single hero, I guess. But this time around, they took second pick, so they'll be having that last pick overall. And they're going back to that Coddle again. This time around, though, they have the Clockwork to set up for him a little bit better. But I don't know how much I like the Coddle in the 3 necessarily. I feel like it's the perfect 4 hero in most of the games. And if they put Tiny 3 and Coddle 4, maybe the game is even a little bit easier for them as well, because they have like an actual frontliner, you know? They were lacking that sorely in the last game as well.
I don't remember which series it was, but we were in a game together actually where we had Coddle first phased with Clockwork, and then they shifted. No, they put Coddle second and then Clockwork third, and then Clockwork was 5, Coddle was 4, and then they put, I want to say the Underlord in the offlane, but I'm not 100% certain. But I certainly am fully in agreement with you that having that particular configuration can work out. I think Chalice playing Coddle in certain circumstances, when they've played it the most, it's been in situations where they're playing it into like a Puck, Void Spirit. In those situations, you build that early Spirit Vessel Orchid, do massive damage, but be a bit reticent to see it immediately being picked for Chalice in this situation. Of course, on the other side, LGD will stick with the Warlock. Shout out, boys. Thank you. And they go in for this Faceless Void as well. So, B-Cop, you were talking about some of the heroes that Ghost still has in the pool. His Juggernaut, one of the most successful heroes that he has. He has played Void in the past as well. Doesn't seem likely that he'll pick Jug into the Void here. So what do you want to see him play as they go deeper into the draft for RNG?
Kind of feels like he might be back on the TB, right? Like, that could be it. Although there's a lot to pick here. I'm surprised at this Lone Druid ban. I don't know. I haven't seen it personally in China, just like in the games I've covered. I don't know if this is like
Druid.
I told you about it, B-Cup. Lone Druid is a sleeper.
Yeah.
It's literally been picked twice in China at all. Like out of
I haven't seen it personally. I don't know if this is like an RNG special that I've just been missing out on.
Ghost has indeed played it, yeah. That is one of the heroes one of the players on it, so it's certainly something that he is comfortable on. Indeed.
When did he pull that out?
I'll check for you now when the game was. Just give me one little second.
He played it against Aster Ares in one game, and
it's the only game, against Aster Ares. Against Aster Ares, they played it in game number 2, and then Summer from Dandelion Esports Club played it in game 1 against Aster.
Okay. All right, and it lost that game.
Yeah.
Just played with an Elder Titan.
The hero that tends not to lose, though, is Razor. Thank God. We spoke about this just now, whether or not they would have some kind of response to this. And RNG, their response is what Black was saying. Pick it up, grab it for Chalice. It is now seeming much more unlikely that this is going to be an offlane Coddle. However, Razor is a very versatile hero, so they could just decide later down the line. Although I would be very happy to see this hero being played in the offlane just to put some additional pressure in the earlier portion of the laning phase to the Faceless Void. Don't just let him have a free game overall. What's your read on this, Black? Where do you want to see this Razor go?
I mean, offlane is most likely going to happen again. Like when it's picked up in China, it's like, I don't even know the percentage, but it feels like almost 100% always in the offlane. So wouldn't be surprised to see it there again. But again, Void has the Time Walk, of course, so he isn't too bothered by him. You have a Warlock heal, you have the Time Walk, damage, negation. Void is going to be just fine there. And then I go with the Mars Rubik combo, also pretty old school.
Yeah.
Lots of damage. Xingqiu Rubik, haven't seen too much of that lately, but he plays a really good Rubik.
Yeah, they start giving Xingqiu these different 4s and not just your typical fours, and I feel like he starts becoming the playmaker we've seen him be before. The Razor, by the way, just Black, you were talking about it. The off lane has been picked 8 times in Division 1 China, mid lane 3 times, safe lane 2 times. It didn't win the safe lane. It's only won once in the mid lane, but it's got an 87.5% win rate in the off lane, which is, I think, 7 of 8 right there. So should be interesting. Yeah. I wonder if Nothing to Say would ever give this Rubik a shout.
We've seen Nothing to Say play Mars before, so it's a possibility. I think we actually have seen him play Rubik. I'm gonna go and check. But I do remember once seeing him play a Mars game that didn't look super
Wyvern?
hot. But this hero, gentlemen, I think is really good. This hero is super hot in my opinion. Winter Wyvern, great way to just break up team fights. Some good counter initiation when needed. Decent in the laning phase. Some heal for later on in the game. Potentially can be played as a core, which I don't like as much. I think we saw Paparazzi lose on that a couple of days ago. But overall, I really feel like this hero is actually underpicked in the region. Why do you think that is, boys? That we don't see the flapping Ice Lady?
Good question, because I agree with you. I think Winter Wyvern is very strong, pretty versatile too, as it can be played in multiple positions. We have seen Wyvern, especially against like physical damage offlaners, just do wonders, right? You just give one level in the Cold Embrace, suddenly your carry is like, yeah, thanks, I'm back to half health, no problem whatsoever. Thanks for the sustain, and it is a very good answer to Mars and faces Void 2, of course. Just reset the team fight, Cold Embrace whoever he's focusing. So yeah, very strong pick here. Why is it not picked more? Not entirely sure, but I feel like in general, China has been a little slow in picking up some of the more meta things that the rest of the world has been playing.
I mean, it took us a very long time to start seeing this Beastmaster being picked ban every other game. And given how much success that hero is enjoying elsewhere in the world, a little bit surprising in that regard. So we'll see where things go. I mean, also another hero that we didn't see that much in China until these last couple of weeks was the Zeus. And it's just looked very good when he is allowed into the game. For this game here, just for trivia's sake, B-Cup, it'll amuse you to know that the last time NTS played this Rubik was last year, January. It's been a long, long time. However, he has played 4 games and won 3 on the hero, so it's not completely out of the question. And they do not have last overall pick, so he can't necessarily rely on a gotcha pick at the very end. Let's assume it isn't the Rubik, though. What else do you want to see him drag out of his bag of tricks here for the last pick?
I guess they've got the clockwork to maybe focus if he were to go back to the Tinker, but I wouldn't hate it. I feel like, you've got 2 big circles in the Chrono and the Arena. You've got some big team fighting here for LGD. If you can keep Nothing to Say safe, I feel like he could get away with another Tinker game, honestly.
Oh my god.
It didn't exactly look like the best Tinker game in the last game either, but he made it look like a Tinker game, that's for sure.
Into Wyvern Clock. Okay, if he picks Tinker in this game,
We've seen him have bigger cojones than that.
Oh my gosh. I would be shocked and amazed, but I would also have utmost respect for him. Let's see. Now's the opportunity. They ban out Queen of Pain, Void Spirit on the side of RNG, so preventing that kind of high tempo from him. He could still... There's no actual Spirit here to play unless you're going to play Storm Spirit, which is definitely not going to happen in the mid lane. Whilst he's still making up his mind, Joe, we still need a hero for Ghost. Black, a resident carrier extraordinaire. What do you want to see the up-and-coming player play here?
Ooh. I'll let you know after the last pick.
Oh my god. Hedging bets. What do they need here still? It just feels like they need a little bit of reach from LGD and some tempo.
Yeah, damage too. Some Chrono damage would be great.
What gives us all of that? Queen of Pain would have actually been quite nice.
Oh, of course, the Death Prophet. I thought about Lina perhaps, but Death Prophet is way better.
This is China. We should have seen Death Prophet coming.
It could be Mars mid, could be Death Prophet mid. Now, I still believe this is a very free anti-mage game if they want to run it. But apparently the entire world thinks anti-mage is not a great hero. Like literally every pro player is just like, yeah, AIM is a bad hero. Even though I feel like most of the games that I watch, it wins. Spectre
You're
into
gonna stay the evangelist
DP.
for the hero. But they go for Spectre, into DP, into the Faceless Void. This is the Helios, all right. So this gives them reach the backlines of the fight to get to the supports. It's a hero that can pair quite nicely in the lane with the Winter Wyvern. I don't know overall, though, if I like the Spectre and the peaks of this hero. Feels like it doesn't necessarily coincide with the peaks of the rest of this draft. B-Cup, what do you make of this? There's some skepticism in both mine and Black's voice. Do you like the Spectre last pick here for RNG?
I actually don't mind it that much, right? Like, if it gets to the Ags at a decent timing, your supports are very much in trouble, right? Because it's the Shadow Step that adds the dagger. And all of a sudden, like, where are you going to go if you're a Warlock? It just feels like it's a way to get to those backlines, get those supports, maybe jump back in with a Haunt. The team fight's not terrible here for RNG. It's Somnus this time on the Coddle, which kind of scares me. I don't know. Up against Nothing to Say, I feel like it's very tough to make something as paper mache work, because Coddle, when he's mid, kind of sits on the edge of being worthless and a great. So I'm a little worried in that aspect, but I do like the Spectre. If the axe timing's okay, I think it's all right.
All right, but I'm going to take it for granted that you're still going to be going LGD for your prediction, right, for this game?
I mean, that's the default, right? Can't go anything else.
Black, let's give you some homework here. You're not allowed to tell me LGD. What you have to do here is tell me how does RNG win this game and take us to a deciding third one.
I think they asked Kaka, how much pressure would you like? And he said yes, because this game is pretty much all on Kaka, I feel like. All of his initiations will have to be spot on. And he's pretty much the only initiation they do have, unless there's like a great Curse of Ex-Nova. So if he has a good game, it can definitely work out. Somnus and with a fast vessel could make wonders work against Death Prophet as well. I like their draft overall. It's pretty strong, but I'm just a little bit worried that if the Spectre and Razor lose their lanes, which is very easily possible, that they fall into this like scenario of no return. So yeah, it's I'm still going with LGD either way, as always.
Well, in game number 1, we saw Shin Q in very difficult circumstances still create a lot of control for his squad when they lacked any of it prior the Blink Daggers on both Tinker and the Razor. This game, all the pressure is on Kaka, but not only do we have precedent of a 4-position player in China being able to carry the team, we've seen Kaka do it himself many times in the past. We will find out if this will be one of those games or if LGD are really back to their winning ways and manage to sweep this series 2-0. To find out, we will have B-Cop and Black together again on the mic. Take it away, boys. Bring us the hype, and please, please bring us Game 3.
We'll see if it ends up being Game 3. A little bit of a skirmish up by this top bounty rune area. Faith Beyond taking a lot of damage. So is Zincu, actually. And they'll get themselves 2 beasts. It all works out.
Wow, nothing to say. Outclicking Somnus. That pink headset not giving him all the power that he needed.
Not yet, that's for sure.
Kaka bullying Y a bit.
We've seen Ex-Nova on this Winter Wyvern where he's kind of gone like that first big item Blink.
Yeah, very common
be
when he plays it.
If he does that again and he just like Blink Curse.
Now, one thing I am going to say though is that it is going to be that Faith Beyond Mars, which
we've talked about. Yeah,
it's a little scary if you're an LGD fan.
And we've seen him struggle on this hero a lot, but this is a very common lane. Like, it used to be the Centaur Rubik that was very common, the Telekinesis into the Hoof Stomp, but now it's more so the Telekinesis into the Spear. We'll see if it even gets anything done. Like you guys were saying in the draft, the Cold Embrace may make that a little bit impossible to get done in the top lane. We'll see. Well, loving mid, by the way. The Crypt Swarm Illuminate battle.
Yeah. Of course, Coddle will always have a little more spell availability. But yeah, this lane is not weak at all. Like, Wyvern is definitely becoming, I wouldn't say top tier pick, but a much more sought after hero, especially in the West as well. His Arctic Burn cooldown was decreased by quite a bit. And Faith Beyond is in trouble.
Yeah, he might end up dead with the Spectral Dagger and the non-Arctic Burn, but it ends up being Chalice who ends up getting first blood, killing off Y. So Chalice getting first blood, and that's got to come off Kaka running in with a battery assault and them just having a decent static link.
Yeah, must have been out of position quite badly if he quickly run down that far.
I guess battery assault plasma field, right? Like the slow and the battery assault.
Yeah, it's a very strong lane. One of the best Razor partners in the game for sure.
So we'll see if they can maintain that and how Ame is going to do in this lane. That last time in that first game was a very open Ame game. So do they give him that opportunity once again? As Ame, the Chronos, do you want to have to be reliant on it and have him be on point? Like, it feels like X-Nova's job is to just make sure that, like, oh, there's a curse, so Ame can't move in the Chrono.
Pretty much. Whoever gets Chrono, you want to make sure that you save him with Cold Embrace and then maybe get a good curse on Ame or outside the Chrono. Because the Cold Embrace should already be saving whoever he's focusing on. I think for most of the early and mid game, like, Ame is really just going to be a distraction. Nothing to say, it's the big damage pumper.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Nothing to say getting that Exorcism and seeing if he can just be tanky enough to run in and run offense while Ame kind of runs distraction. Again, they go after Y. They've got the Cogs this time. Y's already level 3. The Plasma Field hits, but Chalice not doing the damage to get the kill there. And he does have a salve on this Warlock, so he'll Shadow Word Ame, he'll salve himself. And that's why these healing supports have been so common.
He has to be very careful though. Like, he kind of got baited into that. He's like, oh, they're going on my Faces Void, I'm just gonna right click them. And then they were like, nope. Going on you, in fact. Like, if the Razor gets like one more hit off, he's just dead there again.
Yeah. And you can see Kaka waiting in the wing. He's just looking to do the same thing. Go at him with the battery assault, has the clarity. This mid lane is pretty even. Like I said, it's the battle of Crypt Swarm versus Illuminate, and right now, Crypt Swarm has the advantage.
Yeah, if you say mid lane in general nowadays is a little bit uninteresting with some of the heroes we're getting there. And this matchup's no exception.
It used to be that we'd see a lot more supports move over mid, and there'd be parties, potentially 3v3s. But that doesn't seem as common anymore. Even though some of these players pick up these roaming supports, like Zinq last game. Like, yeah, there was a party mid at some point, but at the same time, like, it was pretty quiet for a long time. It's not going over for that 4-minute rune. It's not making sure that you're securing everything with the supports.
The problem is just like the lane is always just pushed. Like, everyone's just pushing out the mid lane, farming jungle. So it's very easy to actually make rotations happen without it being completely obvious.
So things quiet for the moment, but you can see that LGD CS-wise are getting more out of their lanes. At least for now.
Yeah, Void and DP are very happy. It's actually nothing to say that's out farming a cuddle, which is commendable. Not easy.
It's hard to ever go up and think that Nothing to Say is going to lose a lane. There was a point where it felt like even in a bad matchup, it was a default victory for him. Ame getting chased. They've got the Cogs, battery assault, and there's the kill on Ame. Big one to get for RNG. They've got 2 kills in this bottom lane as Y is chasing, hoping to get this on Kaka as the Fatal Bonds are used.
Or kill him. He just got a Draco Boots on the courier.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he's dead.
And that comes from the fact that they have 2 kills bottom.
Yeah, definitely got to be careful. You don't step out of position.
Spectre locked up for a second. God's Rebuke pushing Ghost back, and there's the Spectral Dagger, but they've got the Telekinesis afterwards. And Ghost into the trees, but is he safe? No, there's a spear on the mark from Faith Beyond to get that kill on a Ghost.
Yeah, I think it was important to die there. If he doesn't die there, his game is gonna be so slow. So he's not gonna be too mad about that death. Happens sometimes.
Now this tower might just die.
TP out.
Have Exorcism available, and they're holding it. They're up top with a couple, though. Kaka comes in, battery assault Cogs, and the Spirit Siphon. Ooh, Faith Beyond actually helped out by Somnus, and maybe saved by the Blinding Light. They go after Nothing to Say. There's 4 heroes here. The Spectral Dagger was on him. They're fighting into the Exorcism. Nothing to Say needs to be careful. Illuminate thrown forward, but Nothing to Say wisely goes north to juke it. He's still alive, but eventually He's going to fall here, and that Exorcism doesn't do anything in terms of getting these kills or making sure they could take that fight. It does mean that Faith Beyond gets out, but that's really not what you want if you're LGD. You wanted to make sure that Ghost's lane continues to stay difficult.
Yeah, but there's also a lot of rotations to the top lane, right? So there's going to be some space for the Warlock to pick up some experience as well. It's not all bad.
No,
like, sure, you would have liked to get more out of it, but sometimes, you know, the enemy makes the right calls, Coddle TPs quickly enough, and your DP just ends up dying there. But again, not the end of the world at all.
Kaka, again, wanting to run with the battery assault. Illuminate thrown over, doing a lot of damage to these supports. It's just early on, this Coddle is hard to deal with in terms of what he's able to throw with a level 4 Illuminate. These heroes on LGD need to be careful because they're starting to feed economy in the Somnus. It's got the boots of travel ready to go. Not so simple for LGD, even though that they were winning the lanes.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on the bot
Keyword is
tower
were.
as well, but Chalice.
Ame sitting behind the Spectre now by a couple hundred. Top lane, Faith Beyond, Illuminate, another kill here for Somnus. He got to those boots of travel, and now he's running around the map and making his presence felt and putting the pressure on. Xnova and Kaka have been together practically the entire time, and they're going to see these stacks. So LGD, I'm not sure they have a way to protect these stacks, and that means a lot of gold here for RNG.
Definitely putting on the pressure with the newly acquired boots of travel on the Coddle. I like it a lot what they're doing. They're kind of leaving Razor alone down there, making sure that he gets a lot of farm as well. And we'll yet have to see really the teamfight ults being used. We haven't seen a Chrono yet or Mars Arena, so that's really where the big first rotation will come of the LGD lineup.
Okay. Getting hit with the Fatal Bond's damage. Faith Beyond coming over, but he doesn't have a Blink Dagger. Right now he's just got a Bracer, a Ring of Health, and a Soul Ring. Maybe thinking about going into the arena to get something. Sentries placed down. That'll clear up what LGD just placed. Do you go for this? Fatal Bond's on a 3. Kaka running in. They've got some help from Xingqiu over to the side, but they just don't have the damage. And now RNG, they finally have overtaken LGD in the net worth department. And what do you do if you're LGD? This feels like things are kind of falling apart a little bit from where you had that nice start.
Yeah, but that draft is very strong in team fights. Like, not necessarily the strongest draft in the lane, so you don't expect to be really far ahead after the laning phase. But now with the DP ult and Mars ult available, they should just be able to get the top tier 1. As I said, that someone's just DPing in though.
No, just blast the creep wave. They commit the EXO. Winter Wyvern coming over, level available. 6. And who do they go for? Who do they lock down on? He's taking a lot of damage here from the Exorcism in a short second.
I'm surprised nothing to say didn't pick up on that.
And nothing to say. TP's out. Chrono bottom.
They chrono him with the Exorcism. Nice.
Coming bottom and trying to make this rotation to get a kill here onto the Razor. They know that maybe he did pick up on the fact that Xnova was taking damage, and now knowing that the Winter Wyvern was there, they were free to get a kill on Chalice bottom.
It was an insanely good rotation. Everything worked out very, very nicely, and they used pretty much all the big spells. Very great effect. Haven't used the arena yet, but he's just focusing on farming the Blink. About 600 away. And then the Coddle is gonna be a pretty easy kill too, once you lock him down in that arena.
Get a bit of influx in gold if they're able to get this tower, but with Exorcism gone and no Chrono, they need to play a little bit safe.
Yeah. Look at Somnus though. He's so close to a Spirit Vessel already. Doesn't have any charges though. So, Vessel with 0 charges, we have seen it way too many times.
It's a waste of net worth.
Basically, yeah, 3k gold down the drain.
Somnus coming in. Hook shot, first one from Kaka. And the damage out onto nothing to say. Is not a lot just yet, but they've got themselves the Cold Race. They're going to go to the Haunt. They've got the Chaotic Covering it as well as the Fatal Bonds. Now the Winter's Curse. Nothing to say, surviving it all for the moment, but eventually he should die, right? Nothing to say, finally goes down. They were trying to clip this Razor. They've got the spear to throw him onto the low ground, and they end up getting the kill on Nakaka as Ame will finish off the clockwork. So there's 2 charges.
Yeah, it's very important that you do get those initial 2 charges.
We'll say Ame, was behind Spectre, right? Like now you've almost got the Maelstrom with that Morbid Mask.
Yeah, and big worry for me right now is just that Razor is behind, and they don't really have a carry that can bring Razor back into the game. I don't expect her very much a hero that needs to farm herself as well. And Blink Dagger completed on Mars. Faith Bjorn now looking to smoke up. But likewise, they're looking for a Faces Void kill.
Can they get it? No Chrono for 30. He steps forward. There's no Winter's Curse, but there is a hook shot. And Kaka's trying to find the right alignment and does. So now, well, Ame in trouble. He has Time Walk in a second, but never gets the opportunity. The damage from Somnus. Oh boy. Wow. That does not feel good. And they're all coming over mid. Winter's Curse is available in 6 seconds. They go to the Blink as well as the Arena. They've got themselves the Cold Embrace to try and keep alive Somnus.
A lot of damage.
First. Let us stay. How tanky is he? Telekinesis throws him back towards X-Nova. Doesn't land on him, so no stun. Why? No Chaotic Offering. There's the Tumbler's Toy. Gets the Cogs on a 2. And now steals the Spectral Dagger. They get the Konakaka, but it looks like they get nothing to say. Although on the backlines, Faith Beyond moving forward, looking over at X-Nova as well as Chalice. They've got the Fatal Bonds on the 2 of them. The Winter's Curse locks up both the Warlock as well as the Mars. Chalice on the run. Fatal Bonds eating this damage. They've got themselves Ghost chasing off after Xingqiu to take out the Rubik. And now they kind of want to go for more. They're thinking about going for Y. But you've kind of run out of steam here.
Yeah, I would like nothing to say, just focus a little bit more on farming. Like, once you have your BKB, you're pretty much unkillable, and you're the only person they focus all the time, right? So get your level 12, get your BKB, and you're gonna be very, very, very strong in those team fights. Right now, the Vessel makes it pretty easy to kill you.
So what do you just want him to focus? What about the rest of the team?
Well, they can still make plays with Mars. Like, DP can still be involved in fights, of course, but I don't want him to, like, hard committed to the backline.
Right.
Because once he's caught out, they really have no way of saving him. This game, he will have to save himself.
They've got Arena again. It feels like this is the moment where they want to fight constantly for LGD.
Yeah, they got Chrono as well.
Yeah, they have everything except the Exo for 40 seconds. They have Maelstrom flying out, I believe. You can see Faith Beyond just peeking, just looking. Somnus is here. Solar Bind. They've stolen the Plasma Field. The Chaotic Offering gets committed, and now they're holding onto the backlines. Faith Beyond taking a lot of damage. The Spirit Vessel's on him. Nothing to say, nothing he can do without the Exorcism. They go after Xingqiu. Somnus moving in. They look over at Y. They get the kill onto the Rubik, and now the Spear.
Wow!
As well as the Cogs rebuke. Whoa! They get the kill on the
Chrono on 2.
The Chrono on a 2. They might block down the entire team and get the kill on everybody on RNG. The Bash is coming through. The silence is there. Ghost on the run, but he's become a ghost of his former self. The Spear lands on Akaka. They get a full team wipe here for LGD.
Did you see that ridiculous damage of the Fatal Bonds and Spear on 2, God's Rebuke on 2? They all exploded. Chalice died because the other 2 heroes took so much damage. He died like super far away from them. Look at Warlock's damage, 2.4k. Just courtesy to that Fatal Bonds.
Wow.
They just exploded.
That was pretty wild, the damage that came out.
I'm happy though. I want to see offlane Razor lose more. I just feel like it's not really an offlane hero. Like, I don't know why it's so successful in the offlane. And this game highlights its weaknesses very, very well. So please lose this game. Make sure it doesn't get picked offlane as much. It's super annoying.
Hook shot.
Oh, why? Goodbye.
Y's dead. It really is. You know you're dead.
Yeah.
He's trying to get
DP.
Force
Exorcism is ready. Coddle is very speedy though.
They've got the Arena too. And they're going to blink. They want Somnus. There's the arena, but the spear from Faith Beyond, it misses. They do get the silence. They have the Winter's Curse. They're fighting into the Exorcism. Somnus, he's staying
so down.
Too close. He's just going to die. Nothing to say, still wants more. Searches into the jungle, but doesn't find anything from RNG just yet. Zincu, though, he'll see X Nova. What is he holding on to? He actually doesn't have a spell in his arsenal just yet. He does have a Force Staff now, though, so Clockwork's effectiveness a little less.
Yeah. But also to counterplay that a little bit, Kaka's going straight into the axe, which gives you the double hook shot, of course. Faith Beyond went into Boots of Travel. That's the Omega Greedy. Wow.
Yeah.
As an offlaner? Like that? I hope that doesn't bite him in the butt. Because there could be, you know, a BKB soon.
Why? They'll steal the static link, and they'll deny the arcane room with a hook shot. Uh-oh, Cogs only actually ends up locking down one. And Zincu getting low, blown away by the Illuminate. But Kaka in very far. Gold Embrace doesn't matter. There's the Time Walk in with the Time Walk.
Wait, you jumped in,
heroes. The Chrono, Ame's in on two of these heroes, but the other side of the fight is where LGD is at. They're going after the Razor. They're trying to get the kill on the Chalice. They've got the Fatal Bonds on him and Kaka. They get the kill there through onto the Razor. They take out Ame. He went in. Chrono Ghost as well as Somnus and got nothing out of it.
He jumped in, lost 90% of his health, and was like, oh my god, into Chrono.
That is really not what LGD wanted, and Ame on a completely separate page.
Yeah.
Really, it was really the opposite way. Kind of crazy.
Faith Beyond still looking for Somnus. Not gonna find him though.
The team was focusing Chalice while Ame went in on the rest.
Yeah. I'm surprised because he also had the reverse time walk, but he didn't really use it.
Now they're in the Roche.
Yeah, the Manta Style Spectre is one of the best Roche timings in the game. And
so fast.
Really what they know about it.
Yep. They're not going to find it, but they've got the arena down. They're looking for Somnus. And Faith Beyond, he's up in the air. Again, they've got the Illuminate. The Spear pushes back Ghost, but he's going to continue to go in. They get the kill on Faith Beyond, but they end up taking out Somnus. They lose. Why? Ghost, he's got a couple of kills. Nothing to say, needs to be careful. Oh, hook shot hits Chalice. Actually hits the Illusion from the Illusion rune. BKB gets Popeye. Nothing to say. They've got Ghost low. Ghost needs to run. But now they've stolen the Spectral Dagger. Time Walk towards the backlines. They get the kill on a Ghost with that Spectral Dagger, and they should probably just take what they've been given and leave if they're LGD.
Yeah, well done overall. Decent team fight. We got Somnus again. He finishes BKB a bit now though, and so did Chalice. So their strong timings are slowly coming online, and you're now very much reliant on the Death Prophet damage in those Chronospheres.
Look at where these wards are for the tire. They've got one behind the tier 1 where LGD are going to feel like they're safe, and then this one that's up by the river that's a little sneaky as well.
It's really good warding coming out. Avoiding all the sentry wards as well. Yeah. I wonder
they're wrapping
people
all the way
like
around.
Study him or not. Because he always gets away with those wards.
Faith Beyond bottom, but not getting chased with this smoke from RNG. Focusing the tier 1 mid. And there you're going to get it.
Yeah. It's not as easy anymore fighting into those BKBs now.
What's the deal here for Ame? He's going BKB, but is this... Where's the timing if you're this void, where you really feel strong?
I think it will have to be that BKB. Once he has that, he's pretty much unkillable.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, the only thing they really have to go through it is the Clockwork. Like, they have Wyvern too, of course, but even if you get Cursor on like 3 heroes, you don't really have the biggest amount of Reikti coming out of them. And you should feel very comfortable just poking in and out. You got a Master also front there for you. And now that boots of travel on the Mars, I feel like are kind of backfiring already. He could have had his BKB and speeded one of the biggest front lines for his team. Now the BKB is still 1,500 away.
It certainly felt like LGD have kind of gone a couple of builds this series that have felt greedier than most.
Yeah. Because especially from the offlane, like your mid lane is going to be farming, your carry is going to be farming. So what do you really have the boots of travel for?
What is that based off of? Like, is that just... That's not like disrespecting the enemy and knowing that they farm the map better than them, right?
No, it's usually just when you have like a really good game. Because down the line it's an economy game, right? Where you don't have to buy TPs anymore, can farm waves faster while still connected to your team. Which is what they're doing right now. Like the Mars will push at the top, then it can always connect to them. But they're smoking in a completely wrong direction. Razor is just going to say goodbye.
You're going to try and force the time walk, which they did. I thought a hook shot might... He walked down bottom when they smoked. Yeah, surprised. I thought what they were trying to do was rocket flare, force the time walk, and then assume where he was with a hook shot. If Faith Beyond gets this BKB, though, like, the boots of travel don't feel that bad, right? Like, you've gotten what you wanted out of the map.
Yeah. Yep. If they can avoid taking the fight until then.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Armor's also really close to his BKB. Oh, they're smoking onto him. Oh, he's 200 away from his BKB, man. Ah, if he dies here.
Dire are scanning.
They're afraid of going in, though. Xinq's positioning is also great.
Yeah, they got the scan right. Kaka's smoke's going to be broken. Telekinesis throwing him back. Doesn't land on anybody, but there's the 4 staff away. It doesn't matter. Solar bind means you can't move. And Xinq's just going to die. They do get the BKB, though, here on this Faceless Void.
Yep, same as the Mars, too. 100 gold away from that. But it's the same for the Dire, right? They have also 2 BKBs, so it will really come down to execution. Can you kite them?
Now he's going Mjolnir. Okay. Why? Oh. Kaka didn't have hook shot.
By the power of Gorov, B-Cop.
Gorov.
And DP almost has Shiva Scar completed. Once that's done, she's pretty much unkillable. Unless she's completely isolated and Spectre gets her Desolate Manta combo on her.
Mm-hmm.
In which case it's gonna hurt. Even went for the Desolate damage talent as well. Oh, they're finding the Spectre. They're running right at him. But he's smelling it.
Yeah, he gets out. The illusions are what's farming here. And, oh, kills Somnus' courier with an ulti orb on it. Not that that was the finishing of a Hex, but it's the beginnings of a Hex.
Yeah, and nice stats too. 200 health. Definitely scoff that.
Stealing the plasma field again. My question is, what do you really want to steal for Xinq? It doesn't seem worth it.
Spirit Form Illuminate is insane. Because you can just cast it without channeling it. The Node of Void is bottom. Now here's the problem. You have your BKB, how do you actually kill this Void? Well, the axe on Kaka might be the answer. Double hookshot.
Yep.
Deals to a lot of problems.
Shiva's now coming out for nothing to say.
Yeah, so whoever wins that next team fight is going to be in a massive driver's seat.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
But Ghost happy with this.
Push up bottom.
He's happy to have his time. Time walk over. There's the blink as well as the arena. They get Kaka, who they kind of want to take out of the fight to start. They've got the exorcism. There's the telekinesis. Chrono catches him on the edge, and they've got the cold embrace. They can't kill him just yet. Kaka finally taken out with the God's Rebuke. They get the kill in a while with the BKB Popeye. Chalice, he's on the run, but he does escape, and they've lost 2 on the side of LGD. Ghost gets the kill there on his Xinq. He can't seem to survive these fights.
Yeah, Spectre is just a mega hard counter too. Your Rubik, you don't really have many plays at all. You get Dagger, he just follows you. That's why he's building
not really
Ghost Scepter now.
Accomplishing too much.
Yeah, Chrono also used. But again, like as I said before, there's really no damage from the Void right now. That's gonna be somewhat remedied once he has his Mjolnir. But if the DP is there with the Chrono, the Razor's just dead. Now though, 100 seconds on both the Chrono and the DP ult. Massive openings for RNG. And they're looking already.
Nothing to say in trouble. Solar Bind on the run. Spirit Siphon gets broken. The silence.
BKB.
And there's the BKB. The spear lands, hits Ghost, locks him onto the tree. X-Nova trying to come over and find himself a Winter's Curse, but won't find anybody just yet. Meanwhile, Ame farming. He's got himself a Titan Silver. And there's that Blink Dagger we talked about. That first big item, Blink Dagger for X-Nova. That's exactly what we were saying could be a big difference maker in this game.
Yeah. Of course, Titan Sliver. One of the better pickups as well. And Chalice almost into the BKB. They're forcing the mid tower a lot right now because they know, of course, everything is on cooldown pretty much other than the golem.
And they haven't showed this blink yet on X-Nova. Hookshot comes out, nothing to say in trouble. Chaotic Offering comes through, it lands onto 3, but nothing to say, already dead. They got Ghost the kill. The second hookshot is going to land onto Y, who had the upheaval down, and it looks like RNG. They're starting to run through this, but they got the arena as well as the Gods Rebuke. They land the spear. It's out on a chalice, but the Cold Embrace is there. Ame comes in, the right clicks forward, out onto this Razor with the BKB pop. They've got themselves a Winter's Curse.
What the hell?
Comes in from Dinkyu, slams him down onto 2. They get the kill Nakaka as well as Chalice. They take these heroes both out, but now can they catch up to anything else? They're going to look for Ghost, potentially X-Nova, though they're running and no chase is being given from LGD. Thought that was going to go way worse for LGD. But
yeah,
somehow, Dinkyu from a distance, he was able to get a lot done in that fight to help out Ame. Just got the BKB off with the Winter's Curse being placed on him.
Yeah, massive arena spear combo also. Onto the Rubik and Clock. Razor and Clock. Hex is almost done though. Very close. And then they have all the tools they need to really lock down Ame before that BKB.
Nothing to say. Sans BKB, when it's on cooldown, he feels like he just gets destroyed.
Yeah.
And then Mars, like, what? He's trying to go
Coddle
on a Lotus Orb.
Right? Like, Coddle always makes you feel like you're getting destroyed if you have no BKB up.
The Chaotic Offering was in a solid spot there from Y. You can just get that off of the Fatal Bonds. It feels like he does a lot in these fights, but he is not surviving them. Neither is Zinkyu, so it's been quite tough for the two of them. And there's the Ghost Scepter for Zinkyu.
You have to be really careful how you approach those team fights. If you have nothing to say. Like, he just walked up with no BKB. Can't really think about the consequences, but Kaka didn't really think much at all. Went in, instantly killed him.
Scotty now for Spectre, but Lotus Orb for Faith Beyond.
The Spectre for Scotty is gonna be very big. There's gonna be a Ghost Scepter though on the Rubik, so he can protect himself. There's a Ghost Scepter on Warlock as well, so the support shouldn't die like outright. Spectre will have to work for it a bit.
Smoke from LGD. Chaotic Offering on cooldown. I mean, that was a big part of their fight. Fighting without it could be a problem. They do have this Rocket Flare on the Rubik, though, that can grant them some vision.
Yeah, no one's showing anywhere. All the lanes are pushing in. So it's
sneak
really
rush?
obvious smoke.
I guess not. Yeah, 5-man smoke now coming out from RNG. Wrap around. Who can they get? X-Nova. Rebuke the spear is going to hit onto an illusion. They've got themselves the hook shot. It's out. They've got the Chrono that's going to land on the Somnus. The damage coming in through. Is it going to be enough? No, it's not. They've got the Winter's Curse to lock down Ame. Ame's still trying to go for this. BKB, Chalice, Static Link. Now Somnus looking over at Ame, who finally has the BKB. The spear comes in. They get the kill on the Somnus, but the damage coming out on Ame. He needs to run. Oh my. And he doesn't have a BKB much longer. The telekinesis is out onto Chalice. They could just potentially take Roche. No Chrono, no Death Prophet, no Arena, no nothing. Ooh, Ghost standing still. Ame in a couple of bashes. They'll end up stealing the Haunt. And now they look over at Faith Beyond. Static Link on him. God's Rebuke, but they can't break the leech. They've got the time dilation as well as the ability to slow them down. Now these heroes can't really get away. Static Link stolen by Xingqiu. He's doing a lot from a distance.
Nice,
They've got the
yeah.
spear. The Static Link is in. They've got the Cold Embrace. Ghost maybe looking for these supports on the backlights, but he can't find who he wants to go for. They get the kill to X-Nova. They look over as the Plasma Field hits out onto Faith Beyond, but they've got the shard on this Rubik, so the Telekinesis throws Faith Beyond out of mortal harm. Ghost, Chalice, their Fatal Bonds together. They're going to buy back here on X-Nova. X-Nova trying to get back into the fight. Kaka, meanwhile, he does have overclocking if he wants to go in with another hook shot.
Yeah.
That fight again, LGD kind of salvaged.
They did. On the back of a pretty big mistake, nothing to say. Gets hexed before his BKB gets popped, and if the DP is there, the fight will look very, very differently. So he has to be very careful, because the Coddle, of course, under his ultimate, as well as the headband influence, he's gonna have like a full screen worth of hex cast range. Gotta be careful you don't get caught out. They might just use Exorcism for the Roshan, perhaps?
Dire are scanning.
It's hard. It's hard to commit to this. They saw it with the rocket flare. You need to have somebody
just
standing.
Gonna blast in. Yeah, this is
Time walk in.
Oh, he didn't pop BKB again?
Shot hits. Nothing to say is caught, but the Telekinesis
Oh, nice
moves him out
save.
of the arena. Now they've got the BKB. It's all safe from Xingqiu, but they look over now. Faith Beyond, he's in the pit. Hook shot once again from the overclocking coming up from Kaka with the BKB pop by Faith Beyond. They're into the pit. Faith Beyond using those spider legs to get out of the pit. Time walk, time dilation. Once
Chrono
again,
on 5.
can't move. Ame right clicks, gets the kill on Akaka. There's the Winter's Curse. It's locked up two of these heroes. They've got the Splinter Blast. Ghost trying to run, but here
Chrono
comes
on 2.
Xingqiu. 4 step forward. He's got himself the dagger. The Chrono, it's used. It's down on the Summons. They've got the Silence. That was a follow-up from Nothing to Say. They get the kill there on the Summons. They'll take out the Gato. They're still looking for the rest of these heroes. Time walk, time dilation. Once again, X-Nova with the Arctic Burn gets out of this one, but Kaka, he's with the cogs around him. There's
And
the
he brought
kill.
back.
They slowed him down. They've got the kill onto the Clockwork. One more hit is needed as it's a mega kill streak for Ame, and LGD again. They come out pretty much unscathed from that fight, and they're into Roche.
Chalice has refresher. Careful, you're on extent here.
Oh, moving forward. Haunt once again. Faith Beyond with the spear, but it's not going to matter. They get the kill onto the Mars. They look over as the Chaotic Offering lands on a Chalice. They've got themselves the Fatal Bonds, and now they'll jaunt around. Ghost with the double damage, trying to find somebody to go after. They've got the Shadow Word. They get the Aegis into the hands of Ame. Ghost now trying to TP away as he will while being hit by that golem.
Man, these team fights are so damn long. But yeah, ultimately, Void will pick up that Aegis.
And he get the shard? Yeah, he's got it.
Yeah,
Warlock
but he
has
already
it.
had one. Who's gonna take it?
I would say
Rubik has it.
no. Death Prophet
DP.
has it. No, Death Prophet already has one, so it's going to the Mars.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Mars was also pretty good. Double spear. But yeah, again, nothing to say. He got bailed out there by Xingqiu, who is
Has the
probably the
shard.
team fight MVP.
Yeah.
But yeah, you gotta be so careful if you have nothing to say. Like, if you die there instantly, the fight is over.
Without that telekinesis save, they don't win that fight.
Yeah, it's your chance.
Ame now about to hit level 25.
And he has a Skadi already. The backtrack would be a big problem, or even the Chrono AoE as well.
Yeah, we've seen just, how close it is on these Chronos where he throws them on the edge. So we'll see what happens. Ame, now he's going into the Lincolns. Protect himself from potentially that hex, right?
Yeah. Yep. Can also throw it onto the DP if ever necessary.
Game gets really difficult for RNG.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Finding Ghost kind of being not as confident in these fights again. Like, they threw back Death Prophet. Ghost was going in to potentially focus on Nothing to Say. Backs away, and then he really doesn't output that much damage in the fight.
Ooh, that was a big mistake on the spear.
But he
Did
got
catch
the
him?
BKB.
No.
Oh no, Ame! Oh,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
LGD, just a massive amount of mistakes. How does Kaka stun himself in the middle of the lane and still get to leave?
Yeah. That looked like
that was a blunder.
that's like fails of the week kind of submission.
Oh yeah, all of it.
Yeah.
Something Ame, more like Amoda. I didn't, No? You get it?
You tried.
Ah, man.
Commendable effort.
Tried. I didn't want to just say it outright. I feel like it's not as funny that way. Stormcrafter for both teams. Plus, I gotta let the cringe flow through chat.
Oh, I don't think they need a infusion of cringe.
Put that.
That's a good one.
Put that in my veins. They still have a tier 1 top. Oh my god. Who took
Aegis
the,
for 130. The thing is, you have no chrono now, so can you really use that Aegis? When your chrono's up, you have like what, 30 seconds left on it?
You'd have to be formulating a fight that hits on the back end of that. Blink Spear, but Faith Beyond, he's in pretty far. He's got the Lotus Sword. That's actually going to reflect the Hex. Hookshot comes into the backline, looking over at ZinQ. He'll pop that Ghost Scepter. They've got the Fatal Bonds on a couple of these heroes. They've dropped on the arena. They've got themselves the Han. Now jumping over to the Rubik. Rubik gets away. They've got the Exorcism pop. They'll look over at Kaka. They should be able to get the kill on the clock. They already took out X Nova. Clockwork stuns.
Chalice can't move.
Overclocking. Chalice can't move away. And now the BKB is about to run out on him. They get the kill on both supports on the side of RNG. The takeout Chalice. 3-0's dead on the side of Royal Never Give Up. And LGD, again, coming out ahead. That was a fight with no chrono. And they're going to have it up in just a second.
Did you see what I think you again? He stole the Arctic Burn. Ghost committed Haunt on him. And he just kept doodling around the little hill there.
Yeah.
There was no dagger because he didn't go for the dagger cooldown on Ghost, so he couldn't follow him and he was forced to TP out. Like Stinky is actually just making all his teamfights look so easy.
He's really outplaying them. 21 assists. He's involved in 22 of the 24 kills that LGD have in this game.
Yeah. Age is about to expire, but how big of a difference does it make? No
Haunt.
Razor. When Razor comes back, he will also have no Refresher, no Haunt. I mean, Somnus is trying, he's trying real hard.
It's at least the mid set. Do they go for more? They can't go through bottom. There's still a tier 2 there, and there's the Aegis expiring.
Yeah, and Refresher almost done on Mars as well. They're probably going to wait for that. AC done on DP. They're getting all these core items, and now they're 12k gold ahead. Yeah, like, against the team fight lineup like this, it's very, very hard to come back with a gold deficit such as 13k. You can sense Ghost's frustration too. He's going straight into a nullifier. He's like, alright, I've had enough of your shenanigans. You will die if I jump you.
Disingenuous assertions or whatever it is from Mass Effect.
The sad part is there's really nothing you can do about it. So, for Xinq's sake, I would love it if LGD finishes the game before he gets that nullifier, because otherwise Rubik is going to be very sad.
You say that, but ZinQ, he'll find a way. It feels like.
Somehow. Like steal the curse in the middle of a fight somehow, and there's a DD on Void.
Arctic Burn, but he's slowed up via the Plasma Field. They've got themselves the Arena as well as the Spear. That lands out onto the Clockwork, but the Cold Embrace is there to save.
Here's
the
the
Chrono's throw down, and the Chrono, it's out
and
on the Kata.
Cold Embrace.
Trying to get the kill there. They get the kill on the Kaka. They look over as the Exorcism's going to be popped. Somnus running from Ame. One more right click to get the kill, and they'll end up finishing him off. They got the Chaotic Offering. It's right on top of Ghost. He is in so much trouble. Ame with the double kill. Now they look over at X Nova, who's floating in the air with the Cold Embrace as well as the Arctic Burn, but they've got themselves a fear thanks to the chart. They get the kill on X Nova. They'll take out Chalice. Everybody's dying in the side of RNG. They don't have buybacks on 3, and there's nothing stopping LGD from continuing on, and GG is called. LGD, they'll take out the leaders of the region in a 2-0 sweep.
Yeah. Game 1, they made it look super easy. Game 2, they had a couple of hiccups here and there, but ultimately still grind out the win. I have to say, Xinq just played out of his mind. Armor 2 on his Void. Phenomenal performance this time around. And again, night and day performance from the last series. And I'm very happy to see LGD like this. This is the LGD we know. Good teamfight execution. Even if the lanes don't go super well, there's always a way back for them. That's exactly what they showused here.
Yeah,
without a doubt. perfect game as it was. Ame came through on that Faceless Void. Faith Beyond might not have had the best performance on his Mars overall, but ultimately Shin Q on the Rubik. Whew! Heat being brought here today by PSG.LGD, and they will claim a clean 2-0 over the side of RNG, who has been dominating in the region. LGD showing us that there are no slouches, showing that, hey, it's been a couple rough weeks, but at the end of the day, you can never count us out. Or you can, but only at your own peril. Dominant performance at the end there. Black, Razor offlane lost. I'm pretty sad about it, honestly, but you must be ecstatic. But in this game, they really didn't make it look as strong as it has in previous games, right? They exploited its weaknesses. They took advantage, especially, of its lack of those early timings. There was that period of the game where it just didn't really feel like Razor was doing all that much, which is not what we're used to. We're normally used to seeing this hero just look super strong after picking up that BKB.
Yeah, I mean, as I said before, like I can't believe it actually has such a high win rate on the offlane. Everyone plays it the same way because there's only one way you can play it. You sit in the lane until you get your BKB, or you do absolutely nothing in those fights. That's what Chalice did, but he got shut down anyway, so his BKB came very late. Couldn't really feel the impact of him. Whereas Faith Beyond gets his fast 6, actually makes rotations happen. Some more successful than others, sure, but his impact was like way more than Chalice.
Yep. Speaking of Faith Beyond, actually, B-Corp, he went for this early build onto the Boots of Travel, then coming back for the BKB later. It looked uber greedy at the time. It felt like a little bit of a grief play was being made by him, but ultimately it ended up working out, right? It did feel at points like, it was kind of surprising. The team that had Coddle was less capable of moving around the map than the opposite team that had Void Death Prophet, which is a bizarre set of circumstances, right?
Yeah, I thought it was very greedy for them, but it ended up working out. Like LGD, they went greedy in a couple of these games, or in both of these games, and it ends up working because of the rest of the ensemble, right? Like Nothing to Say is putting on pressure, which means Faith Beyond every lane he's been TPing to with the Boots to Travel. It felt pretty free, honestly, and he ends up getting away with it. That God's Rebuke with the Fatal Bonds was a wild 3 heroes dying. It was nuts. I mean, this is probably the fight that gives LGD the smooth sailing since, right? Like, this is the last fight the supports really get obliterated in, and, like, it just feels like LGD from there felt pretty strong. You know, like, it was such a struggle at times. Nothing to Say. He's surviving for now. Ghost doesn't feel confident to continue into fighting into this exorcism, and they'll take the Aegis here with the Spectral Dagger that was stolen by Dinkyu, who is so good in these fights. Like, it's really disgusting what he was able to accomplish on this Rubik. And it wasn't like the flashy team fight, stolen Winter's Curse, Echo Slam, can't believe the Rubik did this. It was more like the reserved, I've got the telekinesis upgrade with the shard, I'm saving my teammates, I'm making plays here from afar and doing what my team needs.
Yep. Yeah. I'm hard countering this clockwork, basically, just utilizing that shard. This fight was very peculiar to me. I thought that here was where RNG were going to turn things around and start winning the game. They start the fight by killing Death Prophet. Innocence dies thereafter. But Black, LGD's execution is just so good, honestly. Like, the entire team just played this fight pretty much perfectly.
That's what made LGD so scary, right? And that's what made them so scary this game. Like, whenever somebody is struggling, this game, Nothing to Say was struggling quite a bit, but his team was there to pick up the slack. You know, Ahmed played fantastically. Like, Faith Beyond picked up, like, his game too in the mid-late game scenario. You can see once more. That's the scenario how they win, right? They burst the DP, you don't have that exorcism damage come out. But even this fight, they somewhat salvage, just because of how long it, like, the fight goes in and out all the time, multiple times, and it's just crazy, actually, how hard RNG got outplayed in some of these fights.
Yeah. This Agonum shot on the Faceless Void still kind of busted. Would like to see less of this item in general. Need some nerfs. But a hero that we really have to take into account for this game, last pick, Death Prophet. It wasn't the last overall pick at all, B-Corp. It was, you know, second to last. They had last pick on the side of RNG, which they expended on the Ghost Spectre. But it's... we used to see this hero every single game. And this is one of these games where we are reminded why that is the case, right? Just how much work the Death Prophet can do. Like Black was mentioning, every single fight that doesn't start with Death Prophet dying heads up is impossible for you. But even if the fight does start like that, you've expended quite a few resources to bring her down, and there's no guarantee you win the subsequent fight. Why do you think that this hero started being just left by the wayside, despite still being as strong as we've always seen her?
Because there's stronger heroes that need bannings first. That's the sad part, right? Like, Death Prophet feels so strong. It's like, how do you make it through these drafts? It's like, well, because there's stronger things out there, which is wild to say when you look at what Nothing to Say is able to accomplish in some of these fights when he's going untouched. Like, this is without a BKB, and look at it. Exorcism doing so much damage. He's just continuing to tank up all this damage. Also, by the way, Q, have to mention him every single time because he's doing it all the time, how well he's doing. But the silence is here as well. Like, I'm going to say on this Death Prophet played pretty well. It's a little bit.
Look at Q here.
Oh my god, he outplays him. Look at this. Ooh, Arctic Burn on the low ground.
The support.
Oh, jaunting to me, back on the high ground. Oh, Yules, I'm okay. Or I mean, that.
And Ghost got stuck there too. He's like, oh crap.
Yep. Then the game's just over at this point, honestly, it felt like to me. Like, when you see this Chalice, you're sitting there with BKB, double Eye of the Storm going, and it's literally doing nothing in the fight. That's when you know, as a Razor player, that this is not going well for me. Everything else at this point was just kind of academic, just PSG.LGD closing this one out slowly but surely. Somnus getting caught. I love the targeting from Ame. We'd wait always. Like, where is Somnus in this fight? Bubble him. If he's bubbled, sweet. Suddenly, the bulk of their magic damage gets removed from them. Ghost will not be able to 1v5 us because we still have Warlock Golem. We still have Mars in the background. We still have Rubik. So there's so many ways to control up the Spectre. We're never going to allow her to fight. This is just so good. End of the day here,
way too far in that fight. He's all by himself.
He did. There were several moments where he was very far forward, but I think that, honestly, there weren't that many other options, right? He probably saw from game one that, like, well, if I just sit back passively, the Spectre hero doesn't just sit back. You don't just accrue net worth and automatically win the game. You actually have to join fights, participate, and do well in certain engagements to win it out. And unfortunately, he just couldn't do it. Spectre last pick, we were skeptical when we saw it in the draft. It ends up not working out. Black, before we get into an interview with our winning team, last piece of homework for you. What could RNG, what should they have done differently in this game to try and win this out?
I think there was once more like a quite significant draft loss. Like, I mentioned it before, where if Spectre and Razor both get pressured, which they did, they don't really have anyone to fight around in the mid game. Like, Somnus tried really hard to make things work, and Kaka as well, and they did. But if they had like a +1 here that could actually do something on not a 3-minute cooldown, it would have been so much better for them. I think it was definitely drafting issues in both games. Like, they played well, but again, you can't afford to make many mistakes with these kind of drafts. They outplayed them. They killed DP 2-3 times before BKB gets off, but that one time the BKB gets off, suddenly it's game over.
Yep. To be fair to RNG here, BCOP, drafts that require 0 mistakes, it's been drafts that they've been playing up until this point, right? This is not the first time that they've drafted in this particular pattern, and most of the time it goes very well for them. They've been dominating the large bulk of these games. It is a bit of an issue, though, that they obviously didn't expect LGD to look this strong, but for them, now that their run here in the division is over, they're still guaranteed top 2, party to some potential results against Team Asta that LGD has to play, maybe a tiebreaker for top 1, but how do you think they'll do once they reach international competition, playing in a major in their current state?
I mean, that's a big question mark, right? Like, if they get to go to Arlington, Ghost is the big question mark because this team has a lot of international experience. Everybody but Ghost has so much international experience. You got to think, like, those are going to be the guys who are like, hey, listen, like, Ghost, we got you. We're going to tell you how to stay confident. We're going to tell you how to look forward and be good in these international situations. I'm a little worried about how Ghost plays up against these international teams, if he's going to get away with the style he's been playing, especially like the weaknesses that were showed in this series feel like they were very glaring. And if they're looked on by other teams, can be taken advantage of pretty heavily. So I'm a little worried in that aspect, but you never know what you're going to get. And I think hopefully for RNG's sake, they don't get an Aster situation where Ghost just can't perform on LAN. Like, hopefully he doesn't turn into the next Love You Love Me. Where's that guy? No one knows.
Yeah. There's currently a dearth of really upcoming carry players, so hopefully for the sake of the region in general, he does well so they can maintain his slot. Nobody else has to have that massive pressure put upon them on short notice. With LGD taking this win here, though, gentlemen, they have now put themselves 3-3 in the division, sort of reversing the downward slide that they've been on for so long. That means, Black, that no matter what, they will be tiebreakers now. It's guaranteed that there'll be tiebreakers either at the very top, certainly in the middle, and potentially down at the bottom of the card as well. Under these conditions, with the chaos they've created, do you think LGD has what it takes to beat Asta and force even more tiebreakers in their final match last week?
I mean, if they play like here, they would have been 7-0. If they play like that every game, or had played like that every game, they would already be 6-0 at this point. And yeah, if they play like this, I don't think any team in the region beats them.
I don't
Like
think
RNG, I gotta say again, RNG played really well. They did. There weren't many mistakes at all, but every time there was a mistake, LGD made them pay for it so heavily that it just looked really silly.
Yep, LGD certainly back to their winning ways, looking like the strongest team in the division. And honestly, with this kind of play, making a strong argument for still being the best in the world. Fortunately for us, we will have a chance to talk to some of the best in the world as we have Xinkyu on the line. Xinkyu from PSG.LGD, their position 4 extraordinaire. Congratulations on your victory. Congratulations on your dub there, Xinkyu. Tell us, when you were preparing for this series against RNG, at the time, they were doing very, very well. Your squad wasn't doing so hot. Did that affect how the team looked at the preparation?
银行。就是想问一下，在这个系列赛里面，之前的话，其实 RNG 的状态非常好，然后你们自己可能状态不是很好的情况下，老干爹是怎么对今天的这场比赛做准备的呢？
我们就是大家都一起聊一会儿，然后就是决定要怎么用什么阵容，包括训练的，就是为这场比赛做准备吧。
We have the meeting together. We sit down together and talk about the lineup we wanted to use and the heroes from the good heroes we're gonna pick from our streams.
What do you? If you had that kind of meeting, tell us. Did you have Tinker already lined up to pick up in a game like this, or was it one of these situations where nothing to say, looks at the game and says, "Guys, Tinker would work here. Let's grab this." Was it always the plan?
那就想问一下，就是当时开会的时候有没有提到 TK 这个点？就是还是说，就是选到最后的时候，莫言说这把 TK 发挥很好，可以给我选 TK。
当时好像是最后一手，然后巴师傅说就是 TK 很克对面吧，好像我也记不太清，反正就是当时有人提到这一点，然后大家讨论下来，就是有不同的阵容，大家都觉得 TK 这套打对面最合适吧。
I think it was during the draft, the last pick. Someone mentioned, I think it's our coach Xiao 8. He mentioned that TK will be really nice against our opponent's lineup, and we had a discussion, and we have a different opinion on different positions, but we all agree that TK is really good, so that's why we pick him.
Certainly makes sense. Certainly makes sense. B-Cup, longtime fan of Xinkyu. Holla at the boy while we have him on the line here.
Yeah, sure. I've been hoping maybe we could see the techies on a scale from 1 to 10. What are the odds we see techies in the next matchup against Aster?
我们都很想看到炸弹人登场，就是从0分到10分满分的话，我们下场比赛看到炸弹人的概率是多少？
一吧。
1.
Breaking my heart. Breaking my heart. So after a victory like this, obviously you guys are now 3-3, looking at the major. What's the post game meal right now?
这场比赛的话打完之后，这个已经有机会去展望一下 major 了。然后今天的话打完有没有什么一起庆祝的这个晚饭？
没有吧，就是因为上海就是最近因为这个新冠疫情也比较严重。
Not really.
还需要准备下一场比赛，而且也没有提前半场开签名的时候。
Not really, because there's still a lockdown going on in Shanghai right now. Also, we still have another match. We have to prepare for that. There's no chance we're gonna open the champagne before we get it.
Right, and you play a lot of different heroes in the position 4. What's the one hero you wish you could make work in that position?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
I was saying, he has a very big hero pool in the position 4. What's one hero that he could make work in that position, or wants to make work in that position?
就是你4号位的话有很宽广的英雄池嘛，就是有没有一些英雄的话，你想在这个版本4号位把它打出来，或者说有机会的话给大家展示一下还没有打过的
Luna 吧
Luna.
Yes.
Okay.
We have a Luna player on the panel here. Black, you play Luna, but in a very different role here. So talk to Xinkyu about what we just saw here today.
Yeah, so actually I had a very big question from, a discussion that we had between ourselves. So we think that you want to be really dramatic and lose some games to make it like a grand, like, exit for you guys, you know? Like where you go 4-3, it looks really rough for you guys. It looks like you're almost out of the league, and then bam, come back, you win the league, go to the major, win the major. Like, is that something that you guys ever spoke about?
就是想问一下，最近关于老干爹留言也比较多嘛，就是大家都说有没有一种可能，就是老干爹想故意，先放几局，然后再来一个绝地翻盘，然后这个从输3把，然后再赢到4-3去 Major，然后再在 Major 上拿个冠军。你们自己有讨论过这种话题吗？
没有没有，我们就是之前确实是没搞好。
No, we were really in a bad situation before. We didn't.
Okay. Well, we're happy to see you guys are improving again. Looked really, really good.
Yeah, they looked phenomenal. One final question before we let you go, Shinkyu. Of course, like you mentioned, it's not a given that the Chinese teams will be able to attend the major. Given the situation on the ground, things have to change in that regard. If you can go to the major, or if you can't and you just go to TI, which teams across the world are you really looking forward to playing against? And at the same time, which teams have you been learning the most from that aren't in China right now?
想问一下，就是不管后面有没有机会去到 Major， 包括像 TI 上也是，有没有一些国外的队伍是心情最想去交手的？然后顺便还想问一下，目前除了中国赛区的战队之外，最近从哪个国外战队身上学到比较多的一些战术呢？
最近有就是给我看那个 Sandra 的比赛，是叫这个名字吧 ？Tundra。然后还有那个就是老 VP 吧，现在就是改了个名字。
然后那个最想遇到的对手
，I don't know.
So there's not particular opponents we want to face. I have no idea on that question. The second part, we watched a lot of Tundra's game recently, and there's another team is I think it's old VP. He said old VP. I think I assume it's outsiders probably.
Okay. That does seem right. And both of those squads have been looking super, super hard of late. So with that, thank you so much, Shinkyu, for your time. Thank you so much for how well you played today. And we wish your team great luck going forward.
感谢你接受我们的采访，希望你们后面好运。
谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was Shinkyu, and with Marshall helping us out on the translation. Black, the conspiracy theories have now been put to rest. The team was just not in a good place, according to Shinkyu, just not looking as hot. So the performance that they brought together here, it wasn't that they were sandbagging this entire time. They had to actually dig deep to try and find this kind of performance within them. Not that many squads in the past that we've seen go from the top of the world to where LGD was right now are able to climb out of that hole. So it's a very good sign, I think, that LGD could do it in such strong fashion, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. When we saw their games just last week, we were like, what is happening to LGD? It was very apparent something happened. And whatever that something was, I'm glad they managed to overcome that or talk it through or whatever happened. We don't know. We don't want to speculate, but they're back, or at least in this series, they were back. And if they show up like this against Aster, they're going to make mincemeat out of Aster.
Yeah, if they find this kind of form against the Aster we've seen for the last couple of weeks, B-Corp, it's pretty much a guarantee that LGD would take that series. If that does happen, let's assume we're living in a world where Aster cannot take LGD, and there's this massive tiebreaker between them, LGD, Aster Aries and Vici should probably be in that mix as well, because both of those teams play up against Dandelion and eHome, which I'm expecting Vici and Aster Aries to pull out the W on that one. That would leave the bulk of the teams here in a 5-way tiebreaker for those last 3 remaining slots to go to the major. If that were to be the case, tell me, which teams are you going to be putting forth as your champions from China right now?
Aster, Extreme, and LGD, unfortunately. I want Aster Aries to get to the major, but if LGD are in form, I just don't see it happening. Maybe Vici pull one of those out, but it feels like it has to... I'd be crazy to think that the top 4 don't pull it in, right? Like they don't hone it all through for a tiebreaker. But it would be a BO1 tiebreaker, right? Like a round robin, because it's 5 teams.
Teams,
that's you don't get to make mistakes there. So it really, I think it would be the top 4 who we thought it was going to be, but one mistake could be curtains. Exit stage right.
Exit stage right.
Well, maybe the
Indeed,
ability
might
to
be the
the
case in
dramatic
this
finish we
situation.
want, right?
Black is like, I insist, I will have my storyline, whether any of you at home like it or not. Because you should have told him that I've had enough of your disingenuous assertions. Lol. With that, Black, same thing for you. Do you agree here with Bcop that it's just going to be the regular top 4 after those tiebreakers are done?
When all is said and done, it is quite likely, unfortunately. We'll see who even wins the next series. Like Aries can lose theirs, VG could potentially lose theirs, because eHome definitely wants to stay in that league, and to do that, they need to beat. What are they playing? VG, right?
VG, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, they need to beat VG, because otherwise they're going to Div 2 again, which they're very well accustomed to as well, but you don't really want to be there anymore, So, yeah, but if it is a 5-way tiebreaker, I do believe that we're going to see the top 4. Unless Aster and Extreme Gaming, they have been struggling a lot lately. Like, if they can't get the things together like LGD have, we might see them potentially in the 5th and 6th spot.
Oof. So many things and so many permutations to the leaderboard can still happen within this final week coming up of the Chinese DPC. Literally every single game left has a potential to send a team, not just to the major, but maybe down into Division 2. Of course, PSG.LGD have done enough at this point in time to avoid fear of relegation. Now it's only a question of how far they can climb up the leaderboard, maybe going to the major, maybe winning it all. Something they've done before. Let's remember rather, that the first time that the DPC started in a league format, LGD did not do so well at the beginning. They were eking into a tiebreaker situation, but then they go on ahead and do well at a major. So we'll see if that's going to happen for them. But all of that will only come within the next week of Dota. So you need to make sure that you are aware of those games. And the easiest way to do so, go follow Perfect World Esports online on pretty much all the social platforms. Of course, you need to give some love to the people that have brought you this entertainment this day. So Bcop Black, make sure that you are following them too at Bcop92 at Black Dota 2. And make sure as well, the most important thing, drink water, go outside, touch a little bit of grass. If there isn't grass, it's okay. Just let the sunlight touch your face and make sure that you call someone in your life that you love. Let them know you love them and be back tomorrow morning to begin more Dota, to continue this hype in the division and to make sure that you are aware and keeping in touch with every single second of Chinese DPC action. We'll see you then. Bye-bye from us from now.
前，你不曾拥有姓名，通向终点的路很长。但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。